I declare open this hearing of the Senate Finance and Public Administration Legislation Committee into the 2024-25 supplementary budget estimates. Today we begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay respects to elders past and present. That respect is extended to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. As a committee, we have set the 14th of November as the date by which Senators are to submit written questions on notice, and the 19th of December as the date for return of answers. The committee's proceedings today begin with parliamentary departments, followed by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet as listed on today's program. Understanding Order 26, we must take all evidence in public session, which includes answers to questions on notice. We remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege and that it is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee. Such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. The Senate has endorsed the following test of relevance for questions at estimates hearings, which is any questions going to the operations or financial positions of the departments and agencies which are seeking funds in estimates are relevant questions for the purposes of estimates hearings. I remind officers that the Senate has resolved that there are no areas in connection with expenditure of public funds where any person has discretion to withhold details or explanations from Parliament or its committees unless the Parliament has expressly provided otherwise. The Senate has resolved also that an officer of a department of the Commonwealth shall not be asked to give opinions on matters of policy and shall be given reasonable opportunity to refer questions asked of the officer to superior officers or to a minister. This resolution does not preclude questions asking for explanations of policies or factual questions about when and how such policies were adopted. Witnesses are reminded of the Senate order specifying the process by which a claim of public interest immunity should be raised, and I incorporate the public immunity statement into Hansard. I remind all senators that as Chair, I seek to ensure that proceedings are conducted in an orderly, respectful and courteous way. An officer called to answer a question for the first time should state their full name and capacity in which they appear. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I now welcome Senator the Honourable Sue Lines, President of the Senate, Mr Richard Pye, Clerk of the Senate, and other officers of the Department of the Senate. President, do you wish to make an opening statement?
Yes, just a short one because the Speaker will also be making a statement this morning. So members would be aware that under the Parliamentary Services Act, the presiding officers have the responsibility to appoint the Parliamentary Budget Officer, subject to the approval of the proposed appointment by the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit. Given that the current Parliamentary Budget Officer, Dr Stein Helgelby, will not be seeking another term, the Speaker and I, in consultation with the Australian Public Service Commission, commenced a merit-based recruitment process to fill the vacancy. I'm pleased to inform this committee that the Joint Committee of Public Accounts and Audit has approved the appointment of Ms Sam Reinhardt as the new Parliamentary Budget Officer. Her term will commence on the 18th of November. On behalf of all senators, I congratulate Sam on her appointment, and I'm sure senators will join me in thanking Dr Helgelby for his service. Thank you.
Thank you, President. Mr Pye, do you wish to make an opening statement?
No, thank you, Chair.
Okay, that being Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everyone. Clerk, I'm going to start with you, just in relation to some estimates, questions on notice that you, in relation to question estimates on notice, and you provided the committee with some clarification last estimates on how witnesses should treat questions. I just want to clarify a couple of these things for the benefit of proceedings today. So could you confirm that, first of all, that senators are not limited by any standing order in the number of questions that they can ask both in a hearing and on notice?
Richard Pine, the Clerk of the Senate. Yes, I can confirm that. There's no limit in the standing orders on either of those things, Senator.
Thank you. And Senate estimates hearings can only release witnesses by agreement or failing agreement when there is no senator present who has further questions for that witness?
That sounds like Standing Order 26.4, which is in terms of the chair not being able to move on to the next item in a program until senators agree to put their remaining questions on notice or until all questions are asked. Thank you.
And the questions answered by witnesses at the table or taken on notice for response later are to be treated the same way?
There's no reason that they should be treated differently, Senator.
Thank you. And that witnesses should not prevent information that they know to be true from being provided to the Senate or its committees?
Provided the information is relevant to the matter before a committee, there's, that statement's correct, Senator, yes.
Thank you. And finally, can you confirm that preventing information being provided or dissuading the provision of information from a witness that has been sought and is available to provide may be considered a contempt of the Senate?
In circumstances where the Senate determined that that represented an improper interference with the work of the committee, yes, Senator.
Thank you. And finally, I just want to commend the Department of the Senate for the timely and comprehensive way in which it has responded to my questions on notice, at least. You are a very small department. You only have 180 or so folk there, I believe, and you have never complained about the burden of transparency. So for that, I am very grateful. I have some questions for you specifically on maintenance requests, and these are probably better directed to Mr Begley.
Excellent idea.
Can I confirm the number of staff that are employed in the department's maintenance operations, Mr Begley?
John Begley, Usher the Black Rod. Well, we don't really have any staff who do maintenance themselves per se, but we do that concierge service for senators and other building holders so that we can organise DPS to perform the maintenance. So there'd be a handful of people that we have who work in that area of logging jobs with DPS and chasing up to make sure they're done.
Right. So has there been a change in the staff employed for the management of maintenance requests for the Department of the Senate?
No,
that you're aware of?
No.
So in your response to the number of maintenance requests that the Black Rod's office has received, you stated that the longest outstanding maintenance request was from September 2023, and I think we established that that matter back at the last Senate estimates. Is that correct?
Yes, that's right. I believe that might have been resolved now, Senator.
Yes, at that time it hadn't been resolved, but I'm pretty sure it has been resolved now. And can you let me know what date the department marked that issue as closed?
Senator, I'll have to give you that on notice, but I think it was about last week or the week before from memory.
Yes.
Yep.
Do you know if this is one of your longest running maintenance issues?
I think it is, yes, one of the longest ones we've had in recent memory to try and make sure that got... I think it took a few goes to get it fixed, I think, is an accurate summation.
Well, I might have some personal knowledge of this issue, obviously, and given that some of my staff might have provided some insight into how this issue became such a long-standing one, do you think you could provide the committee with your understanding as to why this issue took so long to resolve?
Senator, I cannot notice. I don't have that information at hand.
Okay. Are you aware then of any other matters, even ones that might have already been resolved, that might have also taken a longer than reasonable time to resolve?
I'm not aware of any off the top of my head, sorry, Senator.
Okay. Ultimately, who's responsible for ensuring that work is followed up?
Well, I guess when a job's logged with us, we take that responsibility to make sure that we are following up on jobs. But the delivery of that actual service is with DPS to get that, the maintenance help desk to get the job done.
So when you say we, is it you? I mean, do you sort of personally? Not
personally, but it's my team in Senator Services who do that logging jobs in our system. So we keep track of them all, and those jobs might be things like a senator's asked to move some furniture around, which is something that we would organise. It might be someone who's requested a piece of equipment, or it could be that someone has a fault in their office. Things like lights and things usually happen within hours.
Strange, inexplicable noises, whatever.
Hard to describe noises and hard to find noises are much harder.
Can I ask if there's any requests for maintenance in the Senate chamber at the moment?
No, Senator.
Okay. I note that in response to a request for information on upgrades to premises, this is question on notice 44, the department has had some works undertaken. They were refurbishment of the table office and refurbishment of the bathrooms. Could you confirm that those works are now complete?
Yes, both those works are finished now.
Okay. And is the department planning any further upgrades in the current financial year?
Not that I can think off the top of my head, Senator, no.
Okay. I know that you can't think of them off the top of your head, but could you take it on notice if in case?
Happy to take it on notice.
Thank you.
Senator,
That would be great. And finally, I noticed there was a replacement of a microwave in a work area.
Yes,
Is that correct?
Yes, Senator, that's right.
Could you tell me what area received the microwave?
That was in the clerk's office, Senator.
In
so
the
our
clerk's office.
Yeah.
Okay. Did the work area have, does the clerk's office have specific requirements for the microwave, or was it just a simple replacement of a microwave?
We had an old microwave that was not working very well and it was very small, so we got a new microwave that was bigger.
Yep. Okay. And when you make a purchase like that, what's the process? Who decides what kind of microwave and where we're going to get the microwave from? And
It's discussing with my team, and we might look around and see what microwaves are available and what's suitable, and then we purchased it usually on a credit card.
okay. So the department states that it spent $469 on the replacement microwave.
Yes, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. Do you do any research into what else might be out there and what is it you want? I mean, what was it that you were looking for in this microwave that was $469 worth of microwave?
Looking for a slightly bigger one, and I think this one might have had that ability to work as an oven, so we could do morning teas.
Right, so it's a
and those
convection
sort of things.
oven and
Convection
microwave.
yeah.
And was it built in or is it
No,
standalone?
just freestanding. We don't have space. We've got a very, very small kitchenette area, which had a slot for a microwave, and it's always had one in there to our knowledge.
Okay. Is there a sort of an awareness of, sort of price sensitivity when it comes to those things? And I say this only because, you know, we just did a sort of quick Google search as to what microwaves might cost, and a $469 microwave, what might not sound much in the scheme of things, is probably double what most standard microwaves would cost. Is that something that...
We could have got a slightly cheaper one, but it wouldn't have had that convection feature, and you know, we do sometimes have to host morning teas and then the ability to be able to heat that up rather than having to pay for external catering from DPS, which is, as you know, a lot more expensive. This was sort of cost effective in that round.
Okay, so it's for entertainment purposes.
Well, yeah, for morning teas and those sorts of things if we needed to, or for heating up lunches and everything else for staff in the office.
Okay. I want to ask some questions about some furniture contracts specifically. I know we had some questions. Last Senate estimates, the department confirmed that since 2015 the department spent around $3.7 million on bespoke designer furniture in the Senate. If that's correct?
Yes, yeah, if that's what it says.
And I note in the recent annual report that you've spent a further $93,261, bringing up the total to about $3.8 million in the Senate in that period of time. Is that correct?
Yes, then I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Can I confirm that this furniture is specifically for the Senate? It wouldn't include any other contracts that the Department of the House may have, or that would be held by the Department of Parliamentary Services. It's just for the Senate?
It's for the Senate, but when you say Senate, it also means Senators' offices as well. So your staff offices, all that furniture comes under that umbrella. So it's all
but it's not for anyone else.
It's just the Senate wing. Yeah.
Okay. And the contract that's been published for this financial year, what did that relate to? Was that for the Senate
I'll have to check.
chamber? Was it for the Senate officers?
It'd be either the officers or the PEO, the Education Office, who got some bespoke furniture to do their mock classrooms. We did upgrade that recently, but I'd have to take on notice exactly what's in that contract.
Right. If you could, that would be terrific. I want to ask, excuse me, I want to ask some questions about the financial management, the annual report specifically. So this is probably best directed to the President, at least at first. Can I confirm, President, that part of your role is to administer the department of the Senate?
Well,
yes.
No, that's the clerk's role. My role is to oversee.
Oversee. All right. We'll just change that. So part of your role and as part of that role, you and your office would then review and approve departmental expenditure?
No, we approve, the Appropriations Committee approves the budget that we send forward, but I don't approve day-to-day expenditure of the Senate.
So what about bids for the budget?
That goes to the Appropriations Committee.
Yes, so that is you.
It's not just me, it's a committee of senators from the major parties.
So how does the process work? Does the department come to you or to the Appropriations Committee every year and discuss the expenditure before they put forward a bid for the budget? Or do you take regular meetings to oversee how they're tracking with their budget? How does it work?
So Appropriations meets fairly regularly and...
Sorry, monthly? Quarterly?
No, not monthly. I'd have to take that on notice, but we've probably had 2 or 3 meetings this year, but I'm happy to take that on notice, or the clerk might know better than me.
More or less quarterly.
Thank you. So the clerk would present the budget to me and then I would present it to the Appropriations Committee.
Right, okay.
So I'm just going to interrupt proceedings and advise that representatives of the media have requested permission to film and take photographs of the proceedings. Is the committee okay to agree with this?
Yes.
This permission can be revoked at any time if anyone objects to being photographed or filmed. And the media are reminded that they're not able to take images of senators or witnesses' documents or of the audience. Copies of Senate Resolution 3 concerning the broadcasting of committee proceedings are, of course, available. Please continue.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. All right. Clark, can I ask then, you're accountable under the PGPA Act.
Yes, Senator.
With regard to funding programs from cash reserves, how does the department accrue the cash reserves in the first place?
The cash reserves are essentially unspent appropriations from years gone by, Senator.
Right. So they just accumulate?
They accumulate over time, yes.
Over what time? I mean, when you say years gone by, can you be stashing stuff away from a decade ago?
I think that it doesn't quite work that way because you spend the money from the older appropriation bills before the most recent ones, if you like. But yes, the cash reserves that we have, they're reasonably sizable. They are reasonably long-lived. Some of the cash reserves are designated for things like leave liabilities over time. But yes, that's we're not going out and selling lots of stuff and making lots of money.
That's what I was going to ask you. So what have you done, or what functions were funded more efficiently in order to accumulate cash reserves?
I don't know that I would think about it that way, Senator. I can't remember when we've had anything other than a small surplus. We've tended to have deficits in our annual budgets. So these are funds that have accumulated from the time before I was clerk.
Okay. So what measures have you taken to reduce expenditure prior to seeking additional appropriations then?
Well, we're not able to just rely on using those cash reserves, Senator, in our year-to-year operations unless we're going to be running a deficit. Last year, as you know, we ran a deficit of $1.6 million. It's required that you write to the Finance Minister and request permission to run that deficit, and being able to assure the Minister that the deficit can be funded from the cash reserves is a part of demonstrating the financial viability of the department.
So how much is in the cash reserves at the moment?
Do you have that to hand? I might have to take that on notice, Senator.
Okay. I just have one more question around conflicts of interest. At previous Senate estimates, the department provided a list of the declarations of conflicts of interest since the 1st of July 2022. Could the department confirm if any of these declarations were related, whether two people might have made the same declaration of a conflict, or whether one person made more than one conflict declaration?
I'm not sure I follow, Senator.
Well, you have given me a list of conflicts of interest. You said last time around the departments reported 10 declarations, and that specifically excluded the declarations that are made through the Register of Senate Senior Executives' Interest.
Yeah, I'm with you.
So do you find that of the 10 declarations that you've made, are the same people declaring the same, so different people declaring the same conflict, or is the same person declaring a number of different conflicts?
I'm with you now, Senator. I think that they're likely to be different people declaring a possible conflict. We don't require staff to renew those declarations on an annual basis or anything like that, except at the SES level.
Yep.
So they'll tend to be where somebody's got a part-time job or something like that and they're declaring outside work, things like that. I can take on notice whether there's overlap, as in the same person making multiple, and we'll give you that on notice.
That would be helpful, thank you. And what are the steps for resolving a conflict?
If there's a genuine conflict, I think you need to actually get rid of that interest, get rid of that other interest. But they tend to be more things like just for the awareness of your supervisor, you've got this other obligation. There are staff who sometimes will want to declare that they are that they have membership of a political party, for interest, for example, and they'll just want that officers to be aware of that. There'd be circumstances. The more senior you get in the department, the less appropriate it is to be politically active. For instance, if I was a card-carrying member of one of the parties here and out on the hustings in the ACT election recently, for example, I suspect that would have been an untenable conflict, and people would suggest to me, no, you can't be clerk of the Senate and be politically active at the same time.
You look great in blue.
Just for you, Senator.
Can I ask, when you're declaring conflicts, some of the conflicts that are declared are not just pecuniary interests, they are also relationship, aren't they?
That's right, Senator. We've recently renewed our policy. We had a new enterprise agreement earlier this year, and that required us to go through and renew a whole suite of policies. Yeah. So we have recently renewed our policy on it's really declaring interests and managing conflicts is the language of it. So we have expressly included in the policy things like personal relationships with people who might be providing services to the department or even working elsewhere in the Parliament.
Yeah, okay. Can I ask, have any of these declarations related to the purchase of art for the parliamentary collection?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. I'm happy to come back to the committee if I'm wrong on that.
Yep, that would be terrific. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, committee, and good morning. Can I go, Clerk President, to some of the issues relating to comments made by Senator Thorpe following her public display during the King's reception in this building. I'm going to start. What is the requirement placed upon senators under Section 42 of the Constitution?
They need to take the oath and then sign the roll.
So the Section 42 talks about senators needing to make and subscribe. The interpretation given by the President and by the Senate is that is given effect to by the two steps, to take the oath or affirmation and also to sign the roll.
That's correct.
That's right. Thank you. And can you take us through, in your assessment, how and when that is assessed, the validity of those steps by a senator, and perhaps actually pause that question for a second. What is the effect if somebody does not make and subscribe the oath or affirmation in accordance with section 42?
Well, the clerk's probably better at this, but my understanding
happy
on
for-
seeking the advice is that the person can't take their role in the Senate, can't take up their seat, so to speak.
That's right, President. The requirement to make and subscribe an oath or affirmation of allegiance is essentially a prerequisite to a senator taking their seat. If a senator declined to make and subscribe either the oath or affirmation, then that constitutional requirement, that prerequisite is not met, and senators would not be able to take their seats, would not be able to participate in proceedings of the Senate.
And for clarity, that has nothing to do with the due election of a senator. A senator could be duly elected and choose to not make or subscribe the oath or affirmation.
That's right, Senator. I think you've pointed to the example of Sinn Féin members properly elected to the UK House of Commons and refusing to take the oath or affirmation and therefore never taking their seats.
And the only consequence if a senator were to make that refusal or to not properly and thoroughly undertake the oath or affirmation would be then not taking their seat, and the Senate would then have to determine, presumably at some stage under the provisioning of leave, whether that seat eventually fell vacant.
Well, that's right, Senator. As I think you're alluding to, this isn't a matter that goes to the qualification of senators or their eligibility to sit in the Parliament once they're properly elected or chosen to fill a vacancy or something along those lines. What potentially would happen is that somewhere along the lines the senator would be absent from the Senate, as in the chamber itself, for more than 2 months without leave. It's a provision in the Constitution, section 20 of the Constitution says that a senator or member who is absent from the Parliament for more than 2 months without the leave of the House, their place is rendered vacant.
And that would be a subsequent question for the Senate to make a determination on.
Yes, there's a precedent from 1903 that we could look to if we needed to.
Who's responsible for determining whether Section 42 has been complied with? And
I mean, essentially it would have to be the presiding officer of the relevant House. As I think you know, my view is that it's an assessment that has to be taken at the time, or at least contemporaneously with the making and subscribing of the oath or affirmation. So, for instance, what we saw in relation to Senator Thorpe, the President bringing Senator Thorpe back to the words of the affirmation after she improvised a different version. Having brought Senator Thorpe back to the words on the card, we conveniently give people a card to read with the text on there. Senator Thorpe recited the words on that card, signed the test roll and the senator's roll, the test roll being the roll that contains the text of the affirmation or the oath, signed under in the column containing the affirmation. That was witnessed by the President, and the President witnessing that series of events attests to the President accepting that the affirmation has been properly made and subscribed. If we found there was a problem, you know, we would look at the rolls after the swearing in, especially where there's the bulk swearing in that you all love at the beginning of a new Parliament. We look at the rolls and make sure they're all in order. People sometimes might sign in the wrong place and we'd need to correct that. But it is a determination that's made by the President or the Speaker with some advice from the clerks at the time that it's made.
And in your assessment, is it judiciable, or is this an assessment solely for the presiding officers?
Yeah, I don't think it's something that courts could look at, Senator. I think that it is a matter for the Speaker and the President on behalf of their houses, though. But no, I don't see how it could find itself before the courts.
So there's a couple of clear distinctions there between the eligibility issues that some of us had the joy of living through in this place around citizenship requirements or other eligibility issues which can render in and of itself the Senate seat vacant and are determined by the High Court. In this case, yes, a senator's seat is not actually declared vacant. Mm-hmm. It goes to whether or not the person can take up that seat in a functional way by entering the chamber and participating in votes and debates. And it is a determination solely of the presiding officer on behalf of the chamber.
I think that that's right, Senator, and I think that that goes to my reasoning that it is a matter that needs to be determined at the time. If the whole point of it is it's a prerequisite to taking up your seat, then once you've taken up your seat without challenge, you're a senator unless and until you resign your place, find yourself disqualified, as people have, or the good people of your state or territory decide otherwise.
So can I come then to the issue which hangs, as you've alluded to already, off of the question around deciding at the time or otherwise. Senator Thorpe made the public statements subsequent to her actions at the King's reception, stating that she swore allegiance to the Queen's heirs. And it's going on to say, if you listen close enough, it wasn't her heirs, it was her heirs that I was giving my allegiance to. And now that, you know, they are no longer here, I don't know where that stands. Isn't there a risk, in a sense, that a formal constitutional requirement is at the very least being made a mockery of by that type of assertion, which seems to be almost bragging that I got around having to fulfil that obligation?
I'd probably say two things about that, Senator. The first is that, as you know, Senator Thorpe in the media the following day clarified that it was a mere mispronunciation. I think there's a non-zero chance that she had been trolling the media the previous day, although that's probably an opinion I shouldn't be expressing. The other thing I'd say is that there is no test of the sincerity of a person in making an affirmation that is applied by the President or the Speaker, or indeed at Westminster, in the taking of an oath or making of an affirmation in this way, in that actually a senator could make an affirmation one day and the next day say, of course, I don't really believe it. If you go back and have a look at the swearings in at Westminster this year, you had one member who left out a couple of words, the heirs and successors, I think, and was required to come back and make the affirmation again. But you also had a number of people taking up taking the opportunity to say, well, of course, my real allegiance and affirmation is to the people of my constituency, but I have to say these words, so I will say them. If you go back to the previous swearings in, I think in around 2019, you actually can see photographs of members of the House of Commons making their oath with their fingers crossed. So the idea that you know, we would think that perhaps there's not due reverence or due regard being had to this constitutional requirement should somehow interfere with the ability of a democratically elected senator to continue taking their part in the Senate, I think takes the point a bit too far.
And I appreciate elements of the point that you're making there, Clark. Senator Smith and I, for example, have somewhat different perspectives when it comes to constitutional monarchy, and he could pursue this line of questioning with a much greater degree of...
or his good courtesy.
or indeed willingness to adhere and recognition of the appropriateness of adhering to current constitutional arrangements, so long as they remain our current constitutional arrangements. But I understand the point you're making there. You've cited Senator Thorpe's comments from the day after, then saying that she just misspoke. If you look at the comments as broadcast, unedited, on the Wednesday when she spoke about hares versus heirs, it very much, far from a trolling or otherwise, appears to be an admission and indeed a point of pride at that time. And the comment the following day has all the ring of a senator giving a qualified withdrawal when asked to withdraw by the President to eliminate a problem rather than actually meaning and adhering with the intent that is expected to be there. So how, looking prospectively, does the Senate uphold the expectations that are there and not create an environment where this type of mockery or otherwise of those expectations, as laid out in our Constitution, should be met?
Well, Senator, I think that that's really a question for all of you rather than for me. I think that again, there's not a test for the President or the Speaker of the sincerity with which people take their affirmation.
So it's pretty low bar already, and we're talking about whether even that low bar has been cleared. It's not about sincerity, it is about accuracy.
We're talking about whether comments made by a senator a couple of years later that cast doubt on the sincerity or solemnness with which an oath was taken, an affirmation was taken, whether that should set aside the objective assessment of the facts as they occurred on the day, which is that a senator spoke the words required of her, signed under the text of those words to confirm that those are the words that she uttered, and having met the prerequisite for taking her seat, took her seat.
In your view, would it be procedurally viable for the Senate to expect Senator Thorpe to remake the oath or affirmation, given the doubt she has cast over the accuracy of her doing so in the first place?
No, Senator.
You don't think there's any grounds for... is it that you don't think there's any grounds for it in this case, or that you don't think procedurally it's possible at all?
I think that the prerequisite having been met on the 1st of August in 2022, seeking to set that aside retrospectively is not procedurally sound.
So it wouldn't matter whether Senator Thorpe made the qualifying comments the day after her interview about hares versus heirs. In the end, the same would hold. Your view is that in the eyes of the presiding officer at the time, the boxes were ticked, and therefore that's the end of the matter for the duration of the senator's term.
I think it's slightly more than the boxes are ticked. I think that we're talking a little bit about making and subscribing as if they're two very different things. But subscribing the affirmation is attesting to the fact that those are the words that you have spoken. So the words appear in the test roll and you sign them, and that is attesting to the fact that those are the words that you have spoken. When the member in the House of Commons was required to give his affirmation again, it was because the words that he spoke were not the full words of the affirmation. So he couldn't honestly sign that. But in this case, the words that were spoken are the same words that appear in the test roll. Senator Thorpe, by signing them, was attesting to the fact that those were the words that she had spoken, and the President countersigns it to say that the oath, the affirmation, I keep doing that, the affirmation has been properly made and subscribed before her.
Thank you. In the President's response to my correspondence, and when I wrote, I raised two issues, the one that we've been exploring around the validity of the undertaking of the oath or affirmation, and then secondarily the issues around conduct of senators during events of the Parliament, joint sittings, addresses given in the House of Representatives, or in this case, of course, the official reception in the Great Hall. And I asked in relation to that second matter, at least for the Procedure Committee, to have the chance to discuss how we might address that disorderly conduct in those other fora by senators. And I thank you, President, for indicating you're happy to refer the matter to the Procedure Committee, but you acknowledge that it is difficult to see how the standing orders of the Senate could apply in relation to a privately hosted event arranged by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. And I understand the difficulty that you're seeking to address there, but what discussions have you and the Speaker, for example, had subsequent to this event about the problems that are caused by this type of conduct?
I haven't had any discussions with the Speaker because our houses operate separately and independently. I did discuss the matter. I've discussed the matter several times with Clark because I share your concerns, Senator Birmingham. Poor behaviour is poor behaviour and it reflects on all of us. But I haven't raised it with the Speaker.
And the concern I particularly have, and it's in part a portfolio concern as the Shadow Foreign Minister, is that the risk profile for visiting guests must surely be starting to tilt when the government of the day extends an invitation to say, we would like to bestow this great honour upon you to address a gathering in the Australian Parliament, a joint sitting and address in the House of Reps, or a hosted reception in the Great Hall. There is now this inherent risk that you might be heckled or protested against by members of the Australian Parliament in the midst of those proceedings. Are there any mitigations or steps that you have thought about in terms of how we might be able to better address those risks?
I think where I have some control, so for example, a couple of weeks ago we had a range of protests that were going to occur at the Parliament. A couple of those groups were potentially conflicting groups. It is not my role to prevent people coming here to protest. That is their absolute right to protest in a respectful and lawful way. But I did ask security to increase their security on that day. So where I can try and mitigate, and I said to them, I don't want to see a repeat of the scaling of the roof. I don't want banners in the Parliament. So where I can mitigate, I absolutely do. I do agree with your concerns and comments, Senator Birmingham, but I'm not quite sure what role I could have. That was a private event at the invitation of the Prime Minister, so therefore it wasn't within my purview as President. It was not an event I organised, but if it's an event that I am personally responsible for or have some control over, I absolutely look to minimise disruption to senators. In my case, that's my responsibility, and disruption to the House, to the Parliament.
And it's obviously, it's a shared problem across the House and the Senate, the parliamentary precinct and governments of the day more generally. Is there any review that has been initiated seeking to bring the different departments together to assess how these types of issues might be better prevented in the future? Well,
I think that's a matter for the government. It was not an event I had any input into. I was an invited guest in the same way that you were.
Sure, but has there been any, has PM&C sought to engage the Department of the Senate subsequent to understand if we were doing this or similar events in the future, are there ways that we can better coordinate, control or create deterrence for that type of conduct?
So we'll have a debrief with PM&C after the event. We obviously assisted with logistics.
You will or you have?
We haven't yet. We will, yeah. But that hasn't occurred yet. So.
Right. Is that scheduled?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No sense of urgency.
We had an internal one in Parliament House where security and the others involved. We had that. Well, that has already occurred. That was more about all the logistics and little arrangements, but yeah, the protest side of things was not discussed.
Was not discussed.
No, I don't think so, Senator. Not in any detail, anyway, as far as what you were asking about.
Okay, so we'll have to check with PM&C as to when they might be scheduling that debrief and what they would be seeking for it to discuss and how it might address matters. We have had in recent times the adoption of codes of conduct that have been developed to address other matters. Is there anything out of that process and how it's been developed that could be considered in terms of how for certain designated events of the Parliament that the conduct of senators might be able to be considered and assessed?
Look, I think that is a possibility, Senator. I think you know with the passage of legislation establishing the Independent Parliamentary Standards Commission, that legislation also established a Parliamentary Joint Committee. One of the roles of the Joint Committee is to oversee the codes of conduct that have been put in place. So there's certainly the opportunity for senators and members to consider those matters in their initial review of the codes of conduct.
It's not quite what that committee and that code of conduct was intended for, but as either using that process or potentially at least something analogous to that process could be considered by the Parliament.
Yes, of course there are three codes involved, one for senators and members and one for their staff, but there's also behaviour standards for the precincts, so it's possible that reviewing that code might be might provide an avenue to explore some of the things you're talking about, Senator.
Okay. And that has developed its own intersection with the chambers and their established processes in terms of the recognition of the role of privileges committees and the like in those processes, haven't they?
That's right, Senator.
Okay. Right. Thank you.
Senator Hume? Okay.
I do, Chair. No, I do.
Senator Smith.
At the outset, I think it's very, very important to separate the substance of Senator Thorpe's remarks, and of course everyone is entitled to their views on those matters, from the behaviour of Senator Thorpe, which was by every measure highly disrespectful, and then secondary, how the Senate and senators choose to respond to that. So at the outset, I think it's very, very important to separate what was said from the behaviour. Clerk, what advice has been provided to the President in written form, and can you make that available to all senators?
I don't usually comment on advice that has been provided to any senator, unless the senator themselves said, yes, I sought advice from the clerk and here is the advice. And
Senator Lyons did say that she had spoken to you on several occasions. Did you provide written advice to Senator Lyons, or was it advice provided in conversation?
I provided a draft of material in response to Senator Birmingham's letter that I think he published last week. Was it the week before now? In relation to the matters that Senator Birmingham has ventilated. Other than that, the President was here that week, so we spoke several times, but that's the only written advice that I provided to her.
When is the Senate Procedure Committee expected to next meet, and when can senators expect a report of the Senate Procedure Committee?
As you'd be aware, Senator Smith, the Deputy President, is the chair of that committee. I understand he is looking to meet in the next sitting period, but that's not within my control. That is the responsibility of the Deputy President. There's a couple of matters that have been referred to procedures. The Senator Birmingham's issue has been referred, so I would imagine we'd meet in the next sitting fortnight.
So when the Senate next meets at 10 a.m. on the 18th of November, senators will not have the opportunity to know of or understand the considerations of the Procedure Committee?
Well, unless the Deputy President is asked to convene a meeting prior to. It's very rare for the Procedures Committee to meet outside of the Parliament. Having said that, we have met outside of the Parliament,
yes,
but it is very rare, and that the setting of that meeting is entirely the responsibility of the Deputy President.
It's a unique and perhaps even rare set of circumstances. Clerk, what options are available to the Senate to reflect on or to make judgments on the conduct of a senator in the Senate chamber as distinct from the conduct of a senator in the House of Representatives chamber and distinct from the conduct of a senator outside either chamber but in the parliamentary building?
Yes, so the standing orders of the Senate and other orders that the Senate's adopted over time, including its privilege resolutions, go to conduct that that occurs as part of proceedings of the Senate and its committees. So a senator could be found to be disorderly in the Senate, could be suspended from the Senate for a period of time, usually a short period and then escalating up to 2 weeks. For disorder, it's not something that the Senate has generally had to go to in terms of disorder. Very often there's been a handful of cases in the time that I've been with the Senate Department, which is a long time. In relation to proceedings of the House of Representatives, of course, if you go back to the heckling of George Bush by then Senators Brown and Nettle, that occurred in what was properly described as a joint sitting of the Senate and the House of Representatives, in that it was an actual meeting of the Senate occurring at the same time as a meeting of the House of Representatives, but in the House of Representatives chamber. And that led to a lot of confusion and disagreement about who should be responsible for maintaining order over senators as they're sitting in a meeting, which is a meeting of the Senate and also a meeting of the House of Representatives. The procedure committees of both houses and the privileges committee of the Senate all decided that that was an untenable situation. And since then, the recommendations of those committees that future joint addresses by foreign leaders be heard is that they be heard in a meeting of the House of Representatives to which senators are invited as guests. So that means that the Speaker in the House of Representatives for addresses by foreign leaders since that time has been responsible for maintaining order, and we saw that early this year, I think it was, when Senator Rice participated in a silent protest holding up a sign. She was asked to leave by the Speaker and she left. And you recall the Senate later censuring Senator Rice for her protest, and Senator Birmingham's reference to that in Senator Rice's valedictory comments suggested that perhaps she would wear that censure as a badge of honour more than anything else.
But Clerk, on that particular matter, and I'm hearing a worrying tone in your commentary. Just because Senator Rice used it as a badge of honour in her final speech I think is significantly less relevant than the fact that the Senate has recorded its opposition by censuring her for her conduct in the House of Representatives. That is the primacy here. So, and I would say too that in your reflections on the practices in the House of Commons, right, while they are important and a piece of learning for you as the clerk, we govern our own standards. We govern our own standards. And in fact, the President said herself that it's a reflection on every senator and is nodding her head in agreement. And to be fair, and I have high respect for your professionalism, very high respect, you know that, but the preservations of Senate standards are our responsibility.
Senator Smith, this is
Thank
not
you.
a time
I
for
have
speeches. Come to your
Senator
question,
Smith,
please.
if I could just reply, they absolutely are the responsibility of senators, and I take your point, and there's nothing to stop a senator at 10 a.m. the next time we
Correct.
meet from seeking leave to move some kind of motion. That is within, that's
Correct.
the right of every single senator.
And so
I
my
was asked
question then-
I was asked specifically about what I could do as president. Now, I would get asked every time there's poor behaviour in the Senate by any senator, I would be asked by the media to make a comment. I'm not going to do that. That is not my role. My role is to manage the Senate to the very best of my ability. I thank you for noting my professionalism. I take it seriously.
And the clerks.
But sometimes matters are outside of my control. I'm not going to set myself up in the media as condemning the behaviour of particular senators, even though I might personally be very offended by it. So my response to Senator Birmingham is that in terms of the Procedure Committee, it's really up. I might be wrong. The Procedure Committee may decide to do X, Y or Z, and that is a decision of the Procedure Committee. I don't think it is the role of a president to have unlimited power to be able to censure senators, because you could have a situation where a president is particularly aggrieved by a matter because of their personal beliefs and would seek to censure a senator. I think that's a very dangerous precedent.
I'm not suggesting, nowhere have I suggested
that
you on your own action should seek to censure either Senator Thorpe or anyone in this matter. And on the Senator Rice matter, it was a motion by a senator, not from the Senate President.
That's quite proper.
So, Clerk, if the Senate Procedure Committee has not reported or made its report known to senators by 10 a.m. on the 18th of November, is there anything to prohibit a senator bringing forward their own motion?
No, Senator. Any senator can bring forward a motion to comment on or censure a senator for that conduct. If I might, though, Senator, I'm sorry if you thought that I brought a worrying tone to my previous answer, but I think you will find that I was paraphrasing commentary from your leader in relation to Senator Rice.
No. The worrying tone that I was reflecting on was reflections in regards to practices in the House of Commons. That's what I was. Oh no, you're quite right. No, it was the qualification. Yes, you were quite right to quote from Senator Birmingham, but it was the hint, it was the suggestive that somehow I interpreted, others may have different interpretation. The qualification in your statement, I think, was designed to lead some people to perhaps the futility of censure motions, which I disagree with in the most strongest of terms. President, have you spoken to Senator Thorpe since her actions at the parliamentary reception?
No, I haven't.
I just want to turn to the matter. So, just to be clear for myself, the requirements for the making of and the subscribing to of the oath are contingent on each other.
It's a single constitutional requirement, Senator.
And while that you said there's no test of sincerity, is there a test or a set of actions that give rise to renunciation?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
Could you look at that and bring some advice back to the...
I can do that, Senator.
Thank you very much. I just want to turn to the matter then.
Sorry, Senator, I'll qualify that slightly. If somebody brought themselves into the bounds of one of the disqualifications in Section 44 of the Constitution by their actions, for instance, by swearing allegiance to a foreign power or something like that, then that would both, I would suspect, renounce your oath and disqualify you from sitting in the Senate.
Perhaps just, I appreciate you. This is a hypothetical, but if a senator were to stand in the Senate and say, I renounce the affirmation I undertook upon my swearing in, what would the consequences of that be?
I don't believe it would have any consequence, Senator. If the senator was then to say, and therefore I've resigned my place in the Senate because I no longer feel I should be here, then that's an issue. You reportedly have a member of the House of Representatives who says that he's never sworn allegiance and yet he sits in the House. All the evidence is that he did go through the requirements of Section 42 of the Constitution.
President Clark, have others outside of the Department of the Senate sought any advice on any matters concerning Senator Thorpe? For example, Prime Minister and Cabinet, the Official Secretary to the Governor-General?
Not that I'm aware of, Senator.
No.
Thank
I've
you.
had a lot of emails, but I'm sure you have as well.
As have I. What post-event assessments has the Department of the Senate undertaken, and with who?
So, Senator, we did a debrief with the within Parliament House, so catering and events, security, myself, the House departments, and broadcasting and the like as well, talking really about the logistics of the day, what went well, what could be done better, and it didn't go to managing that protest element, because that wasn't really part of the discussion. It was more about very much logistics on the day and what could have been done smoother or better next time.
So the Senator Thorpe incident was not discussed or not even under the heading what could be done differently or what could be mitigated against for future
Senator,
significant visits?
Well, being a private event of the Prime Minister and PMC, I think that's really came to their running of the event. It's like any event that might happen, say, in the Great Hall, like a formal, if there was someone there who then was asked to leave, well, then we really only stepped in at that very last part of just helping escort them out of the area.
I think, Mr Begley, you might have alluded to the fact that you're expecting to have a conversation or a post-event assessment with Prime Minister and Cabinet?
Yeah, I did hear there was going to be a debrief, but I haven't seen a date yet. So it may have occurred in my absence, but I haven't seen a date yet.
And how do you know that?
I can't recall who told me, but it was someone in DPS who had been organising this debrief and others.
So if possible during the course of today, could you just let us know who issued the invitation to the Department of the Senate to participate in a debriefing that's obviously being convened by Prime Minister and Cabinet?
Sorry, Senator, I haven't got an invitation yet for that. It was just mentioned that they would do one.
So Mr Begley, I'm keen to know who mentioned it to who in your department. Now, Senator Thorpe had been involved in a variety of activities prior to the parliamentary reception. What efforts or initiatives were undertaken by the Department of the Senate in bringing that conduct to people's attention, and what level of attention and discussion did it solicit from the Department of the Senate, conscious that this was an event of Prime Minister and Cabinet of which the Department of the Senate was supporting? Is that the right characterisation?
Yes, and I think we support the logistics in Parliament House, so that's our involvement. I think the PMNC were well aware of potential for a protest to occur, and I'm sure they did their own planning on that, but it wasn't something that we discussed in detail.
Were you aware, or are you aware of any last-minute changes to the program to accommodate risks that might have arisen by Senator Thorpe's presence at the parliamentary reception, given her conduct at previous events during the day?
I'm not aware of any changes, no. So.
Okay. Just a matter of curiosity that has been raised with me by a constituent. Why did the King not come to the Senate chamber to make an address to the Parliament? And was that ever a part of the itinerary being considered for the King's event that you're aware of?
You'd have to ask that question of PMNC or Government House, Senator.
Senator Lyons, just going back to your original, also your previous statement about, so how do you think Senator Thorpe's protest in the Great Hall has affected or influenced, the perception of parliamentary conduct out there in the community's mind?
That's hard to say, Senator Smith, and it would be absolutely my personal view, which other senators may agree or disagree with. But I've had a number of emails, but probably no more in relation to that behaviour than other poor behaviour by senators, which is sometimes also the topic of email conversations. I would say the only difference this time, as an observation, was we had more phone calls. So probably the level of traffic of emails was similar to other incidents of poor behaviour by other senators, but this time it generated more phone calls to my suite here and my electorate office.
And then finally, because Senator Birmingham has covered much of this comprehensively, how do you think the standing of the Senate would be improved or diminished if it was to take no action, make no statement in regards to Senator Thorpe's conduct? Remembering it's the conduct, not the substance of the protest, that is important to me.
I think on the occasions when joint statements have been made by leaders, government and opposition, it has united the Senate. So I think where we as a Senate take a particular stance against particular conduct, and that's happened 2 or 3 times. I think it's happened once in this parliament, it happened in the previous parliament. I think that unites the Senate, and I think that's a good thing for all senators, because we are often, it's a very adversarial chamber, and I think when leaders come together and make joint statements, it's a positive for the Senate and sends a good message to the public.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Clerk. Yeah.
Thank you. I think that concludes the Department of the Senate. We're relieved, and we are now in a position to welcome the Parliamentary Budget Office, and we'll give them a moment to come forward. Thank you. It's now my pleasure to welcome Dr Stein Helgerby, our Parliamentary Budget Officer, and other officers of the Parliamentary Budget Office. And noting the President's statement this morning, I would like to take this opportunity to thank you for your many appearances at estimates and to your service to our democracy and to our Parliament. As I understand, your term as Parliamentary Budget Officer is shortly to conclude, and that you're not seeking reappointment. So it's a great honour really to chair your final appearance at estimates. Dr Helgerby, do you have an opening statement?
Stein Helgerby, Parliamentary Budget Officer. Thank you, Chair, for those remarks.
Thank you. Okay, we'll go therefore to questions.
Okay.
Senator Birmingham.
Okay, thank you. And indeed, Dr Helgerby, thank you also for your service in this important role to the Parliament and to accurate budgeting in policy making, and particularly that service provided to non-government parties and senators that is important, as I know it was to the now government previously, and is to the now opposition, as well as to minor parties and independents. Can I start out just by understanding the status of relations and exchange of information between the PBO and the public service? Is the 2012 MOU related to the provision of information and documents still the overarching agreement between the PBO and government departments to ensure the free and accurate flow of information in a confidential manner?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, they are. They have been in place since 2012 and they continue to be followed.
Okay. Are there any updates or variations to that MOU?
No, Senator.
Nope. This, it's fair to say, this sets out how the PBO can access information to be able to produce accurate and timely costings that are reflective of what different government functions and policies actually incur?
Yes, they do, Senator.
And how does the PBO ensure that MOU is being complied with and appropriately engaged with by different government departments?
So, Senator, we maintain very active and positive relationships with departments and agencies, and that includes every time, for example, I write to a department seeking information, I enclose a copy of the relevant part of the MOU, if relevant, and I explain the basis on which I'm asking for the information subject to that MOU. So that's one way we do it. Another way we do it is we reach out to agencies, and in fact, just in the last couple of weeks, we've reached out to all Commonwealth agencies again to both refresh people's understanding about our role, but also to remind people that that role changes a little bit in an election context. And that was very well attended. In fact, and we've done that in the past as well. I think various sessions we've had like 160 people or more turn up to them. So it's very good coverage. Because people turn over, then we have to repeat. Yeah.
How do you find the commitment to providing information across departments? Are all good and open and thorough in the information they provide, or are some clearly much better than others?
Senator, I would say there are some who are more used to us than others. So the more you get used to working with us, I would say that agencies are more comfortable working with us. They
you
know
said more used to it. This is a bit like hairs and airs. I thought you said there are some that are of more use to us, but you actually said there are some more used to us.
Yes, who are more familiar with us, and
more experienced.
Our regular Contacts, there are really no problems there whatsoever. We have a lot of ongoing contact with people. There are very regular conversations between our people and departments about what some of the constraints might be on data, if it exists, for example, how long it might take to get it. There are all those sorts of things, but they are a normal part of the traffic and the dialogue between us and departments.
Okay. What are the outcomes if a department doesn't adhere to the expectations of the MOU?
Well, we don't deal with those situations because they do adhere, but what we do is we do discuss, negotiate and seek to inform ourselves about whether something that a department has said kind of rings true for us. Normally, the kind of situation that might occur is we might assume that data exists. We contact a department. The department thinks about it and says, well, the data doesn't exist in that form, in the way that you are asking for it. And so we might have a discussion really around saying, OK, well, let's talk about what data does exist and in what form that data does exist. And then we'll go backwards and forwards a few times about that.
Have you ever had to invoke Clause 9 of the MOU, which states that where there's a dispute between the PBO and an agency, the Secretaries of Treasury and Finance can have the matter referred to them by the PBO?
No.
No? That's because you've found a resolution or a pathway with agencies at all times?
We've found ways forward with agencies, and often that pathway is one which is acceptable to all parties, including ultimately to the parliamentarian for whom we're requesting, on whose behalf we're undertaking a costing and requesting data.
Okay. And obviously in seeking information and costings, you're going into various degrees of sensitivity and confidentiality that may not be transparent in the budget papers. There's much that is often not transparent in the budget papers. How do you balance the seeking of that sensitive information and how it can be presented in ways that for potential public consumption in the way members or senators may wish to utilise it?
Yep. So there are a number of provisions which are they're embodied in the Act, like national security, for example, is a potential exemption. Commercial in confidence as well, for example, is a potential exemption or a potential sensitivity. Also, anything that would go to sensitivity affecting individuals or these sorts of things. Every time we write, we explicitly state in our request that there are some grounds on which you can reasonably refuse to give the information that we're asking for. But what we always end up doing is having a conversation with that agency about whether there is another way we could ask for information or other information we could ask for that would meet our needs.
And of course, it's not just costing of policies that you are asked to do, it is often understanding government policies and announcements. So I imagine that often post a budget you'd have a series of requests related to items from BP2 that are outlined in their various opaque descriptions that come in PB2 in budget paper number 2 that members and senators wish to unpack to understand actually where that money is truly going.
Senator, yes, that's right. We have a large line of business which is to help unpack things or to help understand things which are perhaps described in a aggregated kind of way in the budget papers, and in those circumstances we seek to help the parliamentarian, including by going out to the relevant agencies and seeing what additional information we might be able to reasonably obtain from them.
And are you really contending that in all those cases agencies are being appropriately forthcoming when you're saying, I have this government policy announcement that the PBO has been asked to provide more detail on, something that was in budget paper number 2, and can you provide further clarity about how many people it's employing or how it's divided up between different functions of an agency or those types of things?
We will often test that and often test it over a period of time. For example, we might start by asking for data which we assume exists. The discussion shows that perhaps it doesn't exist, and then we come back and we say, well, okay, have you got something that has more of these characteristics rather than those characteristics? So it is not a straight out ask once, and if you get the answer no, then you stop. It's more you ask once, you test that, and you go back and you see whether there's another way in which you can tackle it.
I want to go to request that I made regarding a measure in the 23-24 budget. The measure in budget paper number 2 was described as maintaining support for an effective foreign service, and indicated the government would provide $376.9 million over 4 years from 23-24 and 77.3 mil per year ongoing was the totality of the dollars involved in the title of the measure. We sought information on how that funding had been used since the announcement. So as I said, it was the 23-24 budget. We made a request subsequently seeking understanding as to how it was being used and how it was planned to be used across the forward estimates. The PBO came back and provided information breaking down total expenditure by OPEX and CAPEX, operating expenses and capital expenses. And that was the totality of the breakdown. And the PBO's overview states that DFAT advised they were unable to provide further breakdown of funding information by projects across the forward estimates. So we're talking close to $400 million over the forward estimates into an agency like DFAT. How is it a reasonable response from that department to the PBO to say, we can really only tell you how it's split across OPEX and CAPEX and not really give you much more than that?
So, Senator, could I just clarify what work specifically we are discussing and whether that's a publicly released?
It's not actually, but and obviously it was requested by me, so I'm relaxed about its public referencing. It's PBO reference PR 2024-1502.
Okay. So Senator, I don't have that one particularly in front of me, but what you're describing is a set of circumstances that we sometimes find where soon after a budget there is not much granular detail available to unpack to the level that someone might want, often because those decisions, those allocations haven't been made, or they are to be made through a process yet to be determined. Now, I don't have that document in front of me, but the words you were quoting there are words which would be consistent with that style of response.
But my first response to that is it doesn't say much for the government's budgeting decisions if soon after a budget a department still can't actually say what it's been given the funds to use. If you've come through a budget and you've got new policies that have made it into announcements in budget paper number 2, then surely the department actually knows what it's been given the money for and where it is meant to be where it is meant to use it. But specifically in this case, your costing was completed in September this year. This is a policy announcement from the 23-24 budget. So we're actually talking some 15, 16 months after the budget initiative was announced. So it's not immediately afterwards and a department still working out how it's going to carve up this windfall that it's got if it didn't know how it was going to use it in the first place. It's now some point down the track.
So, Senator, I think that's really a comment or a question for the department. What we have done and what we do always is we ask for the data, we try and explore whether the data exists, and if we get a straight out no, we test whether that seems right. So we would have been through that process for this one as well. And in terms of our ability to then provide additional data, that's really dependent on what exists in the case, what exists in the department or existed in the department at that time when we asked it.
Is there a greater challenge in getting from departments clarity around departmental expenditure versus administered expenditure? That, of course, often you're dealing with much more precise programmatic spending lines for administered expenditure. Yes, we are giving this much to the states, running this grant scheme, etc. Whereas the opaqueness sometimes of where a department is actually shuffling its people and its resources internally, how do you find the two and the transparency of the two?
So departmental funding by its nature is something which is relatively mobile or relatively adaptable, more so than administered funding. And so I think the disaggregation of departmental data is always slightly more problematic in terms of being able to do it at the level of disaggregation a request might want than it is for administered data. So yes, because departmental can be used in many different ways, then if you are asking for a further disaggregation or further clarification of that, you're actually asking for a spec or a specification of detail that doesn't automatically exist in any data that comes to us automatically. It doesn't come out of central systems. It has to come out of people's management support systems. And then the question is, well, how have they stored it or created it in their management support system?
But nonetheless, they should be able to produce that, shouldn't they? Like, a department should know where within its different branches it is deploying the resources and employing the staff and spending the resources for the functions and delivery of particular policies by those branches.
Internally, you would anticipate that internally a department would be able to do those things. Whether or not they can do it with confidence, whether or not they can do it to meet the terms of a request, I think that's a different matter. But now what we're talking about is the department's internal working budgets, if you like.
Thank you. Look, I appreciate you don't have the analysis that I requested in front of you, but can I ask the PBO to review that and to take on notice a review of it and whether you really think it is an adequate response by a department to only be able to provide that break between OPEX and CAPEX. Even then, it was only done across a couple of budget years rather than the totality of the near $400 million forward estimates commitment with an ongoing $77 million and gives no indication in terms of which branches, which functions or otherwise ASL are committed to, or where that OPEX or CAPEX is committed to, or how that is divided across the policy priorities that the government says this program is meant to be supporting.
I'll take that on notice.
Thank you.
Chair, may I just ask one very quick...
Senator Hume.
Can I just thank you very much for the service that you've provided to oppositions and crossbenchers of all hues in the past. I want to ask about the transition to the new head of the PBO. Yeah. Obviously, Ms Reinhardt doesn't start until the 18th of November, but how does a new head of PBO settle into the role? What is that, the handover process? I suppose the reason why I ask you, in the context in which I ask you, is that this is quite late in the electoral cycle for this change to occur, and obviously the role of the PBO is particularly important for crossbench and opposition in the lead up to an election.
So, thank you, Senator. So, the transition, we're aiming to make it as smooth as possible. So we've had a number of contacts with Ms Reinhardt. She has actually been to visit the office and meet some people as of last week. We've had other conversations, and we've undertaken some high-level briefing about some of our functions. And when she arrives on the Monday morning, then the team will be ready to kind of help her from day one, be functional, setting up functional and successful. They'll be setting up meetings. They'll be facilitating her access to the workflow and all those sorts of things we do. There'll be briefing papers. There'll be briefing discussions, and all of those things which you would anticipate to be there. We will undertake those things. What I would say is that, from my experience of having come from the outside into the PBO, is that it's only once you're in the PBO you actually have a sense about what it actually does. I would say that from the outside, you see costings or you see publications and these sorts of things, but you don't see effectively, I always think of it as 65% of the work and how it's done. And so there will be, for any new person, and I'm sure Ms Reinhardt would be expecting this as well, there will be a learning curve, and that learning curve will be around all sorts of things like relationships, systems, models, the balance of how to allocate resources within the organisation, all those sorts of things. But we have set out with a goal to make it a successful transition and for her to be successful from the beginning. Yeah.
May I ask, from a user's perspective, a client's perspective, should we expect any change to the service, any disruption to the service, any delay in the information that we're requesting from the PBO because of the transition?
If we're all doing our job well, the only thing you'll see is a different letterhead.
Thank you. Yep. Thank you, and thank you again for the service that you've provided to all of us.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr Helgerby, and thank you to the Parliamentary Budget Office as a whole for your service to the Parliament and our democracy. This is a very convenient timing to also now take our break for morning tea, and we will resume after a short suspension with the Department of Parliamentary Services. Thank you. get back underway. We'll now resume from our short suspension. I welcome Ms Jala Hinchcliffe, Acting Secretary, and other officers of the Department of Parliamentary Services. Ms Hinchcliffe, do you wish to make an opening statement?
I do, thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Chair and members of the committee, thank you firstly for this opportunity to appear before the committee and provide an opening statement relating to ongoing matters at the Department of Parliamentary Services. I will provide a copy of this statement for tabling and for the reference of the committee. As the committee would be aware, Mr Stefanik, Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services, is on leave. The department does not comment on the basis of individual leave arrangements. As Mr Stefanik is on leave, this is my first appearance before the committee as Acting Secretary, having been appointed by the presiding officers. Ms Nicola Hinder, PSM, who is also at the table with me today, started with DPS on the 8th of October this year. Ms Hinder is Acting Deputy Secretary while I'm Acting Secretary. My DPS colleagues and I welcome the opportunity to answer your questions today. The work of the department remains an absolute priority, and I'm pleased with the dedication and efforts of DPS staff in progressing a number of important outcomes and facilitating key events since our last appearance at this committee. There are two matters which I wish to address with the committee prior to answering questions. On the first of these matters, I confirm that I have asked the National Anti-Corruption Commission whether the information I am providing in this opening statement will impact or impede their investigations. The NACC has advised me that it will not. As reported in the media last month, the National Anti-Corruption Commission attended Parliament House on the 3rd of October this year in relation to an ongoing investigation. I can confirm that the NACC executed warrants on the Department of Parliamentary Services. Any questions about this activity and any investigation that the NACC might be undertaking should be referred to the NACC, as I am conscious that discussing matters may inadvertently identify persons of interest, prematurely damage reputations, and/or compromise an individual's right to impartial adjudication. Should further matters be raised about the NACC activity at this hearing, I will refer to what I've just included in my statement. Secondly, in the May 2024 estimates hearings, questions were asked about the secondment and incentive to retire payment made to a previous Department of Parliamentary Services Deputy Secretary. After the May 2024 hearing, I wrote 2 letters to the committee chair clarifying my testimony. Both these letters are now part of the public record. I would like to advise that after concerns were raised with me by a DPS employee about whether the department had followed correct processes in making the incentive to retire payment, I engaged Dr Fiona Ruffley, SC, to conduct an independent fact-finding investigation into the department's role in the incentive to retire payment. As this remains a matter undergoing independent investigation by Dr Ruffley, SC, I'm unable to provide further comment on this matter, but will update the committee at an appropriate time. Finally, Senators, as we are a month away from the end of 2024, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to all DPS staff for their dedication, hard work and support throughout the year. We can all see their efforts every day when we walk around this magnificent building. I'd like to thank them for their care and diligence. My colleagues and I are now happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Ms Hinchcliffe, and I know on behalf of Senators that we're also very grateful for the hard-working staff that support our work in the Parliament every day. We'll now go to questions.
Chair, could I just advise that I have tabled the presiding officer's statement regarding the condition of Parliament House?
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you, President. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Acting Secretary, for your statement. You have said that you are here because the Permanent Secretary is on leave. Can I ask when the Permanent Secretary is returning from leave?
Senator, I don't have a date for the Secretary to return from leave at this point.
So if there is no date, can we assume that he is on unpaid leave?
Senator, he's currently on paid leave.
Paid leave. Thank you. Acting Secretary, at the last estimates, a significant number of questions were put to the Secretary about conflicts of interest. And some of those questions on notice provided by the department go to the issues raised, and I thank you for that. You will be aware of the conflict of interest policy, which was attached to question on notice 211, which was approved by the Secretary in 2020. And I'm assuming you have a copy of that.
I do have a copy of that,
yes,
Senator.
Thank you. Can I just confirm that this is still current and would have applied both in 2022 and 2023?
Yes, Senator, this is still the current conflicts of interest policy.
Thank you. Can I ask you to turn to page 7 of the conflict of interest policy, and specifically to paragraphs 29 to 33 that outline the issue of personal relationships. Specifically, it says that DPS employees should not allow themselves to be improperly influenced nor exert improper influence by or on family or other close personal relationships in carrying out their duties or exercising powers. Now, the Secretary stated that he believed that he had a relationship that needed to be declared, and that is apparent from the fact that he claims he did so to the APS Commissioner in August of 2022. Is that your understanding?
That is my understanding.
Thank you. And paragraph 32 explicitly states that people in close personal relationships should not take any part in any supervisory or administrative decision-making processes. How does the Secretary not have such an arrangement with their Deputy Secretary?
Senator, I can't speak to what the arrangements were between the Secretary and the previous Deputy Secretary, but I would say that in the normal course, it is a supervisory arrangement.
Thank you. Paragraph 45 requires that any declaration to be made must be made in writing. Is that correct?
Sorry, paragraph 46.
46, sorry.
Yes.
Did I say 45? 46, you're right.
Yes.
Yes? All employees must declare in writing their financial interests and other personal interests of relationships that could or could be seen to influence the decisions they make or the advice that they give. Did the Secretary make his direct declaration in writing at any stage?
I understand that there was a declaration that was made in writing in June, on the 20th of June 2023. I will take that on notice. I will correct that record if that's incorrect, but that was my understanding.
Thank you. Can I ask who he made that declaration to?
To both the Parliamentary Services Commissioner and to the presiding officers. And again, I will check whether that was in both occasions in writing.
Thank you. Perhaps, Senator Lyons, you might be able to confirm that that declaration was made to you as presiding officer on that date as well?
I believe that was so, Senator Hume, but again, I will do the same checking as the Acting Secretary and come back to you if that's not correct.
On that conflict of interest policy, page 14 of the document includes a self-assessment test to assist staff in identifying if they have a conflict. So assuming the Secretary read and completed this test for himself, he would have been asked, do you have supervisory responsibility over an employee with whom you have a personal relationship? If he answered yes to this question, he needed to declare it. Did he?
Senator, I understand that the declaration went to a close personal relationship with the former Deputy Secretary. I haven't seen whether that was done through this form, so I will take that on notice for you.
If it is done through that form, who does that form go to?
For the Secretary, it goes to the presiding officers.
The presiding officers?
That's right.
And may I ask again, Senator Lyons, whether you saw that form completed?
I'm sorry, Senator Hume, I don't want to be unhelpful.
No, that's okay.
I don't recall. I am advised we're advised in writing, but I will check that and come back to you.
Okay.
Sorry, Senator, if I just clarify my evidence. It would be the form at attachment B rather than the self-assessment at attachment A.
Right.
That would go.
Okay.
Yeah, I certainly don't remember a form, Senator Hume, in the format I'm seeing it here.
Right.
I know we did receive something, but I thought it was a one-pager, but we will check and get back to you.
Okay. So page 17 provides a copy of the decision form for assessing a declaration. It outlines that an assistant secretary makes an assessment of non-SES employees, but the secretary must complete that assessment. But I should say, who would complete this assessment for the secretary? Again, is that the APS Commissioner, or is it the presiding officer, or is it both?
My understanding is that the declaration is made to the presiding officers. I'm not aware whether this part of the form is then filled out by anyone, but that's my understanding.
If an assistant secretary fills that out, they make that declaration to the secretary.
That's right. Right. So any SES employee makes that declaration to the secretary.
Ultimately, if the secretary didn't put anything in writing, it would be very hard for anyone to make an assessment of the conflict.
Yes. I think at that stage, Senator, that then is the assessment then comes through conversation. If it's not in writing.
Okay. But we are as yet uncertain as to whether he put it in writing.
I understand that it was in writing. That was my evidence, and I will correct that if I am wrong.
Right, okay. Can I confirm that the previous evidence given to this committee is that the Secretary made a declaration on August 22, you said that, August 2022 was the date, and then he made a subsequent declaration nearly 1 year later, and that was the first time that he told any presiding officers, and that was in June 2023. Is that right?
Yes, that is my understanding, yes.
Okay. That's correct, Senator Hume.
Okay, thank you. So paragraph 47 of the conflict of interest document states that all employees must make a new declaration in February of every year. Is that correct?
Sorry, Senator, let me just turn to that page. My recollection is that it's a February... Yes, Senator, that's right, it says in February.
So am I right then in believing that the Secretary, despite believing that he needed to declare something to the APS Commissioner in August 2022, didn't include that in the required February update?
Senator, I would need to take on notice whether a conflict of interest declaration was done in February. I don't have that information before me, so I will take that on notice.
All right. And again, is that a question for the APS Commissioner or for the presiding officer? Who is that declaration done?
So, sorry, and I'll just take a moment, Senator, because I think it sets out in the policy, but I will correct myself if I'm wrong, in terms of... Sorry, Senator. I thought that it actually said in the policy who the secretary needed to make who office holders needed to make their declaration to. I would have thought, going on first principles, that would have been a declaration to the presiding officers.
Do you know?
That's who I have made my conflict of interest declaration to.
Yes. So again, Senator Lyons, have you received an annual update as required by this document from the Secretary on conflicts in the past?
Are you meaning since I became the President?
Yes.
I'll take that. I have certainly seen some declarations. I couldn't categorically say every year, but I'll take that on notice,
Right.
Senator Hume.
So the obligation is for a conflict of interest document. A conflict of interest declaration must be made in February each year to the Secretary, but the Secretaries would have to be made to you each year, and you are not entirely sure whether that has been...
I've certainly received some documentation. I'd want the opportunity to check the dates. I'm absolutely accurate to you.
Thank you. Another matter was the timing of the transfer of former Deputy Secretary to the 6-month role in Services Australia, and I understand that you've said that there is an ongoing independent investigation into this, and I will therefore understand if there are issues that go to that you cannot answer. However, I do want some clarification of things that have already...
Yes, of course, Senator, and I think the timing of the secondment is a matter that we can discuss.
Yep, terrific. So at the last hearing, the Secretary stated that he found out about the transfer through communications with Services Australia, and you've provided the committee with some documents of that correspondence between the departments. At the last hearing, I asked the department when the request from Services Australia was made. You provided me a response saying it was the 29th of March.
And I've corrected that, Senator, to say that it's the 27th. That
27th.
was a misreading of a date on a letter, which looked like
happens to us all.
Looked like a 9, but was really a 7
yes.
on closer look. So on the 27th of March, there was a letter from the CEO of Services Australia to the Secretary, and that was requesting an agreement to a temporary transfer, Senator.
Right. Question on notice 127 contains an email between an individual in Services Australia and DPS, and it was sent on the 20th of March 2023 at 10:03 in the morning. And from this, I take it that this is, in fact, the first contact that Services Australia made with the department.
Senator, I would, if that's been included with the QAN, then yes, that clearly is some correspondence between the department and Services Australia. Can you tell me the QAN number again, please?
Yes, it is 127. The email itself, and I appreciate that the names and positions of the sender and the recipients has been redacted, but it says that Kate Saunders has provided your name to our COO in relation to her 6-month temporary transfer to Services Australia, and it goes on to ask for employment details to proceed with the transfer. So from that email, it does appear that the transfer was in fact known about and was in train at least a week before the date, that not just the one you told in committee, but the update, the corrected date as well. Does that seem right?
That seems right to me,
okay.
Senator, yes.
So would it be normal for this process to have commenced to finalise a transfer before the official paperwork agreeing to it had been completed?
Senator, I've seen situations where there is conversations between departments before the paperwork has been finalised to start to receive information to be able to put the paperwork together. So I wouldn't have been surprised if there had been some initial conversations to start to receive information to enable that to happen.
If, as this email indicates, the process for employment arrangements was actually made much earlier, how would it have been documented, or would it have been documented?
So the documentation is still through those documents that we have discussed. So whether it be through an MOU for a secondment, which is what eventually occurred, or the documents that were put together earlier than that in relation to a temporary transfer, and then of course a realisation that a temporary transfer can't occur between the two services, which is why a secondment was utilised in the end, is my understanding.
Senator Hume, I should run the call shortly.
I have another sort of a continuation of this line of questioning, Chair, that I would like to continue with for another 5 minutes or so. If I may.
Would that conclude the line of questioning on this topic?
It depends how quickly we get the answers.
Well,
I'm assuming not.
Senator Steele-John, you have the call.
Thanks, Chair. At the February estimates, I asked the department about the Access and Inclusion Action Plan that was created for the period 2020 to 2023. At the time, an audit of the action plan and the actions taken under the plan was underway with an expected completion date of March. Has the audit now been completed?
The audit has occurred, Senator, and that was released on the 23rd of May and is available on our staff intranet. The work on the so that was for the DPS Access and Inclusion Plan. And then the next piece of work was to establish a parliamentary service access and inclusion plan, including PWSS as well. And that has taken us a little bit longer in the Access and Inclusion Champions group than we would have liked it to, but it is definitely getting closer. And in September, it went out to all parliamentary staff for consultation and feedback. So that's staff from DPS, Department of the Senate, Department of the House of Representatives, the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service, the PBO, and the Department of Finance for the Ministerial and Parliamentary Services staff. And I understand that the Access and Inclusion Champions Group are looking to finalise that shortly.
Thank you. So if I could clarify, we are now in November of 2024.
Yes.
So by my measure, we have nearly gone a year without an inclusion plan for the building.
So, Senator, I would say that this is the first access and inclusion plan that we're looking at that would cover all of the parliamentary departments. So the one that DPS had before related to DPS. So this would be the first one that we've had that will cover all of the parliamentary departments.
Yes, I understand that part, but I'm just confirming, because of the amount of time it's taken, the reality is we've had nothing between the end of last year and where we sit today. Now, the phrasing that you used for the plan currently under consultation, can you just repeat the name for us again?
So that's the Access and Inclusion Action Plan, a Parliamentary Service Action Access and Inclusion Action Plan.
And that went out for, did you say consultation in September?
It went out to the parliamentary staff for consultation in September. So the Access and Inclusion Champions Group have been working on it for a period of time. It's also gone to the Accessibility Network for consultation with them as well. And now, and as I said, in September it went out to the parliamentary staff. So that's staff of the parliamentary departments.
Yeah. Okay. And when will it be? When will public feedback be invited on that draft document?
Good morning, Senator. Nicola Hinder, Acting Deputy Secretary for DPS. Just one minor clarification in relation to the preparation of the plan. I understand that broad agreement on the plan was actually reached at the last meeting of the AICG, which I think was last week. There's a little bit of minor editing that needs to be done with that to reflect those changes, and they're seeking to be able to have that endorsed out of session and then provided to our heads, our parliamentary heads, for endorsement. We're hoping that will happen before the end of the first week of December.
Yes, so that, thank you. To restate though, what is the plan to provide the public and the staff and members of Parliament that use this building with the opportunity to provide feedback on that document before it is finalised?
So, Senator, I have to admit that because it's a parliamentary services plan, the consultation has been with Parliamentary Services employees, and so I suspect that what will actually occur is that we will finalise and publish that and invite people to continue to provide feedback to the Access and Inclusion Group in the normal ways. So we might think about how we do that, given the points that you've just raised.
Okay, so just so that I am clear, it is an access and inclusion plan for parliamentary services, and there is no pathway for those who use parliamentary services to provide their feedback on the draft plan before it's finalised.
So it is for parliamentary services, and we've been thinking about that in terms of the parliamentary services employees. But I take your point, Senator, and I'm happy to have a think about that.
Yeah, well...
and I'll feed that back to the Access and Inclusion Group.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Because it would be... We've kind of been here before, is I think my note of frustration. I can't remember how many times I and others have attempted to communicate to the department that disabled people are advocates who use this building for their work. They are members of Parliament who are elected to this space. They are staff members who work within the building in the role of supporting MPs, ministers, the Prime Minister, the opposition leader. There needs to be a pathway for the people who use this building to feed back on these policies before they are finalised.
Thank you. Thank you, Senator. I'll take that on board.
Thank you. And can I just get from you what currently is your estimated publishing date for that report? Notwithstanding that hopefully we can have some consultation, what's your actual current aimed for date?
So, Senator, as I indicated, the meeting of the AICG happened last week. They've made some minor edits to the document.
Yep.
We'll be working towards putting those into the documents, obviously, as the Acting Secretary said, with a mind also to what other consultation might need to occur. We're hoping to be able to bring that up to leaders of the parliamentary departments in the first week of December.
Okay, thank you. Now, it has been a year since DPS received... It has been a year since the Department of Parliamentary Services received the Dignified Access Review report, and about 9 months since it was published. And to refresh everybody's collective memory, the report found that the access barriers in this building create significant health and safety risks, including, but not limited to, the risk of falls, trips, aggravation of existing health conditions, the reduction of psychological safety and trauma. The department published, I believe, and has now created a tracker in relation to the implementation of the recommendations of the report. On what date was the tracker published?
Sorry? Senator, that was actually something I went looking for myself this morning. I'll come back to you with the precise date, but I think it was approximately a fortnight ago.
Senator, it was on the 25th of October.
25th of October?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, this tracker also appears to function as the department's very informal response to the Dignified Access Review. It contains no less than 46 recommendations, which are classified simply as being noted. For example, in response to the 15 recommendations listed in the report in relation to assistance animals and facilities to support them, the 11 recommendations related to a sensory wellbeing space, and 12 of the 13 recommendations around a parent's room, you have provided a, what I'm going to say is charitably, a copy and a paste response in each of those cases, and I'll quote it directly. Quote, best practice recommendations have been noted and will provide guidance and the benchmark for future operating environments and how we conduct our business moving forward. Now, this has quite understandably caused a high degree of frustration, because for many visitors and employees and occupants of this Parliament, these recommendations are necessary and they are urgent, and yet there does not appear to be any urgency or even tangible commitment to implementing these particular recommendations. So my question is, was there a framework used to decide which recommendations were simply listed as noted?
Senator, thank you for that. So I'll first say that this tracker is not the department's. It belongs to the Access and Inclusion Champions Group, which is across all of the parliamentary departments and the PWSS. The matters that have been listed as noted are the best practice recommendations. That doesn't mean that work is not occurring on them. It means that the way that we are thinking about those is that they are best practice, and as we are dealing with those issues, we will make sure that we pull up those considerations. So, for example, in relation to the sensory recommendations that are made, they are best practice recommendations. But one of the things that the Access and Inclusion Group is a Champions Group is doing immediately is to have a look at establishing a sensory working group within across the parliamentary departments who can start to provide some advice and recommendations to the Access and Inclusion Champions Group about how to implement those recommendations. Another issue that's occurring at the moment in relation to our department is that we have our first, we have an assistance dog in training in this building, and we are using that as an opportunity of having that assistance dog with us to work through the assistance animal recommendations within the report as well, to consider how we implement those recommendations and how we look at that across the building.
Last question, Senator Steele. John, you can return later, but I do need to return.
Yeah, I will have to return. I need to clarify with you, though. Are you sharing with the committee that the 46 recommendations listed as noted were signposted by the AND group that they were best practice, or that the Champions group determined that they...
The AND group, so most of the ones that are noted are signposted by the AND group, or the ADN as they are now, as a best practice recommendation.
Not all of them, though.
No, and there are some also that are in there that I was just about to speak to, which are ones that we have noted because the issue doesn't currently arise, but we will note that issue should it arise for us into the future.
So, and this is my last question, and then I'll go back to the chair, and then we'll come back to this. But what was the framework that you used to decide that best practice recommendations would be listed in this tracker as noted recommendations?
Exactly as I've just explained to you, Senator, we looked at those in terms of best practice recommendations, and that we would note the best practice recommendations as part of the Access and Inclusion Champions Group, and that we would then find opportunities to be able to work on those at the same time.
But there's still a subjective determination that a best practice recommendation should be listed as noted. So what was the framework, the matrix, whatever the word you want to use, to decide that that recommendation should be listed as noted?
Just as I've described it to you, Senator.
We're going to have to come back to this, Chair, because otherwise we're going
Senator
to get in circles
Hume.
for a bit.
Thank you again, Chair. I just want to clarify. So the email in question on notice 127 shows that the 6 months temporary transfer of Ms Saunders from DPS to Services Australia was put in train originally as early as, or potentially, 20th of March 2023.
I think, Senator, that is, rather than it being put in train, it's a initial, my understanding, it's initial contact in order to start putting into train. Okay, I'm not entirely sure what the difference is. Instead of that being the point at which the agreement had been reached, it's contact to start to put into train for an agreement.
So, before an agreement could be reached, the AGS number, a copy of a recent payslip, and home address would be required.
Yes, to put into those documents to be signed, whether it's a temporary transfer or a MOU.
Okay. All right, I want to turn to question on notice 121. At the last hearing, I asked the Secretary about the conversation he claims he had when he declared his conflict of interest to the Speaker of the House. Obviously, this is a very important conversation, I'm sure you would agree, as part of the process that he undertook to make the appropriate declarations. He said, and you can appreciate that if this is the case, that you can appreciate my concern that he's now told this committee that he did not document or make any record of when he had that conversation. Now, is it correct that the department hasn't a record of that conversation occurring?
Senator, I don't think that I can add anything to the answer that's been given, that there was no record of the conversation.
Okay, so even though you're required to make conflict of interest declarations in writing, you can't answer me why the Secretary would choose not to have recorded such an important conversation?
I can't answer that question, sorry, Senator.
And I would imagine it's not common practice?
Again, I can't answer that question, Senator.
Well, it's not common practice for anyone else in the department that they would make a declaration of a conflict verbally as opposed to in writing.
Our conflict of interest policy, as we've gone through, sets out how we do that as a department.
Okay. I'm right in my understanding that one of the issues about ensuring that presiding officers know about this conflict is because the presiding officers are the ones at the end of the day that are responsible for administration and oversight of the department, and ultimately ensuring that the department is complying with its duty with public monies. Is that correct?
And it also goes to the framework that's set out in the PGPA Act around the making of conflict of interest.
Okay. So you'd agree that it would be difficult for presiding officers to carry out this function if they weren't told that a conflict might have a material impact on how they've administered the department?
Well, I think probably that's a question for the President, but that's the way that the framework has been set up is for those conflicts to be made to your responsible minister.
Yes.
Senator Hume, I wouldn't say difficult, I'd say impossible. If I don't know something, I don't know it.
Exactly right. And given the presiding officers can't ask questions of the witnesses in this committee, so I'm going to ask some. I'm going to anticipate what the President might want to ask on her behalf to make sure that she wasn't in fact misled. So can you please provide for me the number of times that the department approved the commissioning of furniture or upgrades to the Deputy Secretary's office?
I will have to take that on notice.
I want to know you'll provide me with the correct information on this one exactly. You must have these things written down somewhere, so that would...
Of course, Senator. I wouldn't expect to send anything to a committee that's not correct. So for the... detail of any upgrades to a Deputy Secretary's office.
Thank you.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to question on notice 207. The department stated that there is no record of the fact that the Secretary made a declaration, as he claimed, to the Australian Public Service Commissioner. That's your understanding too? That's correct?
That's my understanding.
Yes. So to confirm, you have no written record that the Secretary actually declared the conflict of interest with either the Speaker or with the APS Commissioner?
This question relates to the 26th of August 2022 conversation with the Australian Public Service Commissioner. I'm not aware of there being any documentation. The Secretary has indicated that the discussion was not documented, but I think you just asked a question about a conversation with the Speaker.
Yes, yes, I said...
I'm not aware of a conversation with the Speaker.
Okay. So we've got no record of the declarations of this contact. We've only got recollections. We've got inconsistent stories about who knew what and when. We have an inconsistent and at best patchy record of when the department was told about a secondment for the Deputy Secretary. And in fact, we may have had more of a role in arranging it if anyone... it may have had more of a role in arranging it than anyone was aware, but we won't know because it appears that nothing's been written down. We've had to take a lot of this on trust because the department is not subject to freedom of information. The only public scrutiny of this committee of this department is here. Two ministers in the presiding offices potentially have been misled, given they only found out about the conflict months after the APSC was allegedly told. Do you think then that it's acceptable for people outside of this building who pay taxes to provide for this department that the record keeping is so inadequate?
Senator, I would say that in my career as a public servant, I have constantly thought about the fact that every single dollar that I spend is taxpayers' money, and the public trust that they put into me to undertake my work with integrity and with efficiency and effectiveness is incredibly important. That, I think, stands for all of us as public servants, and part of how we do that is that we do our jobs well and we do them properly, and that includes proper record keeping.
I think that's one of the reasons why everyone was so pleased to see that you had been appointed acting secretary. I'm concerned more for the culture that you see in this department.
Thank you, Senator, for those kind words. I think that there is, having been in oversight agencies for a period of time, I have seen a number of agencies with record keeping issues, and if you go back and have a look at a number of reports from the ANAO or from the Ombudsman, or even from my time as the Integrity Commissioner at ACLI, it is a common issue that is raised. It seems to be something that that the public service can find difficult to get right. It will be an area of focus for us at DPS to ensure that we have got our record keeping policies and framework set properly, and that people are recording things where they should. Part of that is making sure that people also are aware of their responsibilities and their accountabilities across the organisation, and are complying with frameworks such as the conflicts of interest policy.
Thank you. And I'm glad you mentioned the ANAO, because I think you'd probably agree that they too would find that appropriate record keeping hadn't occurred in this one. I'm going to write to the AG and seek their assistance in reviewing the governance practices of the department. That is, unless you should choose as acting secretary to do that yourself, and that's something that I don't want to put you on the spot, but something that you might want to consider.
Thank you, Senator. I'll take that on board.
Can I just ask one final question? You mentioned the independent and ongoing investigation that I think you said Fiona Rafferty.
Yes, and let me just, because I am a notoriously atrocious speller, let me spell that for you. But of course I need to actually have a look so that I make sure I get it right. It's Roughley.
Right. No wonder I Googled the wrong thing. That's all right. My spelling is pretty notoriously awful too. Can I ask about that independent investigation, when it's due to conclude?
At the moment, Senator, I'm unable to provide a timeframe. I'm hoping that it will be concluded before the end of this year, but we are just waiting for discussions with witnesses, and it will just depend on how long that period takes.
Will that report be made available to presiding officers?
Yes, it will.
Will it be made available to this committee?
As I said in my opening, that I'll provide an update to the committee when I'm able to, and I will also have a discussion with the committee about whether all of it is available to be made available to the committee, whether there's some parts that need to be redacted. Right. So I'll work that through with the committee and with the presiding officers. Is
the intention, if it is made to the committee, that it will also be made public?
I will need to work that through in terms of the material that's within the report. So, for example, if there are recommendations for matters to be referred elsewhere, I'd need to think through whether it's in the public interest for those issues to be made public before agencies have had a chance to consider them. So I will work that through when we get the report.
And then when you've worked that through, do you make a recommendation to the presiding officer, and the presiding officer then makes the final decision?
So the report is a report to DPS. I suspect that I would seek the presiding officer's counsel as to and their oversight in terms of them understanding things that are going on in the department. But ultimately, that will be my decision as acting secretary,
Right.
and I might need to seek, for example, some advice from elsewhere as to how I handle that. But that will be a decision for me.
Right. So if it's a decision for you, but the presiding officers are your ministers, your department's ministers, does that mean that questions that an opposition might have should be then directed to the presiding officers if it's not something that senators would... if senators don't agree with your assessment, is that a question that then is directed to the presiding officers?
I suspect...
I guess so, Senator.
Yes. Okay.
That's right.
Thank you. All right. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing here today. What is the nature of your boss's leave, Ms Hinchcliffe?
Senator, in my opening statement, I indicated that we don't comment on individuals' leave arrangements.
Why not?
Because
I heard your opening statement.
They go to personal matters for individuals, so we wouldn't comment on individuals' leave arrangements.
Surely this is affecting the morale that you want to turn around of the DPS staff, and it's, as Senator Hume pointed out, this is taxpayers paying for it.
I'm not sure that it's affecting morale of staff in terms of I walk around the building and talk to our staff, and my sense of staff is they are very committed to this building. They are very committed to the work they do.
I agree, but many of them come up to me and they're not happy.
Right.
They're very dissatisfied with the way that the department has been run. So what is the nature of his leave?
Senator, I've already indicated that we won't be discussing the basis
we've heard
of
that
individual
he's being
leave.
paid while he's on leave. How long will he be on paid leave, noting that on Wednesday it will have been 4 weeks since he informed DPS staff he had gone on leave?
Senator, I indicated to an earlier question that I don't have an end date for his leave.
Was Mr Stefanik's decision to take leave on 9th of October 2024 related to the National Anti-Corruption Commission's raid on DPS in Parliament House on the 3rd of October?
Senator, I've indicated that I'm not speaking any further in relation to the execution of the warrants by the National Anti-Corruption Commission.
You're aware it was specifically requested that Mr Stefanik be here to answer questions that he has personal knowledge of?
Senator, I wrote to the committee chair to indicate that he would not be available and to request that he be excused from this.
But you're aware that he was specifically requested, I specifically requested him?
I'm aware now that you specifically requested, but as I said, I went through the process and wrote to the chair and asked that he be excused.
So Mr Stefanik only has to appear at estimates 3 times a year. He certainly knew these hearings were coming up. He's been formally requested and has failed to show up. How is this not contempt of the Senate?
Senator, as I already indicated in my evidence, I wrote to the chair and asked for him to be excused.
Do you feel like you've been thrown under the bus, Ms Hinchcliffe?
No, I don't, Senator.
Mr Stefanik has repeatedly said that complaints about DPS are purely due to former employees with an axe to grind. Do you share that view?
Senator, I think you may remember my evidence at the last hearing where I said that I think that feedback is gold. And we talked particularly about things like the staff survey and the importance of staff having the availability to be able to provide to management their feedback on how they consider things are going, but also where they'd like to see the department go into the future.
The employees of DPS that I hear from, especially security, are not at all happy, I can tell you. Do you know whether Mr Stefanik was in a relationship with Kate Saunders before or after he appointed her to the Deputy Secretary position?
Senator, I don't have any knowledge about Mr Stefanik's relationships, and I'm not willing to answer anything further on that. That's not a matter for me.
Okay, I want to go to the case of ACD 13. Almost sounded like a rock group, didn't it? ACD 13 in the federal court involving DPS. There's a suppression order over that case except for hearings of Parliament. Except for hearings of Parliament. I remind you that estimates is a hearing of Parliament. I understand that the complainant, ACD 13, has consented to lifting that suppression order, but DPS will not consent to lifting the suppression order. Is DPS resisting lifting that order?
Senator, as I understand, and I don't have a lot of details on that matter, but as I understand it, there's currently consultation underway. I understand that our lawyers have been approached and that we're going through consultation processes at the moment. So that's an ongoing matter which I won't comment on any further.
Could you find out what the status is and give us an update on the notice, please?
I will take that on notice.
Thank you. What does DPS have to hide that you want to keep under suppression?
Senator,
what is it?
Senator, I have nothing to add in relation
I understand
to
that Mr Robert Brigden instructed solicitors in ACD 13 that Rob Stefanik had, quote, no involvement in intercepting a letter from a DPS employee. Is that what was instructed?
Senator, I'm not aware of this matter in any details. It occurred before I came to DPS. I don't have anything that I can add to that. I'm sorry.
Is the statement that Rob Stefanik had no involvement in intercepting a letter from a DPS employee true?
I don't have any knowledge of this matter to be able to provide you with any further information.
Are you aware of the records of the first interview that took place with Barbara Deegan of Ashurst Lawyers?
I'm not aware, no.
My understanding is in those records of the interview, contrary to the statement that he wasn't involved, the facts show the contents of the envelope were taken and shown to Mr Stefanik. They were then kept in Mr Stefanik's safe. Is that true?
As I've just said, Senator, I don't have any awareness of this matter. It occurred before I came to DPS.
Could you take it on notice to find out, please, and reply?
I can take it on notice.
Thank you. Please take on notice to produce the transcripts of records of first interviews by Barbara Deegan from Ashurst with Andrew Bigden, Rob Stefanik and Kate Saunders. Note that the suppression order from the Federal Court has a specific exemption for this hearing, so it does not apply to this request. Can you take that on notice, please?
I'll take it on notice.
Thank you. Did Kate Saunders make any intervention to ensure that the statement that Rob Stefanik was not involved in the envelope interception was included?
Senator, as I said, I have no
Could you take that on notice and find out, please?
I can take it on notice. Whether I can find anything out is a different matter, but I'll take it on notice.
Perhaps you could check with the people involved that I've just named. Can you please confirm exactly when Kate Saunders began her employment?
Yes, I can. She was engaged with DPS on the 17th of December 2017.
2017?
Yes.
Thank you. How many branch or division managers have left their position over the last 3 years?
I would need to take that on notice.
That's understandable. Thank you. Broadly, in relation to the NACC raid on DPS of 3rd of October 2024, have any DPS executives been stood down pending the NACC investigation, and if so, how many?
Senator, I've already indicated that I won't be speaking any further in relation to the NACC matters, but I can say that no senior executives have been stood down.
No
senior executives have been stood down.
How many DPS executives are on paid leave while the investigation is underway?
Senator, again, I've said that I'm not going to answer any other questions in relation to the...
this is in relation to your department, not the NACC.
No, you're asking in terms of questions that go to the investigation and people who might be on leave that go to whether or not they're being investigated. So I think at that point I need to take that on notice and consider whether or not actually that that starts to go to a public interest question. So I'll take that on notice.
Okay, if you could take it on notice, and if you want to claim a public indemnity, then it needs to go through the Minister.
Yes,
public interest immunity, yeah.
Yes.
Thank you. I get tangled up with the P and I.
Thank you.
Ms Hinchcliffe, when did you become aware that the NACC was investigating DPS?
Senator, I haven't indicated what the NACC is investigating. I've indicated that the NACC has executed search warrants in relation to executed search warrants on DPS, and I've also indicated that I won't answer any further questions.
So when did you become aware of that
And I've
investigation?
indicated that I won't answer any further questions in relation to the investigation.
So when did you become aware of the warrants?
And so I became aware that the NACC were going to issue warrants on DPS on the 2nd of October.
Was that your first indication?
That the NACC was going to execute a warrant on the 3rd of October? Yes, it was.
Thank you. Ms Inchcliffe, during your time working at the Commonwealth Ombudsman's Office, were you part of the team that dealt with the complaint about the handling of a Public Interest Disclosure Act disclosure at DPS?
No, I was not.
When did you first work with Rob Stefanik?
When he started as Secretary at DPS, and I think that was in the second half of 2015. It might have been in December.
So you were already there and he came in as your boss?
That's exactly right.
Okay. What year and date?
2015, I think Mr Stefanik started. I think he started, it was towards the end of the year. I started in the April of 2015.
So you preceded him by about 6 months, 7 months?
Yes, I think so.
Okay. Do you consider Rob Stefanik to be a personal friend?
I consider Mr Stefanik to be a colleague. He's been somebody that I've worked with previously, and I've come and worked for him as the Deputy Secretary. I don't have any outside engagement with him, and I work with him as a colleague.
So you were there when he arrived? He arrived after you?
That's right.
So did you work with him before that?
No.
I've got 2 questions left, Chair. Can you please take on notice to provide the total number of sexual harassment claims that DPS has settled over the previous 5 years and include the average settlement amount and the standard deviation, and how many of them have been under non-disclosure agreements?
Yes, I'll take that on notice.
Thank you. Last question. The upper management of DPS obviously has a lot of work to do to earn back the trust of DPS employees. We know that from just walking around the building. People come up to me frequently. I would say to you that work to restore trust starts with accountability and transparency. Surely you can start that transparency with how you answer these questions and allow the suppression order to be lifted.
I'll take that as a comment, Senator.
Well, will you lift the suppression order? I'd like that on notice.
Senator, I've already taken on notice of where that is up to, and I think that forms part of that question. But if it's not, if it's a separate question, then I'll take that on notice too.
Thank you. And President, Minister.
President.
President, thank you. Could I have your answer to that question as well, please?
What question?
I would say that trust starts with accountability. Could the suppression order be lifted?
It's got nothing to do with me, Senator Roberts.
Nothing at all?
No, it's a departmental matter.
Thanks, President. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Hume, and then we'll go to Senator Hume, Senator Pocock, and then back to Senator Steele. John, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. At the last estimates hearing, we heard about some changes of leadership within the department, and in a response to question on notice, which was 122, the department provided an outline that there had been some further changes to the executive team between February and May of this year. The table shows that you have had 22 executives leave in that time, but only 11 of them have been replaced. Can I just ask if those positions are still vacant?
Senator, can I take that on notice for you? I suspect that there were people acting in those positions while recruitment exercises were being undertaken. So I'll take that on notice for you. And would you like an updated table of changes from the 28th of May until today?
Yes, I was going to ask you for that. Yes. Thank you for anticipating my question. I'd also just like an indication of what the positions are that remain vacant as well. That would be terrific. Thank you. I want to ask some questions about the Parliamentary Health and Wellbeing Service. Yes. Which obviously is one of the Set the Standard report's recommendations, recommendation 26. And without going into the details of what that recommendation states, as you know from prior estimates, there is some concern that the department hasn't taken seriously this particular recommendation. I note that the Department of the Senate's budget has increased by around $5 million over the last 2 financial years. Can I just confirm that the department still can't find $360,000 in order to implement the recommendation in full and make a GP service available?
Senator Hume, could I just check? I think you said the Department of the Senate, but
Did
I
I
may
say
have
that?
misheard.
I'm sorry, I didn't. Did I say that? Yes. I absolutely did. I meant DPS. Forgive me.
Senator, as we provided on evidence in previous estimates hearings, funding hasn't been provided for a GP to be either through a telehealth option in Parliament House, and so DPS has looked at the options available and has worked to create the Directory of Health Practitioner Services instead.
So, in a response to a question on notice number 212, the department said you couldn't provide me with information due to cabinet confidentiality. But the thing was, I didn't ask you about cabinet or how they made a decision. I simply asked when you found out that you wouldn't be supported for funding for a GP. So when you found out is not a cabinet and confidence decision.
Senator, can I take that on notice again and have a look at that?
So you can take on notice whether you said it, but can you please either make a public interest immunity claim that you don't want to tell me, or let me know when you found out exactly that you would not be getting funding for a GP. And I'd also like to know, if you can tell me, if you choose to tell me, who it was that told you that there wouldn't be funding for a GP.
Thank you, Senator. I will take that on notice.
In response to a question on notice 125, you stated that you don't yet know how much you're going to spend on installing privacy pods. Now, privacy pods, as we discussed at the last estimates, is a measure that the Jenkins Review did not recommend. It was only recommended by the department's own internal review. So, given that you've decided to do this, have we now got an update as to how much those privacy pods might cost? And what was it that made you decide to install privacy pods without knowing what the cost was going to be, and yet not pursue a GP, which was a specific recommendation of the review?
So, Senator, the privacy pods have come through, and I think this has been discussed at previous estimates, through the feasibility study on a parliamentary health and wellbeing service. That's the strategic development group piece of work, who recommended that there be areas which we are calling privacy pods, where people can have private conversations outside of, for example, combined workspaces, to be able to have those conversations. I can provide you with some updated information on the costings, and I might just ask Mr. Pakpoy to come to the table to provide you with that.
Good morning, Senator. Paul Pakpoy, Acting Assistant Secretary, Property Services. So the privacy pods, the current estimated budget for all of them is at 1.5 million. But that would be an estimate that I would characterise as being plus or minus 20 to 25%.
Plus or minus? I'm guessing it's more on the plus than the minus.
Well, it's not. That's not certain at this stage, Senator.
So the estimate, can I just ask, is it a quote that you've got there?
No.
It's
So
not a quote.
The process that we go through, particularly for this project, is it's being done in stages. Stage one has been designed and approved on the Senate side. We're still working through consultation on design on the House of Reps. Once we get design approval, that's when, excuse me, we move to it's not exactly a quote, but it's similar to a quote, and that's when we have a better estimate of the cost.
And what's the timing of that process? So you've done design, you can tick that bit off. when do you tender it? How does it work?
For this work, it wouldn't necessarily go through a tender because it could be undertaken under the existing contracts that we have in place for capital works, which themselves have previously gone through a tender.
Right. Okay. So whoever it is that already does capital works will simply come back and say that'll be an additional 1.5, give or take 20%.
No, it hasn't worked like that, Senator. We work with them to understand what a budget envelope might be. And then on each occasion that we have something which we have approved to design, that's when we go to them and ask them to give us costing estimates. And that's where we'll talk to them about whether or not that seems appropriate, whether or not there needs to be some design changes, etc.
Right. So you say, this is what we want our privacy pods to look like. We've had them designed and that's already been paid for. I assume that that's out of departmental resources. It's not additional.
Not additional funding, no.
And you take this to the contractors that you already have and you say, this is what we want. How many of them can you build over what time frame? Within 1.5 million plus or minus 20%?
No, not quite, Senator. It's not an envelope that we're trying to spend up to. It's an estimate of what the cost might be. We will decide, I guess it's a separate decision to the cost of the pods as to how many should be installed and where, and that's part of the design process.
So has the design process given you an estimate of what a per pod cost might be?
No, it doesn't do that, but I guess in terms of an estimate, we currently have 2 pods designed and estimated, and at this stage they're anticipating that it'll be about 200,000 per pod.
200,000 per pod.
I'm on Google.
Plus or minus 20%.
So I'm on Google and you can get pods.
$200,000. You don't have the call. If you want to phrase it as a question, you can, but we're not here to entertain your anecdotal
I'm speaking on behalf of
interjections.
the taxpayers of Australia, and $200,000 per pod
Senator
is a lot of money.
Look, the point you make may well be valid, but you don't have the call to ask questions right now. Senator Hume, are you sharing your time with Senator McGrath?
I clearly am, because I think he's uncovered new information, which is that $200,000 a pod is an enormous amount of money.
Through you,
25%.
Okay.
Through you,
Mr.
Chair, could I just
Queen.
correct my last answer, please?
Yes.
So the 200,000 I quoted then was not the cost per pod, it's the design cost estimate for all of the pods.
Right.
Apologies, Senator.
So what was the two? So they've designed 2 pods. Different pods.
I think I've possibly confused you there, Senator. Can I just step back?
Thank you.
The estimated cost for the design of all of the pods is 200,000.
200,000 for the design. And that is already, that's included in the department's funding already. That's not the $1.5 million that is going to be spent on construction of pods. Is that right?
So the 1.5 million is the total estimated cost, including design costs?
Including design. So we're only going to spend around $1.3 million on pods, plus or minus 20%.
If you're removing design from that, yes, the physical construction, etc.
Yeah.
Did you look at getting off-the-shelf pods? Because I'm looking at epicofficefurniture.com.au and just the Google search. You can get a single pod, single-user office pod for $17,000, $899. It's available in 2 colours. And you've got a 4-user office pod for $41,000. Did we look at getting off-the-shelf variations for these pods?
Senator, I might jump in if that's helpful at this point as well. I'll go back and have a look on notice as to what process we've gone through to be able to look at what are options that are there. But I will note that under all of the construction for everything that we do within Parliament House, there are very strict design guidelines, and there's also very strict aesthetic and other guidelines that we have to be able to conform to. I would say that the design has to be done in sympathy with the existing woodwork, the existing carpet, the existing infrastructure where these pods are going into. And I have worked in other departments before where they have done a lift and stack of a privacy pod that's come off the shelf. And in some cases it works with the aesthetic of the building and the operations of the building, and in other cases it doesn't. With this one at Parliament House, I would expect that there would actually be an extra element in there to be able to make sure that it actually looks as if we've developed a design and privacy pod that fits with the building. But I'll go back and take on notice in terms of what we've looked at.
Okay.
Senator Hume.
So, if there are such... Sorry. $1.5 million for privacy pods that weren't recommended compared to $360,000 per year for a GP which was recommended. And privacy pods, knowing that there were going to be such strict design guidelines, do you think that that meets the demands of the people that work in this building, or indeed the expectations of taxpayers and the use of their public monies?
So, Senator, one thing that we do take very seriously, and as the Acting Secretary has said, every dollar that the DPS spends has to be done against the guidelines that we are in fact expending taxpayer money. But we're doing that as well for the enjoyment, the safety, the security and the operations of everyone that works in this building. From a personal reflection on privacy pods, I will admit in a previous department I was slightly sceptical as to whether or not they were actually going to be used. But I was pleasantly surprised about the number of both executive officers and junior officers who chose to use them, particularly when you have officers who are working in shared workspaces, who need to undertake private conversations with family, with doctors, with other healthcare professionals. I'm hoping that we'll actually see the same sort of usage here in privacy pods. I know from time to time I've also dropped into what I consider the privacy pods are around the corner, just to be able to make a private conversation. So I'm hoping that once we actually get through the process and see them in place, they will have great usage.
Yeah, I've seen people use those existing privacy pods as well, which is why I can't understand why it's so necessary to have additional ones created. But I will, I'll leave it there. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Pocock.
Thank you very much, Chair. Thank you for your time. Senator Cliff, earlier you mentioned the staff survey in one of your answers. The 2019 DPS staff survey found that only 53% of DPS staff believed it would be hard to get away with corruption. For reference, the overall APS figure was 71%, so DPS significantly lower. But that question has been removed from the DPS staff survey. I was interested why. Why was this question removed from the DPS staff survey?
Senator, I might need to take that on notice because this, of course, predates me, and the staff survey that we've put out this year was well and truly in train by the time that I arrived. So I'll take that on notice of why questions have changed.
If I can maybe read out some other questions to be put on noticed. Who ultimately approved this question being removed, and who requested that this question be removed, and maybe any other details about how you determine that after you have a result that is significantly worse than the APS sort of general across the board survey figures, you then drop a question as significant as that from the survey. That would be
Senator, I'll take
that.
I'll take that on notice.
Senator Pocock, if I may assist, we have discussed the staff survey before,
yes.
And in prior to Ms Hinchcliffe becoming even the Deputy Secretary, as I understand it, I take the note. I absolutely take your comment about that individual question. You will recall that the original survey was too long, and so that was a problem, so the survey was shortened. You then might recall that DPS went to a lot of trouble to try and make sure that people had time at a screen to be able to respond to the questions. So I think it's probably an evolving thing rather than that particular question, but the Acting Secretary's...
No, I take your point. I take your point,
and
President.
I think there's also a view to line it up more with the APS survey, but the Acting Secretary will take it on.
No, I take
notice.
your point.
But that's just the history. But absolutely,
I just think
your question is valid.
and particularly given we now know that the NACC has rated DPS, the fact that this was removed, I think there's questions to be answered about exactly why, but I take your point about how the survey has been changed. I want to move on to Mr. Stefanik, and understand that you're not going to answer any questions to do with his leave or with any potential investigation, but I'm interested if Mr. Stefanik's pass has been suspended or cancelled.
Not to my knowledge. Not to my knowledge, no.
And is there a process in place if someone takes a period of indefinite leave? What happens to the access or sponsored pass holders access that person has given we know Mr. Stefanik has given people sponsored passes to Parliament House?
And I understand that there's currently 4 sponsored passes that he sponsors.
Was it 8 last time? Have 4 been removed?
I think it might have been 6 last time, but I can. But it's. I understand it's now 4.
Okay.
So in the normal course, a person's a person who sponsors passes, the people that passes have been sponsored, sorry, that was a very bad way of putting that. If the person has left their position, then those people will be notified that they need to find a new sponsor for their passes. When people take a period of leave, that process is not normally gone through. There is a process, and I can get Mr. Khan to come and provide us with some further detail on this, around people's passes being suspended if they haven't been used within a period of time. But if you'd like some more information on that, I can ask Mr. Khan to come forward.
Thank you. I'm interested if you are aware of which specific people Mr. Stefanik has granted access to the building, and whether you have satisfied yourself that that is in line with community expectation.
I haven't got that information before me, Senator, but I'm happy to take that on notice and have a look.
So you don't have it on you, but have you, in your role, looked at the list of sponsored passes?
I have not.
Have you not?
No.
Have you given any sponsored passes yourself?
No, I have not.
Why is that?
Well, Senator, I've been in the role of Acting Secretary for, I think, about 3 weeks now, and there's no one that I need to sponsor.
Do you intend to give out sponsored
I would need
passes?
to consider that on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Could we get an update on the total number of sponsored passes, please?
Yes, of course.
Vance is here if you'd like to ask.
Excellent. I'm going to hand over to Mr. Khan for him to be able to answer.
Hi, Senator. Vance Khan, First Assistant Secretary, Security. The total number of sponsored passes at this stage, as of the 21st of October, is 2,150.
Great, we've cracked 2,100. Do you know what the highest number of sponsored passes issued by an individual member or senator is?
Senator, the highest number sponsored by one parliamentarian is 44.
44. In May, I asked some questions in relation to what is preventing the establishment of a more transparent policy where the public actually knows who has access to the building. And in response, Mr. Stefanik told me that he had legal advice saying that the Privacy Act prohibited DPS from doing that. That legal advice was then provided to the committee, and the advice says that DPS is actually exempted from the Privacy Act.
Senator Pocock, I just need to...
This is on the public record.
The correspondence was?
Yes. This part of it, yes.
The report was provided on a confidential basis
Sure.
to the committee.
Sure. And I sought to get the Senate to release that publicly, given I think it's of the public, in the public's interest. I was denied that by the major parties, and then used parliamentary privilege to put it on the record that DPS is claiming that the Privacy Act is inhibiting the release of information that is in the public interest, when in fact DPS is actually exempted from the Privacy Act. Ms Hinchcliffe, is this something that DPS should be looking into, some sort of system of a declaration of these 2,150 unelected people who have access all areas passes to this building?
Senator, I would say that this is a matter not for DPS. DPS administers the private access, areas access policy. This is a matter about parliamentarians' information. DPS holds a large amount of parliamentarians' information. We hold that on trust for you. I suspect that this is a question that needs to be considered by the Parliament and parliamentarians rather than something that you would like DPS to make a decision about.
Mm-hmm. And I totally accept that answer. The one I don't accept is a secretary telling me that it's because of the Privacy Act when in fact they're exempt from the Privacy Act, but I understand that's not your issue.
Senator, I'm sorry, if it's helpful, and I'll confirm this on notice as well, while the DPS might actually be exempt from the Privacy Act, we have a privacy policy that adheres us to the principles within the Privacy Act. And so whether or not that was the basis of the Secretary's understanding in relation to the release of what would be considered to be personal information.
I understand that. A policy is different to being subject to an act of Parliament. Can I just ask it quickly about car parking? I'm interested in how many reserved car parks there are in the Senate and House of Representative wings.
Senator, can I take that on
Sure.
notice? And noting that we've just implemented a change this very morning to the number of reserved car parks that are in the Senate staff car park. So I'll take that on notice for you.
And Senator Pocock, this is a question the presiding officers have been asking DPS, and so we have asked for the release of some spaces. So on the Senate side, an additional 4 have been released today. And we thank the acting secretary for her quickness.
Thank
to
you,
that
President.
request.
I guess I just wanted to. I'll put someone on notice, but just want to raise the concern that some days I know staff are having to park in overflow after they've driven past empty DPS reserved
and those
car parks, and it seems a bit
the frustration,
a bit much.
And it is something that we've been talking to DPS on. The other issue about our parking policy is when you nominate that you want to park at the building, we have Senate staff parked over at the House of Reps and House of Reps staff parked here. So it is a bit of a mess to unravel, and DPS is the obvious group to pick on, but it is a work in progress, and we're looking to see what else we can do.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume.
Actually, I think that Senator McGrath has some questions.
Okay, and
Senator Smith.
I am due also to return the call to Senator Steele-John as well.
I'm happy to go to Senator Steele-John.
Great, thank you.
Thank you, Senator McGrath. Thanks, Chair. Okay, so let's just circle back and see some clarity. If we go to page 18 of 18, 17 of 18 and 18 of 18 of the tracker that has been published online, you'll see that the entire 12 to 13 recommendations in that box relate to a parent's room. Have you got that document in front of you?
Yes, I do.
Yeah. So I note that you've already implemented recommendation 327.
Yes.
To provide a parent's room to staff and to the public, but additional recommendations like making that room wheelchair accessible, which is recommended at recommendation number 333, or including anything in the parent's room that would enable somebody to actually look after a baby, like a baby changing facility, is only noted in the tracker. What is the point of a parent's room if you can't change a baby's nappy in there?
Senator, there are baby change rooms in our parents' rooms, and I'm happy to update that for you on notice to provide you what facilities are available in those parents' rooms. So we have a number of parents' rooms across the building, and I'm happy to provide you with some details on notice.
Okay, so Ms Hinchcliffe, are you saying that the response given by the Access Champions Group documented in relation to recommendation 335 is incorrect?
So, no, what I'm indicating is that we are continuing to work on the parents' rooms. My understanding is that there are, in the parents' rooms, there are baby changing facilities. But as I said, I'll take on notice on what's in each of the rooms and provide that for you. I can only assume, and it's an assumption, that it may be that we have a parents' room that has something different in it. I know that a review has occurred to walk around and have a look at the parenting rooms to see what's in them. So I will take that on notice for you, and I'll provide you with the details of what are in the parents' rooms. Okay, so
what about the other recommendations in that section that you've noted? For instance, making the parents' rooms wheelchair accessible.
Before you answer, Ms Hinchcliffe, and this is on a entirely different matter, I'm just going to alert the room that we've had a quick check-in about the fact that we expect that DPS will take us through to lunch, and that if we finish DPS before lunch, noting that we're already over time, so it's not early, that we would go to lunch early. And I'm really just saying that out loud largely for the benefit of the next portfolio who is waiting, which is, of course, PM&C, and that they might like to take the opportunity to go and have lunch now rather than, standing to attention to await our beck and call. So I'll return now to you, Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Chair. So, Ms Hinchcliffe, I understand that you've taken the role of acting secretary at an unusual and difficult time for the department, and there are a lot of balls in the air. The department's response to the Dignified Access review is something that is being watched carefully by a lot of people for whom it means a lot, because they contributed to it and because the recommendations within that report are necessary to enable them to experience a safe workplace, free of health and safety risks. What we appear to have discovered today is that at least one of the recommendations, one of the indications in the tracker you've published is incorrect. So that raises serious concerns for me about the content of this entire tracker document and your department's knowledge of actually what has or hasn't been done. Because I now have to ask you, of the other 12 recommendations in this section, all listed noted, of them, how many are actually correct?
Senator, as I said to you, I will take on notice to be able to provide you with an update of what's available in each of the parents' rooms. We have a number of them. I suspect, but I will check this, that they're indicated as noted because every single room has something different. So we're unable to say at this point that every room meets every single requirement. And I'm not going to put words in the President's mouth, but I know that she has been a particular champion in relation to the parents' rooms across particularly this side of the House. So I'll provide that to you. But where we can't say that actually every single parent room has every single piece that's provided in the best practice recommendation, we won't be saying that it's completed. This is, and I agree with you, and I said this at the last estimates, I think we are in a crucial time in terms of this work for the Dignified Access Review to be able to build momentum and see real and substantial change in relation to accessibility. That is my commitment. I am very, very committed to this piece of work and making sure that we get it done. I note that there are ones there that we say that are noted, and I can tell you that in the background we are also, the ones that relate to DPS, we are also looking at those to ensure that we are picking those pieces of work up as we go along.
But Ms Hinchcliffe, I'm sorry, but the first page of your document, literally page 1, contains a key, and the key describes the colouring of the documentation, complete, in progress, noted, yet to commence. So what you've described is either in progress or yet to commence. It's not noted.
Senator, I've already discussed to you why those ones are being considered as noted. I'm happy to come back to the Access and Inclusion Group with your comments today at Senate Estimates, and we will continue to consider this document. It's a living document that will change every time that we put it out. So I really appreciate your comments.
Thank you. It's a document that also, ironically, contains a comment section where you could have, or a member of your team could have, elaborated upon the points that you have just shared with the committee, rather than copying and pasting in
I completely take that on board, Senator.
odd times
Completely
the same
take that on board.
sentence. Just finally, can I get some clarity from, I think it was Ms Hinder, in relation to the audit of the 2020 to 2023 Access and Inclusion Plan for DPS. You said the audit, I think, had been released publicly in, was it May?
In fact, that came
Senator,
from
I think
me.
that was the Acting Secretary.
And it was released to staff, because this is a DPS document, on the 23rd of May. It should be available on our intranet page, and I'm happy to provide you with a copy of it.
And if you could provide me with a copy and table it for the committee's notes.
Why don't I take that on notice, and we'll include it on our answer on notice.
That will take far longer than it should to arrive here. So if you could table it, please, that would be appreciated.
I just don't have a copy to table right here at the moment, but we'll organise.
Attempt to get one back to the Secretariat.
Thank you.
And Senator Steele-John, you can access it, or your staff can access the intranet as well.
Yes, I just want to make it as easy to access for as many people as possible.
Absolutely.
This is my final set of questioning on this topic. Can I get a little bit more information about the Access Champions Group? I think you've changed the name slightly. Can you clarify for us which departments and bodies are represented in that group?
Yes, I can.
And when it last met?
It is the Access and Inclusion Champions Group, and I apologise if I have referred to that incorrectly over the course of these estimates. Access and Inclusion Champions Group, it has a representative from Department of Parliamentary Service, Department of the Senate, Department of the House of Representatives, the Parliamentary Workplace Support Service, PBO, and the Department of Finance. And it last met, I think, Ms Hinder just said it last met last week.
I think it met, last week.
Last week. And did it, Ms Hinchcliffe, do I understand you correctly that it played a role in the publication of the tracker or the content of the tracker?
So it reviews the tracker at its meetings, and the communique and the tracker come from that group. Okay,
so it meets together and makes recommendations as to what should be reflected in the tracker?
So what's in the tracker has gone to that group and has been consulted with that group. So it's been updated by that group.
And who gets final sign-off? So that group gets consultation?
That group, it's their tracker.
So they get final sign-off.
Yes.
How does that group make decisions? Given there's so many people in it, what's the process?
It has a chair, and it makes collaborative decisions. It's a collaborative decision-making group.
So does it have a process for votes or
no
minute recording?
Yes, Yes, it would. Yes, it does have minutes.
They would have high level. They would have
Yep.
high level records. Yes.
Yeah, so they meet together, publish a tracker. At any point, President, at any point, is your feedback or engagement sought in the content of either the tracker or your engagement more broadly with that group?
It's my role is to oversight the department, not to be managing the department. That is Ms Hinchcliffe's role, but the Champions Group is across the whole of the Parliament, so it would also involve the Speaker. But what I can say is that Ms Hinchcliffe, as she said, is very committed to this report, and she's looked at what DPS can do and has implemented a number of changes. I appreciate, Senator Steele-John, that you want to see it move faster, but Ms Hinchcliffe has got her absolute finger on the pulse of this, and the responsibility of the Parliament is I share with the Speaker, and so we do from time to time ask Ms Hinchcliffe about where matters are up to, but it's not my role to meet with the Champions Group.
Yep. Thank you. Who is the chair of the Champions Group?
The chair is currently the DPS Access and Inclusion Champion, which was me until I was appointed as acting secretary, and then unfortunately I've had to give up that role, and so it's currently James Lawson.
From DPS?
From DPS, yes.
From DPS.
And it will be often with these groups that are cross parliamentary departments, the chair will rotate. So I expect the chair will rotate at the beginning of next year and go to one of the other departments.
And in terms of, again, I understand from our previous exchange that in terms of what got noted, what got listed as in progress, that's based mostly on what was listed as best practice recommendations from the review. In relation to the decisions of the Access Champions Group, are all decisions of that group in relation to how they are categorised and worked on, are they final, or is there any other review process of those decisions?
So there's the way that the work is occurring is for there to be lots of consultation, particularly with the accessibility network, the employee network. We are bedding that process down, particularly in terms of the process that's been put in place for recommendations to be finalised, to be closed, or for progress reports to come through to make sure that that people have a chance to be consulted in that process. And we are looking for feedback, which is part of the communication strategy and putting out the communique. We're looking for feedback from across the Parliament about areas that people want us to be looking at earlier than we may have previously thought, things that are really concerning people that they want us to consider what actions we can take immediately. So we're really, and you'll see in the communique, we're asking for that feedback from people. We would very much appreciate it.
And can you table for us a terms of reference or a mandate for that group?
Yes, we'll table terms
so
of
that we can understand it. I mean, the concern that I have is that while I am sure every single member of the group is well-intentioned, within this report are complex questions of engineering, of culture, of financial procurement, of parliamentary practice. And what you have not been able to share with me is actually the clear pathway of accountability and transparency to ensure that the decision-making processes of this group are clear to the community. And in the absence of that, there is a justified concern that an Access Champions Group may become a champion of barriers to access group.
And we do not want that, Senator, so thank you for raising that. We will ensure that the terms of reference is tabled. We'll also have a look at what's available on the internet so that people can access that material as well. And I thank you for your interest in this piece of work. I am likewise very interested and I appreciate your feedback.
Thank you. And if you could just take on notice for me, I'll take cheeky advantage of the fact that the chair wasn't quite back in their chair. Recommendation 3 you've listed as, which is quote, regularly, at least annually, survey occupants to continually enhance the accessibility of the Australian Parliament House. Yep. You've listed that as in progress, but then the comment section, which would describe what that progress looks like, is blank.
Yes, so Senator, we are currently, we have a building occupant survey that we run each year, and that we're currently building some questions for that in relation to accessibility, which will roll out in that survey next year, and we will consult on those questions with the accessibility network as well.
All right, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Waters.
Thanks very much, Chair. Hello, folks. Apologies, I haven't been able to get here until now. I've been in another committee. I just had some questions about the staff survey, and I understand another senator has asked, but my questions relate to a different facet of that survey. So my understanding is that 11% of staff in the 2024 DPS staff survey say that they've experienced bullying or harassment. Can you tell me, first of all, obviously that's unacceptable. Can you tell me over time, is that figure going up or down, and why isn't it zero?
So Senator Nicola Hinder, Acting Deputy Secretary, every government department tries its absolute best to be able to make sure that we're limiting as much as possible any allegations of bullying and harassment. Any number where we have staff that are indicating that they're raising issues of bullying, harassment, or they feel they're not being heard in raising so, is actually a worry to the executive of the department. In terms of the number, 11% at the moment is actually broadly comparable to the rest of the APS. And importantly, and I will correct my recollection if I'm wrong, I believe that's actually declined over the last 4 years. The number that I have in my head at one point was around about 20%, and now it's down to about 11%.
Okay.
But again, I want to preface that quite clearly with the fact that, you know, any number or any reflection of bullying and harassment is unacceptable.
Thank you. Just given the shortness of time, because I've committed to only a short period of time, could you take on notice and please provide me with the policies that you're now trying to roll out to get that number down to zero, please?
Senator, if I could just correct one thing. I think it's highly unlikely that any government department, any parliamentary department will ever have a zero number. We actually do want people to report instances of bullying and harassment. So it's not only the reporting that occurring, it's also the follow-up action that occurs. So I don't want to create an impression that we're aiming for a zero.
I don't want you to stop people reporting.
That's right.
I want you to stop the thing from happening that causes them to report.
That's right.
Yes,
But
I'd
we're
like
never
to know
going
what
to
you're
see a
doing
zero.
to do that. Thank you. And I do hope that you aspire to have zero. I understand that the allegations of bullying and harassment were often peer-to-peer, but were also at times from senior executive service officers. But alarmingly, it's reported today in, I think, the Canberra Times, that those complaints were only followed up on 24% of the time, even though 63% of respondents said that they had raised the behaviour with a supervisor. So I'm just seeking to understand why are complaints of bullying and harassment only being followed up on 24% of the time?
So, Senator, there's a couple of factors that go into that. Obviously, we encourage very strongly all leaders in the organisation, not just SES leaders, to take active steps to be able to resolve issues if bullying and harassments come through. There are times where the person that is making the complaint actually wants it raised for visibility and explicitly requests that there be no further action taken. That doesn't necessarily mean, though, that management doesn't take action if we're looking at something that's either serious or systemic or something that requires further consideration. There is also an element in here as well, and one that I think that we all grapple with, around visibility of responses. So at times we might have a person that has raised an allegation of bullying and harassment. It's been looked at. We have taken action against that with the individual that the allegation was raised against. But we might not be in a position to actually go back to the original respondent and give them the details as to how that's actually been resolved.
Sorry, do you mean the original complainant?
The original complainant. We might say, for instance, that we've looked at the issue, but we might not be able to get into the actual details of what actual action has been taken.
It's very odd that the complainant would not be told what's happened with their complaint.
They would certainly be told that it's been looked at, but if it gets into an issue where potentially there might be a sanction that's applied against the officer, or they've been counselled, or another form of formal activity.
The complainant doesn't get told that?
Well, because that's actually a matter between us as the employer and the person that we're taking the action
Okay,
about.
well, be that as it may, I'm interested in the 24% that were not at all followed up on.
Yep.
So perhaps if you could take that on notice to investigate the reasons for that. And as you say, there might be some cases where the complainant has said, actually, no, I don't want to pursue this further.
Yep.
But if you've got 3/4 of the complaints not being followed up on, that is very alarming.
Yep, absolutely.
So thank you for seeking to explain that. And can I just ask on a broader issue, what is the number of current legal claims and code of conduct claims relating to bullying and harassment and discrimination within DPS?
Senator, I'll need to take that one on notice.
Okay. And do you think more needs to be done to support employees?
Senator, as a very long-standing public servant, I'm absolutely committed to making sure that all staff, no matter where we work, but also in DPS, know their rights in terms of being able to raise allegations of bullying and harassment, and we deal with them transparently.
Okay. Also, that perpetrators be trained to not bully or harass. Surely that's
and
equally important.
Absolutely, and that does form part of all of the core training that the department also has in place. How to recognise bullying and harassment, how to actually make those follow-up actions be raised.
Yes, but how to not do the action in the
and
first
also
place.
what constitutes acceptable behaviour and unacceptable behaviour.
Yes. Yep. Okay. Thanks very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Waters. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Two brief questions. The first being, can we have an update on the Magna Carta conservation project?
Of course, Senator.
Thank you.
I'll ask Dr. Herriot to join us.
Thank you.
You're almost a standing item on our DPS meetings.
Thank you, Senator. Diane Herriot, Head of Design, Integrity and Collections. Senator, we are doing systems and environment.
Sorry, Dr. Harriet, I missed all of that. Sorry. Yep.
I'm sorry. I think I'm losing my voice. I'm sorry. We are doing testing of the environmental and other systems as part of a display system, and we are certainly on track to have it returned to public display, excuse me, by the end of the... Could you give me some water, Stephen? By the end of the... I'm sorry, the end of the calendar year. I don't mean to make more of that than my throat has done. I'm so sorry.
The end of this calendar year, the
this
end of
calendar year,
2025.
yes, before Christmas.
So, so members of the public will be able to view it early in 2026?
I'm expecting that if they come over the Christmas period, they will be able to see it. But I can't give you an exact date because we're still running tests and looking at data and fine-tuning.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
Oh, that's right. I was being generous. Everything would be done by the end of this calendar year, so I thought I would choose early 2026 to give you a little bit of space. But that's fantastic.
And Senator Smith, if we're still on track, and we have been and we intend to be, we will do a soft launch this year and you will be our star guest.
I suspect I'd be delighted to attend. I suspect I might be campaigning in Western Australia.
Well, I'm sure you'll,
manage to do both.
I think
you're right. I think you're right. Secondly and finally, I'm right to assume that there are no plans to fly any other flag other than the Australian national flag atop Parliament House?
Senator, I'm not aware of any plans to fly any other flag atop.
And there have been no
House.
requests to fly any other flags other than the Australian national flag?
Not that I'm aware of.
Might just check that.
I'm not aware of any requests to fly any other flag.
And you would see every request?
I would imagine so, for something
of that nature.
Of that nature, yes.
Great, thank you very much.
Senator McGrath.
One of my favourite topics. Can we go back to hacking, please?
I will call Mr. Lawson up to speak to you on that matter.
scheme. Perhaps they should have flown the
And
borrowed
Senator
scheme.
McGrath, just while we're waiting on your other favourite topic, and that is room bookings.
Yes.
I'm very pleased to say, as a result of your questioning at estimates, we now have, I'm not quite sure the framing of this, but if there was a fundraising activity that went on that was against our policy, we now have sanctions. So thank you.
Okay. May I ask just on that, which particular booking was it made under, which name?
No, there haven't been. One of the questions you raised with me is if someone did use it for fundraising, what would the sanction be? And I said we don't have sanctions. I'm reporting to you today because of your questioning, there are now sanctions.
May I ask what the sanctions are?
They are in line with the media sanctions. So it's a please explain, a banning, there's a list, and I think they're on the website, but I'm not sure. No, I appreciate that, President. Hello, Mr Lawson, old friend. Thank you for your question on notice 137, where you said there are, I think, about 2,000 phishing attempts that you've been able to quarantine. Do you know how many would get through? Is that like, I mean, I'm asking you what I suppose an unknown in a way, but do you have any idea how many would get through?
Good morning, good afternoon, Senator. James Lawson, Chief Information Officer. The short answer, Senator, is we would have some information on that, but I don't know a specific number off the top of my head. Happy to take that on notice. I'll just provide a bit of context to that response, though. With cybersecurity in general, we operate with a layered defence model. So computers and security controls and I guess the way that they're designed are imperfect by nature. And so whilst the overwhelming majority of threats will be mitigated, some may make their way in, and then there's other controls inside the environment that will address them. Okay. It would be safe to say that similar to the House of Commons, the UK Parliament, that the number of phishing attempts is dramatically increasing? It's one of the greatest threats that we face, Senator, and I think it's also worth noting to the committee that one of our best cybersecurity controls is people. So awareness and the human aspect of cyber defence is incredibly important. Because one of the issues, not issues, but I suppose a query, is that your estimation is 2,000 attempts a day that you're able to quarantine. I was looking at some figures in relation to the UK Parliament, and it's anywhere between, depending which source, between 4 million and 150 million attempts as such. Is there a reason why you think we're sort of lower down the scale? Is it I guess there's a bit of speculation required to provide an answer to you, Senator. We work very closely with our colleagues across the 5 parliaments, including the UK Parliament, and I think it's safe to say that there's a fair bit of difference in terms of maturity in a lot of spaces across the 5 Ps. So we're all at different points of an IT maturity journey. They may have other controls in place. They may have other capabilities that are different to ours. Increasingly there's a very good news story around DPS provided ICT and the cybersecurity controls around that. So we're forging ahead with a very contemporary approach to our cybersecurity, and it may be, Senator, and again some speculation to this, noting the complexity of IT, that we have other capabilities in the environment mitigating these threats. Chair, previously Mr Lawson has offered for there to be a private briefing of the committee, and I think that's something the committee should take up in the near future, so we can discuss some of these issues that should not possibly.
Sure, that would be considered favourably, Senator McGrath, should you choose to write to us.
Now, I do want to ask. I think, Mr. Lawson, I'm finished with you, but I do want to ask just generally about surveillance in the building and the sweeping of public and private spaces for unfriendly actors who may have put surveillance devices. So, Acting Secretary, is that something?
I'll ask Mr Khan to come forward.
Thank you, Mr Lawson.
If you could repeat the question, please,
Certainly.
Senator.
Does the department have a policy for the sweeping of public and private spaces within Parliament House for surveillance devices?
Senator Vance Khan, First Assistant Secretary, Security. We take the protection of the environment of Parliament House exceptionally seriously. We have a joint structure here where we look after the committee rooms, the public areas and the suites, and we work in conjunction with many other agencies that support government to do some of the measures you talk about. So I would answer it very carefully, Senator, not to provide over information, but yes, we do have a system where we are able to protect the environments and our systems here within Parliament House.
May I suggest, Chair, that perhaps in terms of the private session we have, that perhaps you could come along, sir, also and participate in that, because I do have further questions and I don't want to put you on the spot in relation to these very important issues. Thank you.
That's also why we have the Appropriations and Security Committee for any member of the Senate to come to that group and ask questions as well.
I'm done, Chair.
So, Chair, I just have one last
Senator Hume.
Thank you. I just want to back in some of the comments that were made by some of my crossbench colleagues, Ms Hinchcliffe. The idea that the Department Secretary is on paid leave indefinitely sits, I think, quite uncomfortably with a lot of people. At the next Senate estimates, it will be 22 weeks since the Department Secretary took that leave. We will be asking questions then about what kind of leave has been taken and how much it has cost the taxpayer. So in anticipation of those questions being asked, I would hope that there are decisions that are made that are appropriate in the circumstances.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
We will now suspend for lunch and resume at 1:45 p.m. with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. Thank you, everybody, and thank you to the parliamentary officers and the President that have appeared today. Lunch, and I now welcome Senator the Honourable Penny Wong, Minister for Foreign Affairs, representing the Prime Minister, Mr Martin Hare, Deputy Secretary and Chief Operating Officer, and other officers of the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet. Minister or Mr Hare, do either of you have an opening statement you'd like to make today?
Yes, Chair, thank you. Just briefly, advising of the members of the PMC's executive in attendance for this session to answer your questions include myself, Liz Heffron-Webb, the Deputy Secretary of Social Policy, Nadine Williams, the Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and Resilience, Graham Fletcher, Deputy Secretary, International and Security, and Trevor Power, the Acting Chief Executive Officer of the Net Zero Economy Agency. We also have a range of other senior officials here to assist the committee. Just noting there have been no changes since the last estimates to our executive.
We'll go there to questions. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair, Minister and officials. Thank you all for being here today. Can I start with the Code of Conduct for Ministers, please, and go to Part 3.19 initially of the Code of Conduct, which states that ministers must also comply with the requirements of the Parliament and the Prime Minister relating to the declaration of gifts. Can the Department please step me through what the requirements of the Prime Minister are relating to the declaration of gifts?
Mr Walter is here. Sorry, Senator, could you ask the question again?
Yes, I'm referring specifically to Part 3.19 of the Code of Conduct for Ministers, and in particular asking the Department to step us through what the requirements of the Prime Minister are relating to the declaration of gifts.
So I'm just looking for the actual code in front of me, Senator. Sorry, I'm just scrolling through to get to it. So in terms of the full area, so under the heading of gifts, so ministers are required to exercise the functions of their public office unaffected by considerations.
So you might need to just speak up a little for us today, please. Or
sorry. So under 3.17, ministers are required to exercise the functions of their public office unaffected by considerations of personal advantage or disadvantage. Ministers in their official capacity may therefore accept customary official gifts, hospitality, tokens of appreciation and similar formal gestures in accordance with the relevant guidelines, but must not seek or encourage any form of gift in their personal capacity. Ministers must also comply with the requirements of the Parliament and the Prime Minister relating to the declaration of gifts.
Thank you. You've just read parts 3.17, 3.18 and 3.19 of the Code of Conduct, word for word, so thank you. My question, and hopefully now help's arrived, we can turn to it. In relation to 3.19, which was the last of those parts that you just read, as it says, accurately as you quoted, ministers must also comply with the requirements of the Parliament, and we're obviously aware they're on the public record as to what senators and members of the House of Representatives are obliged to report in that regard. And then it goes on, and the Prime Minister relating to the declaration of gifts. The question was, can you please step us through what the requirements of the Prime Minister are in relation to the declaration of gifts?
Andrew Walter, First Assistant Secretary, Government Division,
Prime Minister and Cabinet. My apologies for being slightly late. So they
I think it's owed more at that side of the table than over here.
So essentially, I know we've stepped through this a little bit, but where a gift is received, there's kind of three sets of requirements. There's obviously the obligations the Minister has as a parliamentarian in relation to gifts. They're required to advise the Prime Minister in relation to gifts, particularly given there may be a conflict of interest issue. That process is entirely run by the Prime Minister's office. We have no involvement in it. And then the third element is they need to consider whether they need to make a declaration under the guidelines for official gifts, which the department does administer. And that only kicks in certain circumstances, including where they're applicable, but also where they reach certain dollar values.
Thanks, Mr. Walter. So of those three, as you've described them, I think we can, for the time being at least, park the first, for which you have no obvious responsibility and which is clearly on the public record in relation to House of Representatives and Senate obligations for the declaration of gifts. I'm going to come back to the second in relation to the expectations of the Prime Minister, which is where my question sat, but let's just deal with the third in relation to the receipt of official gifts for which there may be an obligation triggered to declare those official gifts. Can you step us through what that third obligation is and how that is applied to the Prime Minister and ministers?
So I might call on my colleagues as required because I don't actually administer the guidelines, but essentially the way it works is where an official gift has been received that falls within the scope of the guidelines. And I think it's important to note that the guidelines they apply to tangible gifts that retain their value, so essentially objects, where they are in excess of one of two values, $300 in relation to a gift from a private person or organisation, or $750 in relation to a gift from a foreign government, then you need to declare that gift through the PM&C process, and then there's a process for assessing the value of the gift, and you can either surrender it or in some instances pay for it.
Thanks, Mr. Walter. So here we are referring to the document entitled Guidelines Relating to Official Gifts Received. Is that correct? Yes. Okay. And you just drew a distinction between essentially tangible gifts and intangibles. Yes. That would be the distinction made in part 1.3 of those guidelines. Is that correct? Which states that for the purposes of declaring with the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet, a gift is considered a physical and tangible gift that holds commercial value. This excludes any entertainment or hospitality.
That's correct.
That's correct. Thank you. In that regard, can I understand in relation to this, the third of the three different requirements you outlined and the one that is administered by the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet, would the exclusion of any entertainment or hospitality and the requirement for it to be a physical and tangible gift mean that free flights, flight upgrades, anything of that nature is excluded from the requirement to declare those official gifts?
So we've certainly had a look at flight upgrades, and it doesn't seem to be going back to 2007, we haven't treated them as gifts. We don't know about before 2007, I should add. So under this and previous governments, flight upgrades certainly have not been treated as gifts for the purpose of this policy.
Okay. And free flights?
I don't know about free flights. I don't know whether my colleague does.
Senator Dana Robertson, Acting First Assistant Secretary of the Ministerial Support Division. This policy has been in operation since the early 1980s, and throughout that time it has related only to physical, tangible gifts that might be received, for example, during an international engagement when the Prime Minister's overseas or a guest of government visit has come to Australia.
And importantly, this policy, these guidelines relating to official gifts received, this is not solely a ministerial obligation, is it? This applies to public Sorry?
Sorry, so it applies to Prime Ministers, Ministers, Assistants Ministers and their families.
And their families.
So 1.1.
Yep,
and their
that's
staff.
right.
And this.
And their staff.
Ministerial and electoral staff.
That's right.
So
okay. Yes. And sorry. And indeed, as it notes, departmental staff relate to their departmental secretary's instructions. Are those departmental secretary's instructions in line with these guidelines?
My recollection is those departmental guidelines are in line with, are consistent with the parliamentary standards. So it's a declaration of gifts over the value of 100, I think, but they don't have the requirement for a payment to be made, which is specific to ministers. Okay. In terms of the gap between the value of a gift and the allowable limit.
So does that mean they're just allowed to be kept?
They need to be declared, but yes.
Yes, but can then be kept without the need for the payment that applies to ministers.
It's similar in the way to the parliamentary record does.
Right. And do the departmental guidelines capture entertainment or hospitality, or are they similarly only for tangible gifts?
So we have a practice of recording hospitality. I'd need to check to see whether that's a requirement, but our practice is to include dinners and lunches. That's been done in addition. So my practice has been to include that since the Auditor-General notified that the Secretary of Treasury hadn't declared some of their gifts, but I can pass to Ms Cooper.
Hi, Karen Cooper, Chief Financial Officer at PMC. The departmental internal gifts and benefits policy does state that hospitality is considered to be a gift and it needs to be declared.
Okay, thanks, Ms Cooper. So, thank you for that clarity in terms of for officials, departmental officials, the comparable guidelines include entertainment or hospitality as requirements for declaration, but that is not the case for ministers in relation to the guidelines as they operate. What is the process for declaration under these guidelines for ministers?
So, you go, Donna.
Sure. As you've mentioned, Senator, the gift guidelines are separate to the parliamentary register. The allowable limits, as we've mentioned, to retain gifts are $750 if they're received from a government or $300 from an individual or an industry group. And they apply to the people that were mentioned earlier. Usually a gift will be surrendered to the Commonwealth officer who by the Prime Minister or any other minister, and the gifts remain the property of the Commonwealth until such time as a declaration is made and a gift may be purchased if it's over the allowable limit. Valuations can be obtained from the donor of the gift or from the relevant overseas post if that's where the gift comes from. And formal valuations can also be sought from valuers in a field that relates to the gift. Valuations are arranged by the recipient of the gift or their office. Or, the valuation's then submitted to PMC with the recipient's declaration form in accordance with the gift guidelines, and then a member or senator, a minister rather, or assistant minister can then surrender the gift if it's over the allowable limit, or they can pay the difference in the retail price between the limit that's been set in the guidelines and what the retail value is. And if they do that, they pay the money via PMC to the collector of public monies, I believe the name is.
Thanks, Ms Robinson. And I think you alluded to, but slightly skimmed over the specifics in the question in terms of how a declaration is made. But it's correct under these guidelines that there is a form, a declaration of an official gift exceeding valuation limit form that is to be completed and to be provided within 28 days of receipt of the official gift. Is that right?
That's correct, Senator.
That's as per 4.1 of the guidelines.
So there's just a slight qualification there, Senator, so at 4.2. So it must be made within 28 days of receipt if it exceeds the allowable limits.
Yes.
Or immediately after a formal valuation is received. So if the formal valuation takes a little bit longer.
Sure.
Yep.
Thank you. And does the department keep a register of all such declarations?
Yes.
Yes, Senator.
Yes. And is that register published?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
Surely somebody knows whether it is published or not.
I'm not aware of it being published, but I can take it on notice to double check.
I don't think it is. We'll get you an answer as soon as possible.
Okay. Has it been provided publicly before in response to questions on notice, FOIs, other procedures that would normally seek such documentation?
Not to my knowledge, Senator, but again, I can take that on notice and let you know as soon as possible.
Is there a reason why it couldn't be provided if it was requested?
I think we'd take that on notice. We'd want to actually just look at the entries and see what they're telling us. There could be a couple of reasons I can imagine, but I just want to think about that. If we can take that on notice.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. So this pertains to, these questions have pertained to the third of the three different declaration obligations that you identified before, Mr Walter, and that being the way in which official tangible gifts are gifted to ministers and then handled by the department, such as those provided when the Prime Minister's overseas and those sorts of things that you canvassed. I said I wanted to come back to the second, and the second brings us back to that requirement in the Ministerial Code of Conduct under 3.19 that ministers are to comply with the requirements of the Prime Minister relating to the declaration of gifts. Are you able to outline to this Estimates Committee what those requirements are?
No, I'm not, because they're entirely administered by the Prime Minister's office. It's the Prime Minister's code. It's largely administered by the Prime Minister and his office. We can, of course, assist if we're requested, but we have no visibility of those processes.
So the department doesn't provide any administrative support for the way in which those declarations are made?
That's correct.
Has the department provided drafting of instructions to ministers around how those declarations are to be complied with?
I think I would have to take that on notice only because when the code was established, we might have assisted with some guidance to ministers, but I just don't know. I wasn't here at the time, but I can take it on notice and check.
I think we need to do that. I think the only form of guidance we have is the actual...
Sorry, Mr Heard.
Sorry.
The microphone's in front of you and I'm over here, so talking to Mr Walter...
Sorry. So the annexure to the official gift guidelines does have a form which ministers are meant to fill out as part of that. But my understanding...
I think you're back on the guidelines relating to official gifts and the annexure there. I'm now on to the expectations of declaration to the Prime Minister.
Which is different.
Yep. It's different, as Mr Walter just said to you.
So
how have those expectations been conveyed to ministers?
So again, that would be a question that for the Prime Minister and the Prime Minister's office, but we can certainly, I have taken on notice that we'll see whether we assisted with any guidance in that regard. And I suspect that would have been when the code was first established, if it occurred.
Well, can we go one step further than that and actually seek a copy of how those expectations have been conveyed to ministers?
I can take that on notice.
Sorry, the reason I'm pausing, Senator, is 320 goes further to say that ministers are expected to disclose the Prime Minister's source and the value of gifts or benefits received. including services provided at reduced or no costs, on different terms to that of the general public in an official or personal capacity. Ministers must satisfy themselves that they have disclosed necessary details. So the reason I'm getting a little bit caught between the distinction is I'm not sure there is a significant distinction between what the requirements of the Prime Minister are and then the guidelines relating to the official gifts in paragraph 420. I understand there might be something additional, but this is clearly part of that process. But we can take on notice if there's additional.
Minister, are you able to shed any light for officials here? Is there a difference between the requirement to adhere to the guidelines relating to official gifts received, which only pertains to tangible physical gifts, and the requirements, if any exist, for reporting to the Prime Minister in relation to the receipt of gifts?
I will take that on notice, but I would make the point 3.19 refers to the requirements of the Parliament, which of themselves are different to the guidelines requirements.
That's right. Indeed, Mr. Walter.
So my point is 3.19 says compliance with the requirements of the Parliament and the Prime Minister relating to the declaration of gifts. 320 goes to guidelines. The latter is a different. I think the officials have given you some answers about. The officials have given you some answers about how 3.20 is administered. So your question really goes to, is there anything that is contemplated beyond the Parliament requirements by 3.19?
No, my question goes a little further than that, Minister. Mr. Walter outlined 3 pillars of requirements that he said applied.
Parliament.
The first was the Parliament. The third was the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet's official guidelines. The second that he referenced were the expectations of the Prime Minister, which he has said are wholly and solely administered by the Prime Minister's office. I'm seeking to ascertain what those expectations are, if indeed, now that some doubt has been cast, whether there are separate expectations. So perhaps we should just go back and clarify that point from Mr. Walter. And Minister, if officials genuinely don't know, then you may be best placed to answer that. Are there separate expectations around the declaration of gifts imposed by the Prime Minister that are reported to the Prime Minister's office?
Can I... Sorry,
No.
You go first.
I was just going to say perhaps the simplest course here is to say we will take on notice how is the obligation under 3.20 given effect to, and we'll come back in notice and address those 2 critical elements.
Well, appreciate that, Minister. Sorry.
I will take on notice that issue. My recollection is that you have the set of declarations of your interests that are required immediately and then with any update, is that right?
Yes.
Yeah, I can't remember the time frame, like after being sworn in to a portfolio and then the 28-day update, which is a broad requirement of interest, much broader. I think that when you're in government and we are required to divest, except in very limited circumstances, shares, which again is unlike your cabinet. There is, in addition, the obligations we all have to comply with the parliamentary declarations, and then there is the additional what's the word? The process of registering official gifts and then surrendering them, which is quite a, if I may say, bureaucratic process because of the number of gifts that people get. I will check whether or not there are any additional requirements actually acted upon outside of those 2 under 3.19, and I'll come back to you.
And I'm conscious, Minister, that when it comes to the official gifts guidelines, particularly a minister in your portfolio, is very reliant upon your department and those diplomats and officials who will ultimately then handle and engage through a process with the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet the many kind and thoughtful pieces that can be provided to foreign ministers and their like by other governments. Obviously, what I'm trying to ascertain here is a different nature of disclosure, and one that, in particular, what I want to understand at the next level is, does it encompass entertainment and hospitality as a requirement to disclose that to the Prime Minister? Or is the only place where ministers disclose instances of entertainment and hospitality, including flight upgrades or the like, on the House of Reps and Senate registers?
I will take that on notice.
I think we might be able to try and clarify that during today's proceedings, which I think would probably be beneficial to secure that clarity. If you could, Minister, appreciate you taking on notice, and I have asked Mr Walter already if it's possible to receive a copy of what the instructions to ministers may be. I am assuming if there is a requirement that the Prime Minister would, or his Chief of Staff would, have written to all ministers saying this is what you are expected to do and these are the terms in which you are expected to report and comply. And again, for transparency, it would be helpful for the committee to be able to have a copy of that correspondence, if it exists, to be able to then undertake any further questioning if necessary.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Minister. Appreciate that.
Now is a good time to rotate the call. Senator Pocock.
Thank you for your time here this afternoon. Is there someone in the department that's responsible for advising or coordinating on gambling reforms?
Do you not like sitting on the government side, Senator Pocock? He does it enough. He does it enough.
Yeah,
likes to be between Richard and Simon.
Swap sides.
Gambling.
Thank you. Since the Murphy Review was released in June 2023, has the department met with the AFL, the NRL, Responsible Wagering Australia, or any free TV broadcaster or online wagering company about online wagering reform?
Nadine Williams, Deputy Secretary, Economy, Industry and Resilience. I don't believe so, Senator. Happy to take that on notice, but certainly not to my recollection.
Great, thank you. Is the department in the possession of any evidence that restricting gambling ads would increase illegal offshore gambling?
Again, Senator, I don't believe so, certainly not in our capacity as a central agency. We haven't seen any advice to that or evidence to that effect, unless my colleagues wish to give it a different view, but no, okay. No, Senator.
Thank you, Ms Williams. Is the department in the possession of any evidence suggesting that the lotto causes more harm in the community than sports betting?
Again, Senator, we wouldn't generally have access to that kind of information. I mean, I think perhaps around matters of gambling harm or gambling reform, it might be appropriate to direct your questions to the Department of Infrastructure, which has the communications function.
Yes, that's
I understand they are. Or DSS, depending on the nature of the question. I guess if it's a harm-related question, the Department of Social Services. If it's more of a regulatory question, perhaps Department of Infrastructure.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. I'll certainly be asking them. So I'm asking these questions because the Prime Minister has made a number of statements about gambling reform and some of the unintended consequences, and no experts in this space can find some of these studies that are being referred to. I did an OPD in the Senate and it came back saying that they weren't aware of that. So I'm just interested to see where this information is being fed to the Prime Minister from.
So, I mean, the two departments that I mentioned, Senator, have policy responsibility, and therefore I think those questions will be best directed to those departments in terms of the extent to which they're aware of that sort of evidence and the extent to which it informs policy.
And so just from my understanding, and forgive me if this is a dumb question, you don't have a role in briefing the Prime Minister on gambling reform? That would come from DSS and comms, or how does that work?
So generally the policy department would have responsibility for briefing their minister on any matter of policy that becomes before Cabinet. But we have a central agency role, which means that we would provide advice to the Prime Minister as part of the Cabinet process generally.
And so have you briefed the Prime Minister on gambling reform?
So, you want to...
sorry, Senator, so we...
Struck something here.
So Ms Williams just referred to our process of briefing the Prime Minister, our broad process for briefing the Prime Minister for Cabinet. We don't tend to talk about the Cabinet specifics. So whether we have or haven't briefed on gambling reform is something that we wouldn't normally discuss because it's Cabinet in confidence.
So you can't tell me if you've briefed a minister with, potential talking points, anything like that, because you just claim that he may have said something in Cabinet? I'm just asking.
So I think Mr Hare was saying because of the nature of PM&C, a lot of their work with the Prime Minister would be associated with cabinet processes, and the practice has been for their not disclose anything in this context which might give rise to information about the considerations of Cabinet. So it's a narrower kind of proposition than what you just said. What was the question again, Senator Pocock, the last one?
Well, Mr Wong, we've heard the Prime Minister say a number of things about gambling reform that experts say really have no basis. The only other person who's said similar things is Peter V'landys. And so I'm trying to find out where is the Prime Minister actually getting this information from. It seems like this department's input is limited, and I think rightly so, given it's being run out of the other departments. But do you know where the PM is getting his advice on gambling reform if it's not based in what researchers are saying are sort of the established facts on it?
Is that a question to me? Well, I think I responded on behalf of the Prime Minister to your OPD, and I think your questions are the same as the OPD, and I'll refer you to that answer. But more broadly, there is a great deal of engagement on this issue, both through committee processes and relevant ministers and their departments that Ms Williams referred you to, Senator. So I appreciate where you're coming from, but I would say that I think it is well ventilated, both publicly and within government, the perspective of all sides in this debate, including those who are advocating very strongly for for stronger regulation.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I guess I'm wanting to try and dig into sort of the facts around this. The PM has claimed multiple times that gambling regulation would increase illegal offshore gambling. No one can point to that data. Responsible Wagering Australia held up Norway as the example. The Norwegian gambling regulator has come out and said utter nonsense, and yet the PM on a number of occasions has sort of said these lines, and then the OPD, as you know, came back as well. There's actually no briefing notes on this. So I'm just trying to understand, like, why is the Prime Minister saying things that aren't based in fact?
I think that's an expression of opinion, Senator Pocock.
Not my opinion.
No, I think it is an expression of your opinion. But if you want a discussion, and I'm not the minister responsible, so I'm not in a position to have a long discussion about it here. But if you want a discussion about the content and the public policy propositions around regulation, obviously,
infrastructure around the regulation.
The relevant department, I'm advised, would be...
So I think the Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Communication and the Arts would be the department that would be able to provide evidence around the regulation of gambling.
Sure, yeah. I can ask them. I guess the reason I'm here asking PMC is that the PM continues to say things that not me. I don't know enough about this, but all the gambling researchers and people who sort of live and breathe this are saying there's just simply not the stats to back up the claims, and that's why I'm asking. But I accept you're not the PM.
Well, I also, having lived through a lot of debates around regulation, including a carbon price, where a couple of people just down from you said that it was going to end. Was it $100 lamb roast and Whyalla wipeout? And I think just this last couple of elections we had was that the electric vehicles that were going to end the weekend. What I would say to you is I've seen a lot of things said in public debates about regulation, and I also would say to you that there's a lot of different facts put on the table by different stakeholders in debates. The Prime Minister responded to your OPD. I appreciated those are contested, those views. This whole area is very contested. But I think the harm, those who talk, I think, very eloquently about the harm that is being done by what we've seen in terms of the change in this industry or in this sector over the last years is well ventilated within government.
Thank you. And just finally, I want to hand over the call, but I understand it's contested, and I guess that's why I'm asking this. The PM has made a statement a number of times that regulating gambling advertising would increase illegal offshore advertising, gambling in Australia, and all I'm asking for
and you're
is...
saying that's contested, and I appreciate that.
Well, I'm just asking for the PM to provide the basis for saying that, which seems a fair request.
You're saying it's contested.
Not me, all the gambling people.
But I would say that the idea that regulation will generate a behavioural response is, I think, a reasonable one across the board. There are judgments about what's the behavioural response it will generate.
But there's simply no
evidence, for example,
evidence for it. That's all I'm asking for. If he can point to something, then...
You finish.
If the PM can actually point to some evidence, even if it's contested, then sure, there is something saying that this will happen. But that's the reason for my OPD, the reason for turning up here to ask questions is we're hearing claims made, and as you said in OPD, like there's actually nothing to point to say, well, you may not agree with this evidence, but this is what I'm relying on. And that's my concern in this debate.
I'm just waiting for you to finish because I've tried to answer a few times and you keep cutting me off. So do you want to finish before I answer?
I'm done.
Thank you. I was going to make the point that I don't think it is a controversial proposition to say that regulation is likely to generate a behavioural response. What is contested in any debate around regulation is what that behavioural response will be. So people will say, prohibition meant there was illegal alcohol production. Higher taxes on some tobacco products mean that there might be some higher usage of other products. And these behavioural and sometimes, criminal responses in various fields are something that when governments go to regulate in whatever field are debated. I don't think that's a surprising proposition. But I again would say to you, I think it is undeniable that we have seen a lot of change in our country over these last years in relation to wagering, if that's the term, gambling. If I think about, if we think about the last 20 years, how that's changed, I think it's undeniable. I think the prevalence, the social harm that is people are observing is something that is being well ventilated with ministers and with the Parliament, as you have seen through various parliamentary and other inquiries. So I don't think it's... Your proposition is, actually it should be put in the context of the fact that there's a lot of discussion about these issues, including a perspective that you might be more aligned with. And I think that's a good thing.
Thank you. I guess my concern is that the Prime Minister can't actually point to studies that he's referencing in a debate that should be based on these are different perspectives. This is a complex, regulation is complex.
It is. It is. Because you often don't know. And I've been... I think we can all point to times where regulation has been, increased regulation of, particularly of social harms, for want of a better term, has been very positive. You can also point to where governments probably, or both political persuasions, probably didn't get it quite right. So...
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hugh. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. Assuming nobody's jumping forward, that we don't have correspondence or feedback from the Prime Minister's office related to ministerial expectations yet?
In that time frame, I recall I used to wait 2 days for you, mate, and you didn't give me an answer.
This goes to ministerial disclosures. I would have thought it was pretty straightforward, and in the government, and in the government's interest.
And I recall, I'm happy to
get that on the
but I
table
also
quickly.
recall asking you about the Prime Minister's staff's knowledge of certain things and not getting an answer for, I think, till after the election. But anyway, we will look for it. I'll try and work out what we can give you as soon as we're able.
Good. I'll keep coming back to it, rest assured. 3.20 of the Ministerial Code. Mr Walter might want to rejoin us at the table. Mr Walter, I'm guessing, just to avoid Mr Hare going through the process we started with. 3.20, after its reference to the guidelines that we discussed before, which only pertain to physical gifts or tangible gifts, states ministers are expected to disclose to the Prime Minister the source and value of gifts or benefits received, including services provided at reduced or no cost. That's a correct representation of the code? Yes. Is there any aspect of how that part of the code is enforced that the department has any understanding of?
No, there isn't. So again, we'll come back on notice on all this, so we can then set out what's done or what then. But otherwise, we don't have involvement. No.
Okay. Sorry, can I just make a general proviso in relation to the code, which the code is administered by the Prime Minister, but the Prime Minister can ask us for advice under the code, or the Secretary if he wants to. But in this instance, I can say that we have no involvement. You have no involvement.
So I just don't want to suggest that we don't have any involvement in the code. We can, of course.
And you've taken on notice whether perhaps you provided a draft or otherwise to the Prime Minister for how he would communicate those expectations to ministers and how that would be applied. And obviously that's the information that the ministers agreed to try to seek as expeditiously as possible. Has the department had cause to provide advice to the Prime Minister in relation to the interpretation of the code as it relates to the receipt of gifts?
So, not in recent times is my understanding. And I think it's probably important to recognise that the practice seems to be that the flights and other matters are provided through the parliamentary disclosure, and noting that they've got their own special category there, and the tangible gifts are provided through here, but no, I haven't, I'm not aware of any advice provided to the office or the Prime Minister in relation to 3.20.
or any in relation to anything from 3.17 through 3.22 inclusive, the section in its entirety that deals with the receipt and declaration of gifts?
So we would routinely provide advice in relation to gifts as they're declared, but in terms of anything in addition to that, no, I'm not aware of any briefing to the Prime Minister on it.
Okay, can you take on notice
Yes,
whether
Senator.
there is anything that you need to correct the record over there or clarify? Thank
Yes,
you.
Senator.
Can I just go to the interpretation of a number of clauses in this part of the Code of Conduct for Ministers? 3.18, which states that ministers, range of text, which we can read if you want, but ministers must not seek or engage any form of gift in their personal capacity. How is that to be interpreted by ministers?
So, as Mr Walter said, these guidelines are, this code of conduct is actually administered by the Prime Minister. There is the Prime Minister can clearly request the Secretary look at particular issues from time to time, but in the main, the Code of Conduct is a requirement of the Prime Minister and administered by the PMO and the PM.
I appreciate that, and you've stressed that point before. I'm just going to the interpretation of the code. What does it mean? What are ministers expected to understand 3.18 to mean, where it says that ministers must not seek or encourage any form of gift in their personal capacity?
Senator, I can't provide any more detail in terms of how the Prime Minister interprets that. The only thing that I have in front of me is the form of words, and I think the form of words is understandable in that ministers shouldn't seek or encourage any form of gift in their personal capacity. I don't know how else to further develop that.
Okay. To the public debate of the last week or so, is seeking a flight upgrade a breach of the code under 3.18?
So, Senator, the only thing I can really say to that at this point in time is that the Prime Minister has declared that he hasn't sought a flight upgrade. So I think that in relation to the debate over the past few days, that in my mind means that he's of the view that he clearly hasn't. In terms of whether the Minister thought that to seek a flight upgrade, to ask for a flight upgrade would be a breach, it's possible. However, it's also difficult to know in terms of just what the practice of the airlines actually is in how they administer their upgrades.
And I would have thought seeking a flight on a billionaire's private jet might be a breach too then.
Well, Minister, I'm seeking to understand how the code is to be interpreted by the public.
Just making a point.
And importantly, by ministers who are expected to adhere to the code.
But I'm just making a point about consistency.
Is it, Minister, your understanding that to seek a flight upgrade would be a breach of clause 3.18 of the code?
Well, you're asking me a personal view.
Sorry?
You're asking my personal opinion.
Well, I'm trying to get an answer.
He's nodding, so I'm not here in my personal capacity.
I'm trying to get an answer for how one is to understand the interpretation of the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
Well, I think the words speak for themselves, and I'm not here, Senator, in my personal capacity.
No, you're here in your ministerial capacity and as a minister who needs to adhere to the Code of Conduct.
Well, here as I'm here as a minister representing the Prime Minister.
Indeed.
If you want to ask me,
Correct.
if you want to ask me questions about as a minister, I'm sure you will be at Senate estimates on Thursday. My view, I hadn't finished. My view is the words are clear, must not seek or encourage any form of gift in their personal capacity. I would say to you, people have to make a judgment on what a gift is. And I think it might be that asking a billionaire for a ride on a private jet, is that a gift, or is that appropriate travel?
Minister, as the minister representing the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister being the minister responsible for upholding the Ministerial Code of Conduct, would a gift of a flight on a private plane that was sought by a minister be a breach of the Ministerial Code of Conduct?
Well, I think I'll take that on notice, because I think probably the answer goes back to my first answer, which is what is a gift? Is it a gift? So,
okay.
In opposition, there are occasions on which, and in government, people get travel to a location. So, mine site,
sure.
China.
So, indeed.
Is that a gift?
So,
I think is the question. Well, you asked me. No, you don't want me to talk.
Sorry. You let me know when you're finished.
No. I'm simply saying...
The last 4 words of 3.18, in their personal capacity. So, if it was for a family holiday, would seeking the gift of a private flight on a private jet as a minister for a family holiday be a breach of the Ministerial Code?
Well, I mean, these are hypotheticals. I think the words are clear.
I think it's pretty clear it would be.
Yeah, I think the words are clear, and I think I think the words are clear, and I think ministers would have to make a judgment about whether or not what they are seeking is, one, a gift, and second, a gift in their personal capacity. Now, I would have thought, a few judgments have to be made by ministers and indeed shadow ministers about whether the facts fall into those 2 categories.
So, when it comes to receipt of a flight upgrade, if it has been sought by a minister for a personal family holiday, surely the conclusion would be the same as if you were seeking a free flight. In the end, it is still a significant financial, personal benefit sought by a minister. Wouldn't you expect the Prime Minister to counsel his ministers that that was inappropriate?
So if I might think. So in terms of the discussion of the gifts, so when I look at the registration process for parliamentarians, the upgrades actually come under a heading called sponsored travel from memory, not gifts. And it's a subset within the sponsored travel.
Okay.
So,
Mr. Hare, you're taking us again back to...
No.
Well, I'm trying to find a context for within which this sits, and the declaration of flights, upgraded flights, within the parliamentary declaration requirement sits under the heading of sponsored travel. It's item point 2 of under the sponsored travel from memory. So whether broadly the Parliament itself sees as gifts, I think is something that we probably need to just have a look at. But there's also the process where ministers and parliamentarians declare this quite openly and publicly in terms of being transparent about what they're doing. So the debate is occurring because many of these are disclosed. My understanding is that these were all disclosed on the parliamentary register. So in terms of the transparency side of, which is fundamental, of course, to the process around decision making, and for people to understand where parliamentarians what they're getting in terms of their capacity as parliamentarians. It has been declared. It's been declared openly and transparently by the Prime Minister in terms of that the gift, that the upgrade was provided. We do need to sort of look at this in terms of the context of, as I said before, the context of the way the airlines actually do the upgrades, whether anything was actually sought, and which the Prime Minister has identified publicly that he did not seek any upgrades, but also recognise that they seem to be a relatively commonplace across the Parliament.
Mr Heert, does the Code of Conduct for Ministers apply to all members of Parliament or only ministers?
As we discussed previously, Senator, it applies to ministers, assistant ministers, their officers, their staff.
That's right. And it applies an additional standard for ministers to those that you've just given an expansive elaboration on in relation to the declarations for senators and members of the House of Representatives. And we distinguished those when I started questioning quite some time ago that they were separate. There is, sorry, I'll finish and actually pose the question here this time because I waited a long time while you responded before. There is not a requirement for senators and members of the House of Representatives to not seek or encourage any form of gift in their personal capacity. Well, there should be. Perhaps there should be. That is a debate that the Parliament
But that is
can
common
have.
sense, Senator. Are you really saying that you think it's all right for Mr Dutton to ask for gifts because he's no longer a minister? I don't think anybody would think that.
And it was not in his personal capacity.
No, but my point
I would
is,
stress,
I
Minister.
think this is a common sense. I think this is a common sense.
So if it's common sense, why can't we get a straight answer from you or the department that actually says requesting upgrades in a personal capacity would be a breach of the code?
Rotate the call in any case. So while we have,
where's the clear common sense answer?
While we are now in a period of commentary.
Yeah, so look, I don't think you can read them. So yes, the Code of Conduct applies in addition, but also calls out the respective requirements under the Parliament. And that's quite clear in 3.19, where it says ministers must also comply with the requirements of the Parliament and the Prime Minister relating to the declaration of gifts. And this becomes a question: do you need to declare things in two places? So if you have declared it in the requirements under the requirements of the Parliament in the register, does it then need to be declared again? So that's the point I was seeking to make, is that these have been declared. They have been declared in the register of interests, and the Prime Minister has identified that he did not seek.
Yeah, unlike some of the people on your side who have not declared. I mean, the point is,
and I haven't actually gone to any aspect of the Prime Minister.
Well, yes, you have.
No, I haven't. I have asked questions about the code and its interpretation.
But I think anyone watching knows precisely what you're doing, and you even referenced the media interest in this.
I'm trying just to get
the media interest in this, Senator Birmingham. So I don't think pure as the driven snow can quite be applied to you. But I would just make this point: the convoluted proposition that you are attempting to set as a baseline is that there are these requirements in the Ministerial Code which go to upgrades, which are not applicable in terms of what the Parliament has done, and therefore not applicable to the opposition. So there are two different standards in order for you to make the political point that you wish to make. That is what you're doing. So let's be all very clear about it. Now, I don't think anybody would think that any member of Parliament should be seeking a gift in their personal capacity as a result of your position. I don't think anybody thinks that's okay. And your question about what does that line mean, I think people have to make a judgment about what is a gift and what is in their personal capacity. Mr Hare has made, I think, a valid point, which is that the Parliament has chosen to separate between gifts and sponsored travel, for some of the reasons that we've alluded to in the discussion about, the occasions on which people are provided with support to go to, various places. Now, it may be that those broader requirements need to be updated. Fair enough, but I don't think you can exclude the way in which all of us are required or not required to disclose in the discussion of the Ministerial Code.
No, all of us do have the expectation to disclose, and that is very much there. But there have always been, certainly for decades, another standard applied to ministers.
Which is why we don't own shares, despite the fact that you did. Because of the decision-making role, because of the decision-making roles and functions that ministers have, and that as ministers, that creates a greater risk in terms of their power and for them to be influenced in the use of that power. Which is why, your cabinet being allowed to own shares while making decisions which change markets was completely inappropriate.
I find it remarkable that you and officials have not been able to give any clarity to what the Prime Minister's expectations are. The Prime Minister has not, since media reports, sought any clarification from his department.
I know that. Hang on,
Minister.
Well, Senator, that is a grab for cameras.
I've paused.
Well, Senator Wong's got a right to respond to your question.
Me, was it? Senator Wong was
No.
Birmingham.
I think it was mutual interrupting.
Senators, I'm going to rotate the call now. Senator Steele, John, you have the call.
Thanks very much, Chair. We'll take a little bit of a pause. My questions will be on the topic of the hiring process for the NDIS review. When Minister Shorten announced that he was departing federal politics to take up the role of Vice-Chancellor at the University of Canberra, there was some level of community concern given the role of Chancellor of the University of Canberra was occupied by one Dr. Lisa Paul, who had held the role of co-chair of the independent NDIS review. Were Dr. Paul and Mr. Bruce Bonahady, the other co-chair of the review, approached to be co-chairs? Or were they required to apply in order to be considered for their roles?
Thank you. Liz Hefferman, Deputy Secretary, Social Policy. My understanding is they were appointed directly.
They were directly appointed.
That's my understanding. Yes.
And was there an interview process prior to their appointment?
There wasn't an open application process, so I can't say whether or not Minister Shorten may well have met with them or some other kind of discussion like that, but if you're referring to a kind of merit selection process where you have a formal interview, I don't believe that there was a formal interview.
So there wasn't a merits-based interview. Was there a selection process of any kind?
As I understand it, so my understanding is that the names were selected as people with relevant expertise. I wasn't actually in the department at the time, so I can get you more detail on notice as to, you know, whether a list of names was provided or how it came about.
Okay, so just to be clear though, they were selected based on expertise. Who identified them as having expertise?
So, Senator, as I said, I wasn't in the department at the time. I can take on notice whether the department provided advice about the expertise of those individuals, or sometimes it works that the relevant minister writes and provides advice about the expertise of particular people. So It could have been the department, it could have come from the minister. I will take on notice and come back to you with the process.
Can you tell me who in the department, which individual or individuals were responsible for identifying or providing any advice in relation to the qualifications of...
Senator, I wouldn't provide names of junior staff in this context, but I can provide you if there was a senior executive officer who signed off.
A senior executive signing off officer, that would be good. As an appointment, as you've described it, are you, just so that I'm clear, ultimately then that means that Minister Shorten appointed Ms Paul and Mr Bonahady to their role as co-chairs?
Once again, so the NDIS review was undertaken by a secretariat in PMNC.
Supported by PMNC, yes.
So it is possible that it was the Prime Minister who appointed them. As I said, I wasn't in the department at the time, so I will go back and take on notice the record.
Mr Hare, are you able to provide any clarity there? Was it the Prime Minister that appointed?
I'm an even more recent arrival to the department than Ms Heffron Webb, and it's her team who'd be relevant here. So no, I can't provide any further information, Senator.
Is there anybody in the room that can tell me of this incredible department? Is there anybody that can tell me who appointed those two individuals to an $11 million review, which they co-chaired?
I'm just looking to see if I have any information.
Yep.
All I have is that the independent review panel members were appointed by the government on the 18th of October 2022. I don't have whether they were appointed by the Prime Minister or by Minister Shorten, or it may have been through the whole government, through the cabinet process.
Okay, and that's also, just so that we're clear, that's separate from the co-chairing roles. So the independent panel is one thing, but the co-chairing roles...
No, I think that...
So there were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 reviewers.
Yep.
2 of them were co-chairs.
Yes.
So Ms Paul and Professor Bonahady were co-chairs.
Yes.
But they're also reviewers.
Yes, they were, but they were selected to be co-chairs, is the distinction that I'm drawing here.
Yeah.
It wasn't like the review panel got together and said, oh, who should co-chair us? And they selected those two. Mr Bonahady and Ms Paul were selected to be the co-chairs of the review.
That's my understanding, yes.
Yes. So just to confirm, you will take on notice for us whether it was the Minister or whether it was the Prime Minister that played the appointing role of Ms Paul and Mr Bonahady in those co-chairing roles?
Yes, I've taken that on notice.
Okay. Can you tell us whether Minister Shorten had you referenced earlier that Minister Shorten may have reached out to them to communicate with them prior to their appointment? How many times did the Minister communicate with them before they were appointed in relation to these roles?
Senator, so I think I was saying that you asked me if they were interviewed.
Yes.
And I said there wasn't a formal merits interview, but there may have been a conversation with Minister Shorten. I was only speculating that there may have been a conversation. I have no direct knowledge of a conversation.
Okay. Can you take on notice as to whether there were conversations between the Minister and Ms Poole prior to her appointment in relation to whether she would be interested or available to play that role?
I could take on notice. It would be normal for there to be a conversation with her. It might have happened through the department, though. So. Okay.
The reason that I ask, of course, is that these things may well seem normal to some people in this building, but sadly to the community it seems particularly abnormal that you would have a process whereby a minister would appoint an individual to a co-chairing role for which they were, I think, financially contributed quite significantly. How much was Miss Poole paid for her time?
$495,000.
Nearly $500,000. Ms Poole then left that role at the conclusion, took a role as the Chancellor of the University of Canberra, and upon his departure from federal politics, where should Mr Shorten end up but Vice-Chancellor of the University of Canberra? That seems deeply abnormal and quite alarming to a lot of the members of the Australian community.
Really, what is alarming, Senator, is your willingness to impute the set of imputations under parliamentary privilege you've just made. I think that's alarming. So I understand Ms Poole was appointed to the review in 2022.
Mm-hmm.
She only applied for the Chancellor job in the second part of 2023. The advice I have is that job became vacant, that is the VC job, became vacant in December of 2023. That was only 1 year into the then 5-year term, so obviously could not have been in contemplation. Mr Shorten went through an open and clear competitive process, and I think you using this forum to undermine that is kind of alarming.
It is a very strange world that this government operates in, where that cycle of revolving door of relationships.
So what are you suggesting? That the independent process, open competitive process that Mr Shorten won a position through, you think that you're impugning the university? Is that what you're doing under cover of the Parliament?
I'm observing a cycle of relationships which many in the community would rightly find alarming and deeply disquieting, given the significant financial benefit.
Senator, you know,
reached by Ms Poole in her role. Well, $500,000, quite a lot of money.
Okay, just hang on a sec. Ms Poole was a very senior public servant for I think a decade.
Yep, more than a decade.
Well, if I can just finish, let me just go through this.
Mm-hmm.
She served coalition governments as well as Labor governments. Right.
Mm-hmm.
So be very clear about that. Mr Shorten, she then went on to become the Chancellor of the University. Good luck to her.
Mm-hmm.
Mr Shorten went through an open, transparent and competitive process and was selected. And I think it's really disappointing that you want to come in here and impugn that, presumably for some political purpose.
I find it interesting.
Really inappropriate.
I find it interesting, Minister, that when a politician like Mr Shorten, with a long and illustrious career in various different parts of the Australian political landscape, exits and enters into a job so closely associated with somebody who he had direct role in appointing to quite a senior position. And then a senator comes in here and asks questions about the timings and the convenient coincidences. That is seen to be something that should be discouraged in an era when the National Anti-Corruption Commission has been on site in Parliament, serving warrants on senior departmental figures.
Really? You're going to allege that? The University of Canberra was an open competitive process endorsed by a panel and then the University Council. All right, so are you going to allege that all of those people are somehow...
Absolutely not, Minister.
Well, then
Wall.
maybe you should not go down this line of questioning.
If you would let me finish my question, what I would have observed to you is that we currently sit here in a committee room which has earlier discharged a department who has been subject to, if reports are to be believed, and indeed confirmed by the acting secretary this morning, has been served National Anti-Corruption Commission warrants. So we now exist in a time where no question about connection of relationships or timing can indeed go unasked in the pursuit of transparency.
Well, no, but transparency does not mean using absolute privilege in the Parliament to impugn the motives of multiple people who are not in this room and who are not able to defend themselves. And your line of questioning and the assertions you just made, you've not only impugned Ms Paul, but actually the panel and the council of the University of Canberra. And I actually don't think that is a decent thing to do.
That will conclude my line of questioning.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for attending today. Going to the government's COVID-19 response inquiry, the panel only talked to people who volunteered to talk to it, didn't they?
Senator, there was no compulsion. People weren't compelled to talk to it.
You must be a mind reader. That was my next question. And there was an inquiry that had no ability to compel witnesses, order for documents and take evidence under oath, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. The then government put in place the largest economic response in history, dropping money from helicopters. We had some of the worst invasions of Australian civil liberties between surveillance, vaccine mandates and lockdowns. The supposed health advice relied on to do this has still not been published, yet Australians are meant to just accept the results of an inquiry that can't even take evidence under oath. Is that right?
Senator, the inquiry had excellent cooperation from a wide range of people. They spoke to nearly all state premiers who were premiers at the time of COVID. They spoke to nearly all the chief health officers. They spoke to groups representing people impacted by the pandemic in particular ways. For example, aged care groups, people with disabilities, called groups. They spoke to and received submissions from people who were not supportive of the use of vaccines, etc. So they received evidence from and spoke to a really wide range of people. And their report reflects a really broad set of views that were put to them, and they have assessed those and made some recommendations in relation to them. And the government is now considering those recommendations.
Thank you. Minister, I had the opportunity to listen to Minister Mark Butler, the Health Minister, discuss the report. And he said there was a lack of transparency on rationale and evidence around decisions that had profound impact on people's lives and freedoms. He said that there was a lack of a shift from precautionary principle at the start of the response to the COVID virus, which we accept, but there's a lack of a shift from precautionary to evidence-based. It never occurred. There's no balancing of risks and benefits. There's no taking account of non-health impacts of decisions imposed on the community and in a non-proportionate way. He said this was compelling insight from this report, a lack of evidence-based policy, yet we were told repeatedly at state and federal level, this is all based on evidence. The evidence changed from day to day, week to week, within states and certainly between states. We were lied to. We were lied to. And there's a lack of transparency, as the Minister admits. And then he said it's driven a large decline in trust, so that the measures are not likely to be accepted again. This is a serious problem. Health departments across the country are in tatters. Yet there's no recommendation in this report which says we shouldn't establish a Royal Commission, correct?
That's correct.
How are we going to restore accountability, Minister, and trust without actually holding people accountable for the tragic errors they made?
I think the point that, well, first, I think there's been this was a very comprehensive inquiry into, the multifaceted aspects of Australia's response. And obviously, whilst I'm not the minister responsible, obviously it was something we considered, and I think it's a very good piece of work that is very honest about the things that Australia did very well, and we did do some things extraordinarily well, and we didn't see the sort of overwhelming of hospital systems and the death toll that we saw in some other developed countries. But there are also things which we didn't do as well, and there were things which we weren't set up to do. Now, I suppose where we differ from you in terms of the last part of your question, Senator Roberts, is that we do want we want to learn from this in a constructive way rather than in a way that we want to be constructive about the failings, as opposed to simply pursuing those who might have made the errors. I think that the inquiry does go through in a lot of detail, as you said, the precautionary response. I think there's a question about whether some of the findings about what was evidence-based or partially evidence-based is perhaps not as black and white as your question suggests.
I'm paraphrasing the Minister.
Yeah, of course. But that's a matter for discussion. I think it's also true to say that you don't get a global pandemic of that ilk very often in most people's lifetimes, and so understandably you are going to make mistakes as a nation as well as do things right, and I think that's what the inquiry shows. And the Minister sorry. Oh, sorry, you continue. No, I was just going to say I think the Minister's been clear about we need to learn from this, and the CDC, that's what we called it in the end, the Centre for Disease Control was obviously one of the key recommendations which the government responded to.
Thank you. The then Prime Minister and the Premier of my state, our state, Premier Palaszczuk, I wrote to them, I said, we'll give you a fair go in the Senate. I said that with their response in March, then the second response in April, JobKeeper, JobSafe, and then JobKeeper. And then I told them I would hold them accountable. I wrote letters to the Premier and the Prime Minister in May. And I also wrote, and I got no evidence back at all. Then I wrote to them again in August, September. Again, no evidence. I was seeking evidence. The Chief Medical Officer gave me evidence in March of 2023 saying that the severity of COVID was low to moderate. That, when you figure in the overwhelming majority of people, it was very, very low when you remove the people who had high severity. We did this all for a low severity virus. There was no pandemic of deaths, so we're expecting Australians who've lost trust in the health system, see no accountability, to just accept it. This is dancing away from responsibility and accountability in the health system.
Yeah, well, I don't think there's been any move. I think it's a very accountable report with respect, Senator Roberts. I mean, it's many hundreds of pages, which go through in great detail a lot of the aspects of the nation's response to the pandemic, Commonwealth government, Commonwealth state territory, the medical sector, how we handled borders, how we handled hospitals, the community sector. Look, I think it is a very comprehensive report. So I don't know that I agree with the assertion about a lack of accountability. I also would say to you the evidence, if you want to talk about the evidence base, I don't think the evidence supports the proposition that this was simply a low, what I can't recall the phrase you used, was it a low
to moderate severity?
Well, Senator, I mean, I don't share the view of some who say that it was
That was the Chief Medical Officer.
I don't share the view of some that look to what happened in the US, what happened in Italy, what happened in Spain, in terms of what we saw there and the hospital systems and the consequent rates of death. I don't think, I don't dismiss those as made-up news. And I think the fact that we averted that kind of scenario in Australia is something we should reflect upon.
Well, I agree.
And, you and I had different views on the vaccines. But I think what I'd say to you is I hope it can be there were mistakes made. Yes, people have to accept that, front up for that. But I hope we can actually use this to make sure we equip the country better. Because given a more globalised world, what we know from most of the experts, WHO, our own experts, is pandemics have become more likely. Obviously,
let's go to New Zealand, because New Zealand
close their border.
We had a Senate inquiry as a result of a motion that I moved in the Senate. That developed the terms of reference for a possible future Royal Commission. The terms of reference are wonderfully comprehensive. Nothing's been done. The Prime Minister won't even share them with the people. The terms of reference are so comprehensive that they were adopted largely by the New Zealand Royal Commission. The New Zealand Royal Commission that was underway thanks to Jacinda Ardern was a sham. It had one commissioner, very limited terms of reference. The terms of reference that were developed by the Senate committee in this country are now adopted by the New Zealand Royal Commission. They've expanded it to 3 commissioners. And that came about because Winston Peters, who initially was in an alliance with a coalition with the Labor Prime Minister Jacinda Ardern, went and listened to the people in Wellington at a large protest. And he realised that so many people had died due to the vaccines, and so many people were crippled due to the vaccines. And he also realised that so many people were gaslit, saying it's not a vaccine injury, it's just a mental health issue. He then formed a coalition with the current National Party government, and the condition was that they have a proper fair income Royal Commission. The terms of reference have been expanded, broadened and extended and detailed, and they've now brought vaccines into that and also vaccine injuries into that. Isn't that the least that we can do for the people who have been injured? Tens of thousands have died as a result of the vaccines. We know that from the statistics and the correlation. We also know that hundreds of thousands have been seriously injured. And they're just being laughed at. No health department in this country.
Senator
Why
Roberts,
can't
I
we
don't
get
think
justice for those people?
that's a question. I don't think that's a question.
I just asked a question.
I'll try and... I mean, I think if you want details about vaccines, probably health would be the place to go in terms of the estimates process.
Oh, we're going there, Minister.
I'm sure you will. In fact, I think you regularly do, Senator Roberts. I'd make an observation, which is, I know you don't accept the medical evidence, but that is the medical evidence both governments have received.
Contrary, Minister, I do accept the medical evidence.
Well, okay. I don't think you do accept the weight of the medical evidence. The second is, I am concerned, and I think the inquiry might have gone to this. You know, we've had a pretty good history in this country of vaccination across, measles, whooping cough, etc. And the concern about vaccines means that we are dropping close to below herd immunity.
Yeah, we are.
below herd immunity for diseases which we had largely won the battle against, and I don't think that is a responsible thing to do. So
that's another matter altogether.
But Senator Roberts, I just would say we do have a responsibility in this place to understand where our words land, and I don't think it's a good thing if we're not vaccinated against whooping cough or measles or frankly COVID.
The fact is that people were getting vaccinated or vaccinating their children for whooping cough and so on. The fact is that they have lost complete trust in the health system, so many people, and they're saying stick your vaccines.
Yes,
and that's why it's so important. How will you restore accountability?
Well, how will you, Senator? Because, you know, if you said to them, you should get your kids vaccinated for whooping cough, that might actually cut through.
I've done some research on that.
Oh, you don't want them vaccinated?
I didn't say that. It should be the parents' choice.
Well, you see, I disagree with you. I mean, I just think that the medical parents' choice, parents always choose, you know, in terms of medical treatment for their children, but I disagree with you that people can choose their facts. I mean, the facts are we know what whooping cough does.
I think it's fundamental.
No, it does to kids.
It's fundamental.
All right.
That parents have responsibility for the health of their children. That is fundamental.
Fair enough. Okay, we're going to disagree on this, on the issue of vaccinations.
Senator
One last question, Chair.
Oh, okay. Last question, and then Senator Sheldon has the call.
The Australian people deserve transparency and answers. They deserve a COVID Royal Commission now, and some people deserve to be in jail for the overreach and damage inflicted on Australians. How is your government going to restore trust without accountability?
I think we've just been discussing this, haven't we?
Yeah, I raised it earlier on, but you didn't answer the question.
Which bit do you want? We don't think we need a Royal Commission because we've had a...
How can you restore
Well, I'm inviting you to help us restore trust, Senator Roberts, but you don't want to... You don't agree with many of the vaccinations. I mean, my point is...
No, I didn't say that.
That is what you said. That is what you said. You had your own views on whooping cough.
Parents have the right to choose what to do. Parents are responsible for their children. That's
but they
fundamental.
are also... Yes, that is true. But I disagree that... What I mean was parents should not be given incorrect facts by people in the positions of authority.
I agree entirely.
I'm actually saying to you that I think it is not responsible to be telling people that they shouldn't have their children vaccinated for whooping
I didn't
cough.
say that. I said the parents' choice. I recommend a book, Fooling Ourselves, written by a statistician in Queensland. That's evidence. So I give that to parents and say, decide for yourself.
Right, so you don't think the medical evidence and...
This is the medical evidence.
Well, that is...
Okay. Thank you, Senator Roberts. We'll now move on. You did say that was your last question. Senator Sheldon, you have the call, and then we'll come back to the coalition.
Good, thanks. I think this is on the same subject matter, so thank you. I think before you get away, I'm probably going to put the questions towards you, Ms. Sullivan, so, but I'll let the team at the table there make a decision. Look, I just want to go through, just unpack a little bit this important report. Obviously, it's just come down only a matter of a very short time ago, 29th of October, last week. The COVID-19 inquiry, can you step us through the engagement that took place between government, industry and the public over the course of the one-year inquiry?
Certainly, Senator. My name's Pauline Sullivan, First Assistant Secretary, COVID-19 Task Force. In terms of engagement, so there were basically 3 or 4 different forms of stakeholder consultation undertaken. So under the bucket of submissions, so a public submission process was held. There was a call for submissions on the 9th of November. That was sort of semi-formally closed on the 15th of December, but we continued accepting submissions after that. Through that process, we received 2,201 submissions, of which 305 were from organisations, 1,829 from individuals, and then 67 others where the submitters preferred not to say who they were representing, that sort of thing. So we received those submissions. Then in terms of other consultation processes, the inquiry panel comprised of the 3 members, they undertook over 250 interviews, individual interviews with stakeholders. So that included, as Ms Liz Heffernan-Webb just said, met with political leaders from previous Commonwealth government, also state and territory leaders, government officials, so former secretaries as well as deputy secretary level at both Commonwealth and across states and territories, industry, business, unions and peaks. So that was a range of organisations, and we can certainly provide you with a full list, but they were 250 individual interviews that were done. Then on top of that, there was a series of roundtables
If
held.
you can provide the full list for the committee, just be useful. But
Sorry.
I know it's there, but if you can provide it for the committee,
Sure,
it might
no,
be
that's
useful
fine.
for those that are
And
listening in or take a keen interest in what you provide.
And then in addition, 27 roundtables were held. So they were a broad range of groups, once again ranging from sort of various industry peak groups organised through ACCI and the Australian Logistics Council. Then we also did a range of sort of theme-based ones, which included across the health sector. One we did on economic response, so there was a range of economists sort of all religions, for want of a better term, across the economic fields. We also engaged with a range of community groups, so-called First Nations, etc., ACTU, human rights specialists, etc. So as I said, there were 27 different roundtables held on those. So we basically covered the gamut of, as I said, from cross-government, industry and unions and community groups as well.
Just obviously part of the terms of reference was to look at the Commonwealth responses, including the role of National Cabinet. In that respect, how did and you've mentioned a number of the leaders, former state leaders that participated and state organisations, along with the national organisations. How did the state and territories respond and engage with the Commonwealth COVID-19 inquiry generally? What's the depth of that? And I know you touched on it before, but you just want to expand on it.
The level of engagement from states and territories was extremely high. So at the beginning of the process, the chair of the panel, Robin Cruck, and I met with all first secretaries of each of the government departments. So that was to have that initial engagement. From there, we then started reaching out to previous leaders, etc. Those interviews that we had with all of those former leaders generally went on for a couple of hours, so just to give you a sense of the level of discussion. Everyone that we met with came with an extremely constructive and constructive engagement with the inquiry and very keen to give their reflections and insights on what had gone on during the pandemic, but more importantly, what were the lessons that could be carried forward. One of our panel members always quite liked asking the question, what would you say to the future you? So we got really rich insights from those former leaders who had been in those decision-making roles at that time. The majority of states and territories also provided us with comprehensive submissions as well.
Yeah, I've noticed in a number of the reportings that a number of both health and other leaders, including political leaders at the time, different political persuasions, were talking about what they would do differently, the lessons they've learnt from what they felt was the right decision at the time based on the information they had at hand, and what sort of different approach. Is that an accurate description, and was that widely found through the inquiry, that people were reflecting and saying, well, here, what would I do differently?
Absolutely, and that was very much the approach to the inquiry, was about that. Look, in terms of looking back, it is actually about what you do differently, just as importantly, what was done well, and to make sure that was captured in the report and the findings. And the final summary, so there's the report, plus there's also a summary which the panel would describe if they were here as that's a playbook. So that's essentially something that they hope that in a future pandemic, when that may be, it is something that the lessons can be quickly picked up and implemented, whatever the context for a future public health emergency might be.
And just that way of getting a broad cross-section of people that saw that there was challenges about how the process, how COVID was dealt with by community and various levels of government. How much opportunities, and you mentioned the different subsets of groups that you had together, and just one of the subsets, but you might want to touch on some others, but First Nations, culturally and ethnically diverse communities, people with disability, people living in aged care settings. What sort of voice did they get? And of course, they would have come a number of those groups would have come with some very clear personal tellings, or the people they were representing telling stories about what should have really been done at the time, and then what lessons have been learned about what could be done in the future? How wide was that, and how useful was that?
So in addition to those other processes I talked about, such as round tables and so forth, and the one-on-one interviews, we also conducted a series of lived experience focus groups. So that's a piece of research that's also been published on the inquiry website. So that basically targeted a number of groups that we were concerned that perhaps their voice of their lived experience may not be picked up quite as well through the submission process. And so that included a range of priority cohorts, including, just to give you a sense of these, people with disability, called communities, Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander, parents of school-aged children and young people, mental health support service users, international students, regional and remote, those who were in quarantine, homelessness support services, vaccine hesitant individuals, and also those who experienced long COVID. So that was very much about trying to get that lived experience view.
Can you just demonstrate some of the techniques you used to reach out to those groups, particularly almost starting from the last ones you mentioned?
Sure.
Forward,
that piece of work was done. We engaged a survey firm called Orima, and they were responsible. So they're very experienced in undertaking focus groups and so forth. So they conducted the research across May and June, with a total of 176 people. So that involved, depending on the nature of the group, there were 9 face-to-face focus groups, 6 were done online, then there were 5 smaller focus groups, and then there were a couple of other in-depth interviews and paired in-depth interviews. So the nature of the interviews and how that research was undertaken depended on the nature of the cohort. But as I said, it was very much about trying to get that lived experience view out. Also at the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander focus group, an Aboriginal facilitator was brought in by the firm to make sure that it was culturally sensitive.
I might just add, Senator, there was also a population-wide survey done by SEC Newgate, which over-sampled for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islanders, just to make sure that we were getting their views and reflections. So that had a sample size of 2,126 Australian residents, a representative sample.
Right, thanks. Thank you for that. Just on the question of the non-health responses as well, what did the inquiry look at, just to give me a snapshot and everyone a snapshot of that piece of the work that's done?
The key issues that were looked at in terms of non-health responses, probably the key one was looking at the economic measures. So that looked across the suite of measures that were delivered by Treasury, so the fiscal response, also various measures, monetary policy elements implemented by the RBA, and there are also bespoke industry programs that were delivered by a number of departments. So, for example, in Department of Infrastructure, they had an aviation support package. On the comms side of the department, they also had a various package for broadcasting and publishers. So there are a range of different support packages that were in place that were all examined for their efficacy and sort of their role in supporting the health response.
The inquiry also gave, in the report, was quite critical of the delay in securing and rolling out vaccines in Australia. But what were the report's key findings in that respect, and what were some of the lessons that were learnt there?
In terms of the vaccine, I guess there were 2 elements. One was around the procurement, and then one was around the rollout of the process, or the process of rolling the vaccine out. So in terms of the procurement, Australia did take a portfolio approach to procuring vaccines. It had initially sort of been looking largely at AstraZeneca and another one which ended up not bearing fruit, for want of a better term. However, from August 2020 on, the government started negotiating for what are called advanced purchasing agreements with a number of manufacturers. From September to May, so September 2020 to May 2021, they signed a range of agreements. Probably one of the key findings and learnings from this process was that there were probably 2 pieces to this. We'd been very successful with our suppression and containment strategy. So our COVID rates were actually quite low, so that when we were actually going into the market, global market for vaccines, We were several months behind others, but also the other countries who were in the market, their rates of death rates, etc., were a lot higher. So the general view was the portfolio approach was definitely the way to go, looking at a range of vaccines to purchase. I guess with the benefit of hindsight, and I think this is definitely one of those things we need to look at, that if we could have been in the market at the same time as other countries, maybe we would have been able to procure them somewhat earlier. But that is the benefit of hindsight. I think probably and as I said, there is certainly the portfolio approach which was taken, is certainly endorsed. Probably the key issue around the rollout, a decision was taken that, so under the normal national immunisation program, the Commonwealth normally procures vaccines and then it's rolled out through the states and territories. A decision was taken that this, it would be led by the Commonwealth Government. So what you had was a scaling up, a development of a new rollout system rather than necessarily taking an existing one and scaling that up. So probably one of the key lessons, once again, benefit of hindsight, is that in a crisis across a range of measures, you're better off taking existing systems and processes, if they work and they're embedded, and scaling those up to roll out at scale.
I just want to move this question about Australia's one of the only countries, the only country in the OECD that doesn't have a Centre for Disease Control. That particular recommendation, the inquiry recommended with the establishment of a CDC, how important, in your view, in the inquiry found that would be important for us for the future, for our preparedness for future pandemics?
One of the key things with a CDC that was arguably missing in the pandemic is the states and territories are essentially the first line of defence in dealing with public health issues on the ground. They have a public health system to worry about, to protect. They also have a range of responsibilities under their own legislation, and their focus is quite naturally within their own borders. What the CDC provides an opportunity is that you have a national body which can start. It is not about cutting across the states and territories and their operational response. It's developing a new capability, looking at data exchange and actually increasing the surveillance and intelligence gathering capability for Australia. So that means that they can be pulling together various data from around the different health systems, looking at a national picture. That can then be feeding back to the states and territories and certainly informing what their public health interventions may be. One of the key sort of hopes and aims of it is that that may then lead to, with that stronger evidence base and sort of cycle of data informing interventions, is that we may be able to have more targeted interventions that hopefully are on for less periods of time and are just more focused on where the problem is.
And with the CDC and the relationship with, it's been raised earlier today, this afternoon, the question about the decline in trust in government regarding the result of the pandemic and how some of the responses occurred and some of the responses from, I'd say misinformation, as well as misconsidered information, might be a fair way to say it. And those things of hindsight. What's some of the key inquiry findings in respect to that, and also how does the CDC play a role in that question?
So what the CDC will provide is there's a real opportunity there for it not to become the sole source of information, but to establish itself as an authoritative source of information, which can then be helping in terms of how you communicate to the public, and that you have clear public messaging around requirements and importantly why you have those particular public health requirements. One of the recommendations in regards to the CDC is that health advice that is relied on by decision makers should be made transparent, so that people have an understanding of where measures are being imposed, what is behind those, so what is the evidence for that to inform the decisions taken by governments in regards to various public health measures. And in doing so, that is hopefully going to, you can probably never stamp out misinformation, but what it is about trying to have an authoritative source out there providing clear and consistent information.
And is part of that not to do the research themselves, but to engage others and look at other research that's been done to sort of be a oversight in a sense of the research, or
it's probably more a clearinghouse and also a collaborator, and also advising on what potential research priorities are for those whose job it is to undertake research, such as academic institutions and research institutions and so forth. But it's certainly not going to be a research institute itself.
Sorry. I was just going to add to a previous answer where I don't completely agree with Ms Sullivan, where I think she was very generous where she said with the benefit of hindsight in terms of vaccine procurement, because I think the report does detail that other governments were far more proactive in securing supply than the former government. I would just make that point. You don't have to agree.
I think if I understood correctly, the report also, going to the direct economic cost of the $31 billion to the Australian community, that the report, if I understand correctly, it talked about the necessity to do a different approach than what the government had done at the time, because next time, if there's similar circumstances, we want to be in a better position than we were and not make the same mistakes.
So is this the point that we have to look down now because we have this subject?
Whilst waiting for the chair to come back. Yeah, want to add something? Yeah.
Just in terms of that, just to explain, so what that modelling showed is that was basically the economic cost of lockdowns or social distancing and lockdowns having to continue longer and opening up occurring, the delay in opening up occurring.
Yeah, and that correlates with the delay and the additional costs, correlates with the fact that there was a delay in getting the vaccines.
Vaccinations.
Yes, right, yeah.
Thank you.
And just the final thing, just on some of the contentious issues during the pandemic about the Commonwealth and State responsibilities were unclear and overlapped. So just on the area of the inquiry and what the report stated about the Commonwealth-State collaboration in coming years to ensure that we're better prepared for the next pandemic, this is a critical question as well. If you might just give us a bit of an outline of what the steps forward to make that more seamless in the future.
Probably one of the key things, and it is far more labour intensive than it's about to sound, is actually mapping roles and responsibilities and understanding, so in a health emergency, both across the Commonwealth who is responsible, and then also for all those pandemic plans and so forth, how they then align with state and territory plans, and that there is a clear understanding of who is responsible and escalation points and all of that. And that those sorts of things are agreed well ahead of time rather than when you're in the middle of a crisis.
And part of that logic is that obviously there's different circumstances were happening in Western Australia at the same time as circumstances happening in Victoria or New South Wales and other states or territories. Is that so? There's
and there will always be, at the end of the day, states and territories will have their own roles and responsibilities, but what the key issue is about understanding who is responsible for undertaking what functions. And the report has particularly called out issues around quarantine as being, it's probably one of the best examples, as something that needs to be determined well ahead of time about who will be responsible, noting that you're dealing with issues that start at the international border through.
Thank you, Ms Sullivan. Back to you,
I will return the call to the Coalition. Senator Birmingham.
Just before you go, I'll put on the record my presence at the inquiry as a witness, just for the record.
Thank you, Senator Colbeck. Senator Birmingham.
Thanks, Chair. I'll do a status check to see whether again PMO's managed to provide a copy of the expectations around the ministerial code conveyed to ministers.
I took 2 or 3 things on notice, and I will certainly try and use the time between now and 11 o'clock tonight, or whatever time, to get you an answer, Senator.
Thank you, Minister. Can I just quickly on that matter, and only a couple of things to wrap that aspect of it up. Mr. Here, you provided advice earlier that the department has not had any request for advice from the Prime Minister or his office in relation to the code. None that you could recall, aside from specific items of gifts received. So are you aware whether any...
So can I just clarify that that was in relation to the gifts section? So we do occasionally have questions around code of conduct more broadly.
Yes, okay. Specific to the gifts section. Thank you. Are you aware of whether any reminder to ministers of their obligations has been provided?
I'd need to check that. Nothing springs to mind, but I can check, Senator.
Okay.
I'd need to check whether we, with the recent... no, Mr Walter will be able to answer that question.
Thank you, Senator. So the department doesn't provide such reminders, but we understand that when ministers are sworn in, they receive a kind of letter advising them of their obligations and how, in relation to the code and so forth. So there is that, obviously, there's that reminder, as you'd expect.
Okay, but you're not aware of any subsequent reminder, including recent times?
The only other one that... So we did a bit of a document search in the meantime. The only other thing that we came across was, it's kind of a little tangential, was just a reminder in particular in relation to a particular minister who's about to undertake some travel that, you know, there's a range of obligations under the travel guidelines and so forth, and don't forget to fill in any obligations you have with relation to gifts. So it's a very specific instance, but that was the only thing we've been able to find so far.
So what triggered that for one particular minister?
Oh, I think they might have been doing travel for the first time as a minister and just wanted to understand what their requirements were.
Oh, they had sought the advice?
Yeah, that's how I understand how to work.
Right.
We provided some assistance there.
Thank you. Minister, are you aware of whether any more recent reminder subsequent to swearing in has been provided?
I'm sorry?
Yes. Are you aware of whether any more recent reminders, other than those sent immediately after the swearing in of ministers, have been made around ministerial code of conduct expectations and obligations?
I'd have to... I'll have to come back to you on that. I mean, other than verbal?
Either, if any come to mind.
But if there's any written reminders, I don't know what has occurred at staff level. Obviously, there's a lot of staff who process a lot of the information. But I'll take that on notice. We also had, post the reshuffle from memory, I can't recall if I know this because we got something or because I thought at the time we should just make sure we update, to check we've updated.
Okay. And has, given the attention on acceptance of gifts and those matters over the last couple of weeks, has the Prime Minister provided any reminder or instructions to ministers? Verbal or otherwise?
There's not been a change to the code or to the guidelines as far as I'm aware.
Okay, so he hasn't at a ministry meeting or otherwise said...
I wouldn't discuss what happens in ministerial cabinet.
Well, I don't think we're going to the content of cabinet deliberations for a simple ministers, I remind you all of your obligations, and these things must be handled in appropriate ways.
I'm not going to talk to you about what happens in cabinet.
Right, but nobody's recalled anything in any event that has been done.
No, what I said I'd take on notice is whether or not there's been any written reminders, because I think you used the phrase reminder, is that right? Reminder?
Yes.
I think was the word used. That might have come to staff or our chiefs at staff level.
Thank you. Can I go to matters, and I'm not sure we canvassed a great deal in these estimates because we did so through the Senate Select Committee at the time, but around the decisions that were made for Qatar Airways application for additional rights under the Bilateral Air Services Agreement. Was any instruction or opinion ever conveyed from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office to Minister King or her office regarding the decision that was made on the Qatar application?
Sorry, Senator. Just checking who that question is directed at. So,
anybody who can answer it.
Discussions between officers the department wouldn't necessarily be aware of.
Okay. So is anybody aware?
No, Senator, I'm not.
No, you're confident that nobody in the department is aware as to whether any instructions, direction or opinion was conveyed from the PM or the PMO to Minister King's office?
Yes, Senator, I can confirm that the department is not aware of any such discussions.
Have you sought to make yourselves aware?
Senator, the discussions between ministerial officers occur frequently. In the end, ministers make decisions. So my understanding is that the decision was made by the relevant minister, and we haven't inquired further in terms of whether there were discussions. The question's been provided to the Prime Minister's office for them to respond to.
So what was that last bit, Mr. Hare?
The questions, I understand you've asked these previously in the inquiry, and questions that go to whether the PMO have had discussions or not are for them to respond to.
Mr. Hare, did you receive the correspondence addressed to Professor Davis from Senator Colbeck and myself last week, dated 31 October?
Yes, Senator, we did.
And what action have you taken since receipt of that correspondence?
We confirmed with the office that they had received a copy of that letter.
You confirmed with the Office of the Prime Minister that they had received a copy of that letter?
Yes, Senator.
And then what?
We looked at the questions that were asked in the letter, and they appear to be substantially the same as the questions that were asked in the Senate inquiry that were responded to, Senator.
So did you prepare responses to them?
I think I might pass to Ms Nadine Williams, but my understanding is the questions were very similar to questions that were responded to previously.
Right, so if we go through them one by one, you'll be able to give answers then? Yes? Okay, let's do so.
Senator, if you wish.
Okay, let's do so. Did the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office communicate with Qantas regarding Qatar's application prior to Minister King making the decision? And if so, what was the nature and timing of those communications?
So, Senator, as Mr Hare noted, the department itself is not aware of any communications of that nature between the Prime Minister or his office.
No. And what has the department done to help fulfil its obligations to the Senate and make itself aware?
As Mr Hare noted, we have drawn your questions to the attention of the Prime Minister's office to allow them to respond to that matter.
So who drew the letter and the questions to the attention of the Prime Minister's office?
I spoke to the Prime Minister's office, Senator.
You spoke to the Prime Minister's office personally?
Yes, Senator.
Right. And what did they say in relation to how the department should respond to these questions?
Senator, they noted that they had received the letter. They also noted that they looked very similar to the previous set of questions, and they noted that we would respond to the questions that we could respond to.
And how are senators meant to get answers to these questions when it becomes a completely circular exercise?
Senator, the process for asking questions of the Prime Minister about his actions or the actions of his office is normally within question time.
So the department absolves itself through this process of responsibility for seeking to answer about how the Prime Minister and his office might involve themselves in ministerial decision making.
So, Senator, the process that we normally follow is that if the questions are asked verbally, the Prime Minister answers them in the Parliament. If the questions are asked in writing, then the questions are provided to the office for them to respond to those questions in writing, and that's the process that I understand we followed following the Senate inquiry process. It's not my understanding of our role that we demand an answer. It's my understanding of our role that we provide the notice, the question in writing to them, and that we seek their response to it. Did you seek any response from the Prime Minister's office that would assist you with responding to them today? As I said, Senator, my understanding is that the questions were very similar, if not the same, as the questions asked in writing or on notice in the Senate inquiry. Which Ms Williams indicated as well. So if that's the case, why is the department unable to quote from those responses? Well, I'm sure we can quote from the responses provided, Senator.
Should you wish.
Well, it would be a good test as to whether the responses actually answer the questions. So, there have been two that I've asked to date, Ms Williams. I'll go back to the first one. Was an instruction or opinion ever conveyed from the Prime Minister or the Prime Minister's office to Minister King or her office regarding the decision to be made on the Qatar application?
So I'll repeat my answer to that, Senator, which is the department itself has no knowledge of those conversations and whether they occurred or did not occur. I think Mr Hare has noted that that question is very similar to a question on notice that was answered previously. We can certainly dig that out. I don't know if I have that in front of me, but we may.
Narelle Lucchetti, First Assistant Secretary of the Industry, Infrastructure and Environment Division. Question on notice from yourself, Senator, at that inquiry was very similar, and the response was, over successive governments, it has not been the practice of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to be aware of the details of all conversations between ministers. However, the department is aware the Prime Minister regularly engages with his ministers.
So was that answer drafted by the Prime Minister's office or the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet? Because Mr Hare indicated before that where the question relates to the Prime Minister's office, the response is drafted by the Prime Minister's office, so whereas that answer goes to the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet is not aware. Which is it?
So that is generally the case, that if you direct a question to the Prime Minister or to the Prime Minister's office, that answer is provided by the Prime Minister's office.
So who provided that answer?
This is an answer
if it was directed... Sorry.
This is an answer to the Senate committee?
Yeah.
That's correct. Yes.
So, Senator, if you directed your question to the Prime Minister or to the Prime Minister's office, then the answer would have been provided by the Prime Minister's office.
And could you read the answer again, Ms Williams?
Over successive governments, it has not been the practice of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet to be aware of the details of all conversations between ministers. However, the department is aware that the Prime Minister regularly engages with his ministers.
So you're contending that the Prime Minister's office drafted a response speaking for the department and what it is and isn't aware of?
Well, I can confirm that or check it for you, Senator, but I'll go back to the original principle, which is generally if you direct a question to the Prime Minister or to the Prime Minister's office, they will provide the answer.
Right.
The department will provide answers that relate to questions around the department's knowledge of particular information or the like.
Does that answer that that's been read twice, does that answer the question that was asked?
That is the answer that was provided, Senator.
Is it an answer to the question that was asked?
It is an answer to the question asked.
It's a response to the question asked, but it's nowhere near an answer to the question that was asked, is it? So I again ask, how are senators in this process meant to get an answer when the Prime Minister's office is drafting responses saying it's not the practice of the department to know?
So, Senator...
As for Senator, you... in relation to actions and knowledge of the Prime Minister, you know, obviously question time directly to the Minister responsible is how those questions have been asked. In relation to members of staff, I mean, this is a long-standing issue about to what extent in these fora do we go to details of staff, and I generally have taken a view, and I think you have too, that you're entitled to ask where actions of staff may be relevant to a minister's own actions or decision. You know, questions have been asked and may be answered, but ultimately it's the minister's decision, and the minister has responsibility for their actions. So that's where the principle of accountability resides. It's in the
I understand, Minister, and actually in raising where we have sought to responsibly draw the line about the engagement of staff, it's a really important point because on the current trajectory, the only way a Senate committee could actually get to the bottom of whether or not the Prime Minister's office conveyed an opinion or an instruction to another minister may ultimately be to call the Prime Minister's Chief of Staff as a witness. Now, we didn't do that in that committee because of the respect of that principle.
Yeah.
But when...
It's a very slippery slope, that one.
But when the Prime Minister's office is drafting written responses that show absolutely no regard to actually answering the question, then it runs the risk that at some stage a Senate committee is going to be so frustrated with the inability to get an answer that it feels it has no choice but to go down.
But I would remind you that even when Mr Morris and staff were engaging in quite a lot of activity, including in the press gallery, including in relation to other staffing matters, you know, that isn't the approach that was taken.
And it's not an approach that has changed.
But my point is,
I'm trying to understand where in the alternative
I'm sorry, I'm not as across
we are to get an answer to
sure,
these
but
questions.
I'm not as across the select committee proceedings, obviously.
No.
But I would say to you, I did look at your letter, and I would probably say to you what Maurice Payne said, which is, you know, obviously we're not going to talk about every conversation, but I think the best that these questions have been asked and answered by Minister King and the Prime Minister in the House. So all of the questions that you just described about communications, discussions, have been asked and answered by the Prime Minister and the Minister in the House. You may not like the answers.
They may not constitute answers.
Well,
again, they're
that's
responses.
a matter of opinion. And I again make the point, these are decisions of ministers. So ministers have to justify and explain their decisions to the public and to Senate committees and to estimates committees. It's not decisions of staff members.
And the point we're seeking to explore here and are being blocked from effectively exploring is the influence the Prime Minister or his office had over what is a ministerial decision of Minister King's. It has been clear, and I think was clear through that process, the decision was Minister King's. It is statutory a decision of Minister King.
Yeah, and
I
think what you're...
ultimately exercised that, but where was the influence, if there was any?
The inference you make is I think, unnecessary. Minister King herself said in the House, this is a routine decision that Ministers for Transport take, she says. I certainly consulted with ministerial colleagues, but the decision was mine. We have a government that runs by ministerial responsibility, unlike those opposite, had a PM who turned himself into all of your ministries because he didn't trust you, etc. But if we can just ignore the hyperbole for a moment, she's answered the question. Now, you may not like the answer, but she has said very clearly, yes, she consulted with other ministerial colleagues, but she made the decision.
And we're seeking to understand the nature of consultations and/or interventions by the PM in his office.
Well, she has said she consulted with the ministerial colleagues, but the decision was hers.
And
full stop.
And Minister, your department, I think, gave relatively direct responses about the nature, some sensitive issues, of course, the nature of some of the issues that were part of consultations and discussions, including, I think, engagement between your office and Minister King's. My memory is correct.
Yeah. Senator Birmingham.
They
were quite respectful responses to the inquiry into the Senate.
Very respectful.
The Prime Minister's office is not.
Well, that's important.
The contrast is clear.
Senator Birmingham, we are now due to break for afternoon tea. Would you like to conclude your questions on this topic now, or will we be returning to the subject afterwards?
I think we'll review where we go, Chair, but it's a reasonable time to break.
I beg your pardon?
It's a reasonable time to break.
Thank you, Senator Birmingham. On that note, we will now break for afternoon tea and resume in 15 minutes. Accommodate the movement of ministers. We've had a private chat as a committee, and that we will move to Senator Gallagher's portfolios at 5:30 as scheduled, noting that PM&C, unless otherwise we make good progress, is not actually dismissed at that point, and that we would need to return to PM&C depending on what progress we make within the next hour. Thank you. Minister.
I have some information for Senator Birmingham because I'm so extremely helpful. In relation to any additional requirements under the code, I'm advised that the Prime Minister has not imposed any additional requirements under the code. This is consistent with the position taken by Mr Morrison, Mr Turnbull and Mr Abbott. I would, however, note, as I think Senator Birmingham is aware, but the House and the Senate impose wider disclosure obligations. Wider, is that the best term? In relation to the question, the hypothetical question I was asked, you would anticipate that my response is I will not answer any hypothetical questions. I would, however, indicate the code provides the ministers must not seek or accept any kind of benefit or other valuable consideration for themselves or for others in connection with performing or not performing any element of their official duties. And in addition, ministers must not seek nor encourage any form of gift in a personal capacity. In relation to declarations to the Prime Minister, the code sets out the requirements of ministers to disclose source and value for gifts. That requirement is additional to the requirements of the Parliament and the guidelines on official gifts. Those declarations are made to the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister seeks advice from the Secretary on code matters where required.
Thanks, Minister. And sorry, just can I a little clarification there, particularly from the very first statement that you made. So, and how that joins up, I think, with the last point that you made. So, the Prime Minister does not have any expectations that are placed on ministers other than the disclosure obligations in the House and Senate and the requirements under the guidelines as they relate to official gifts.
And that is the advice to me, and the advice is this is the same position as existed under Mr Morrison, Mr Turnbull and Mr Abbott.
So I have to say my recollection, and I don't have the paperwork in front of me, but my recollection is that in the previous Parliament as a minister, when I received hospitality at the footy, I would declare it to the Senate and at the same time write to the Prime Minister's office advising them in accordance with the obligations I had to make such disclosures and declarations. Now, that's without me having the codes or the correspondence that came from Prime Ministers Turnbull or Morrison or Abbott to tell me as a minister or remind me as a minister of my obligations and how we fulfilled them. But my very live recollection is that I used to do two things simultaneously was the way my office managed it, that I would sign the Senate disclosure and undertake a Prime Ministerial office disclosure at the same time to meet both obligations. So it doesn't sound from the answer you've given that that is consistent with the previous government.
All right, I will check that again. But you asked me a different question, actually. Well, I understood you to ask me a different question, so maybe I've misunderstood your question. I thought you were asking me whether or not there was... So there were three levels, as you described them: Parliament, Prime Minister and guidelines.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you were asking whether or not there were any additional substantive... I'm trying to not use the word obligations, but preclusions or exclusions imposed by the Prime Minister.
I asked for an understanding of how those guidelines applied by the Prime Minister operated. Now, that was encompassing, I guess, of what, if anything, additional they encompassed and how it might be disclosed.
Yes, and I was referencing the first.
That they don't encompass anything beyond those of the Senate and the House. And then separately the official guidelines for official gifts.
That's correct. And the advice I have, and if you think it's not correct, I will certainly take that back to those advising me, is that's the same as existed under Mr Morrison, Mr Turnbull, Mr Abbott. Now you're asking a different question, which is there an additional disclosure required? Is that right?
Yes, which I took from either the first or last dot point that you read before, that there was not.
I think 3.21 does require...
I think it's 3.20. That
20.
Right, yeah. So the line I think that the Minister was referring to is ministers are expected to disclose to the Prime Minister, so not just to the Parliament, to the Prime Minister, the source and value of gifts or benefits received, including services provided at reduced or no cost on different terms to that of the general public in an official or personal capacity. So not only do they need to disclose, for example, the upgraded flights to the Parliament, they need to disclose those to the Prime Minister would be my interpretation, but it's a requirement that they disclose to the Prime Minister.
Which comes back, and I think it's still outstanding as a question on notice, which hopefully will resolve this, is if the Prime Minister or his office has at some point written to ministers saying, here is the code, here are your obligations, here is how I expect you to disclose that to me, that would clarify many of these issues.
So it's the form of that disclosure that you're interested in, Senator?
How ministers have been advised of it and the form it is expected to be undertaken, and I'm sure we will have some other questions on notice about the way in which the Prime Minister's office then maintains that log of disclosures or that correspondence from ministers, if that is the form that it takes. How many cabinet documents have been reported as missing over the last 2.5 years?
Paul Hupala, Acting First Assistant Secretary, Cabinet Division. Senator, I think I'll have to take that question on notice.
Are you aware of any instances of cabinet documents that have been reported as missing over the past 2.5 years?
Senator, we conduct stock takes of cabinet documents twice a year. So in that context, we do get information about the location of cabinet documents, and I'm aware of some recent media reporting about specific cabinet documents that have been reported as missing.
Okay. And that media, I assume that you're referring to, and it's certainly the ones that I intended to ask about, are those reported lost at Doha International Airport. Are there any other instances that you are aware of?
None spring to mind, Senator, but the documents in question were departmental documents classified protected cabinet, as opposed to a cabinet document in the sense of a document that we would conduct a cabinet document stock take to look for.
Okay. So you're not recalling any other instances. You've taken on notice if there are any other instances of cabinet documents going missing in the last 2.5 years. You are aware of the media reports in relation to cabinet documents. It was Minister Watt, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yep. Minister Watt transiting through Doha International Airport, and you're advising that the documents were not documents that had been submitted to Cabinet or a Cabinet subcommittee, but were departmental documents marked as Cabinet sensitive.
Yes, Senator. The Annex H to the Cabinet Handbook provides specific requirements for the handling of cabinet documents and talks in particular about cabinet submissions and how they should be circulated using the Cabinet Plus ICT system that we have to ensure the secure circulation of documents. Annex H to the handbook also references the protective security policy framework as the appropriate reference for other material that might be designated as a cabinet material. For example, a protected document with a caveat of cabinet, and that is the kind of material that we're talking about in this circumstance.
Okay. So, and this may not be specifically a question for you, but the nature of a document marked protected cabinet that has not actually gone to cabinet and is not intended to go to cabinet would be, for example, briefings to a minister on matters that they might be considering taking to cabinet, or briefings to a minister on matters that other ministers are taking to cabinet, or that type of briefing type material. Would that?
In this instance, it was a departmental report, and the Minister has himself said today he was preparing for then forthcoming cabinet discussions, but it was a departmental document as opposed to a cabinet submission.
It was an internal departmental document.
It was a report, and one that I believe has subsequently been made public. Mm-hmm. And it was not a submission, so the requirements for the handling of the document and storage would be as specified in the protective security policy framework, as opposed to the handling requirements that we have for core cabinet documents, specifically for the use of the Cabinet Plus ICT system to ensure secure distribution.
Okay. When was the Cabinet Office advised in relation to the document going missing?
Senator, my predecessor was contacted at the time of the incident, which I believe was 7 July last year, and I understand that conversations with the Prime Minister's office and the Cabinet Secretary's office happened at that time.
Okay. So it's understood that Minister Watt and or his staff became aware that they had left this document on a plane on the 7th of July and the Cabinet Office was informed on that day?
I believe so, yes.
And the Cabinet Office immediately also informed the Prime Minister's office?
Like I said, the conversations at the time were with my predecessor. I was not personally engaged. I believe we were contacted. We ensured the Prime Minister's office had visibility, and I understand the Cabinet Secretary's office had visibility at the same time. I'm not sure who contacted them.
Right. What steps after that advice of Cabinet Secretary and Cabinet and the Prime Minister's office, what steps are undertaken by the Cabinet Office in the event of such advice?
Obviously, Cabinet Division takes the security of Cabinet information very seriously. Ultimately, what actions we might take would depend on the circumstances. I think on this occasion we reached out and spoke to the Department of Agriculture and Fisheries and Forestry to determine the nature of the document. And once we were satisfied that it was a departmental document the Minister was using to prepare for a forthcoming conversation, I believe we were satisfied that at that point the obligations to find out what happened are obligations of the accountable authority of that department. But ordinarily, if there has been some inappropriate disclosure of information, there are a range of actions we could take, typically ensuring a discussion at a senior level about the importance of safeguarding information of this nature. There are criminal penalties depending on the severity of the incident, but on this occasion it sounds like a person was travelling with a document that was appropriately stored in a locked bag, and I don't believe any further action besides inquiring of the department a bit more about the circumstances and ensuring the PMO and CSO had visibility. I don't believe anything else happened.
Yeah. And it was the locked bag itself that was left on the plane?
I believe so, but I think questions about exactly what happened are appropriately directed towards the Department of Agriculture, Fisheries and Forestry.
Once you had, your predecessor had ascertained that the document was not a cabinet document, as we generally refer to cabinet documents, but a classified cabinet document of the department's internal systems, you then essentially handed responsibility for how they handled and responded to it back to the Department of Agriculture.
Consistent with the protective security policy framework, yes. But like I said, the engagement at the time was with my predecessor. My briefing on the matter has been somewhat second-hand, but that is in line with what I've heard.
Right. In terms of the consequences that did flow subsequent to that, was PM&C involved in counselling of Minister Watt, his office? Were there steps taken in terms of the cautionary reminders across, particularly all travelling staff and officials, about the handling of information? What were the consequences that flew from this incident?
I'm not aware of any additional actions undertaken by Cabinet Division at the time. I can't speak for any conversations that the PMO and the Cabinet Secretary's office may have had with Ministers' offices. But like I said, ultimately the protective security policy framework advises that accountable authorities at Departments of State have obligations for the secure handling and transportation of information. And so it would be, in the first instance, for the DAF security team to provide any such reminders. If this had been more than an isolated incident, I suspect we would have provided guidance. We do issue guidance periodically, but I don't believe on this occasion any such guidance was considered warranted by Cabinet Division.
Are you aware if any such guidance was conveyed by the Prime Minister's office to ministerial officers?
I'm not personally, but as I said at the time, contact was with my predecessor, so I can take on notice if there was any additional guidance provided.
Okay. If you could, please. Thank you. And your understanding is that report subsequently has been made public?
That's right.
Okay. You know what the report is?
I do, but you'll be surprised to know that because it relates to a then Cabinet consideration, I'm not at liberty to talk about the business and operation of Cabinet, except to the extent that the government has.
But hang on, hasn't the report been made public?
Yes.
So you're not going to tell me what the report was, even though the report has now been made public?
That's right. By long-standing practice, I can't talk about the business and operation of the Cabinet. That's consistent with my responsibilities as First Assistant Secretary, Cabinet Division.
But it's now a republic.
It's been very helpful.
It has been very helpful and precise in many answers. I'm just slightly perplexed that a report that is now public, you're not identifying what it is.
Senator, I think even the Minister Watt himself today said he was necessarily hamstrung by the Cabinet protocols. And if he wasn't prepared to talk about the content of the report, then certainly I am not at liberty to.
But I could have read the report by now, potentially, if I was so inclined to read DAF reports. That is, I'm not misunderstanding anything here. Everything that was in that locked bag is now somewhere in the public arena, even though we're not discussing what was in the locked bag.
It's only of interest to you because it was the one in the locked bag. Is that not self-evident, Senator Birmingham?
Senator, I believe the report has largely been made public. I believe there were some targeted redactions, so just to put that on record. But Senator, I think, as Minister Watt has said, he was preparing for a forthcoming conversation at the Cabinet, and by long-standing practice, we don't talk about the business of Cabinet, except to the extent that the government has announced it.
Right. Thank you. I shall move on, Chair, if you're happy for me to.
Please do go on.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask some questions about the couple of announcements in the last few days on the higher education loans program and policy announcements made in relation to that program? Officials get to the table. Thanks, Ms. Efring-Webb. Have the policies announced by the government been taken as decisions of government?
Senator, I'm not sure I can answer that without discussing Cabinet processes.
Well, the policies have been announced.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they've been announced in this unusual way, 6 months before a potential election, as election policies for the next term. But I'm seeking to understand, have they, given they're now in the public arena, have they also been taken as a decision of government?
I'm not sure I can add to my previous answer.
Yes, they are decisions of government.
They are decisions of government. Thank you, Minister. And so as decisions of government, they will be reflected in my EFO when my EFO is to come. Obviously, other senators in the Department of Education or elsewhere can question them as policy decisions of government taken as decisions of government. That would be the correct flow on from all of that. They will be reflected in my EFO. They have been budgeted for, all of those things.
Well, I'm sure we'll have an opportunity to talk about this again, Senator.
As a decision of government, is there anything incorrect in the assumptions that I'm making there? Come on. Minister Wong helped you out before, but the answer should be a relatively clear-cut yes.
Senator Birmingham,
Senator Pratt,
they're entitled to take the time they need to answer your question accurately.
So there's, as you know, there's kind of conventions relating to the reflection of decisions in budget documentation, etc. Those are matters handled by the Departments of Finance and Treasury. So you may wish to direct your question around what would be presented in my EFO at those estimates.
And I'm sure Senator Hume may well do that, but these can hardly be reflected in my EFO as a decision taken but not yet announced. It's a decision announced for which we're ascertaining whether the decision was taken.
So, Senator, Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet is not the arbiter of how budget decisions are reflected in budget documentation.
No, that does fall to other departments, but there is a consequence that flows from decisions having been taken through the normal proper processes, and the Minister's indicated that that they have been decisions of government, and so we would then expect that all of those other cogs of government would move in accordance with the decision having been taken. Mr Hare's nodding.
That would be my expectation, Senator, yes.
Oh, thank you. Did the department have any role in yesterday's event that the Prime Minister spoke at announcing this policy?
No, Senator.
No? So the department wasn't engaged in any aspect of that?
Apologies, Senator. I might just check with my team whether we contributed to talking points or something like that.
Sure. For completeness.
Thank you, Senator Greta Doherty, First Assistant Secretary, Social Policy Division. Members of my team reviewed a draft set of talking points to support the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Ms Doherty. Otherwise, when it comes to the organisation of the event, the booking of the venue, any of those factors, there's no departmental engagement in that.
Oh.
And is the venue being paid for at all by the government, or was it paid for by the Labor Party?
I have no knowledge.
I need to take that on notice that I'm not aware of the department paying.
No knowledge of the department paying. Would it be possible for the Prime Minister's office to have booked a venue and made arrangements that would see the government still picking up the tab?
Hang on. He's given an answer. You're now saying, would it be possible if hypothetical?
Well,
if there's anything that's incorrect or we need to add to that answer, we will, rather than going along with maybe this, maybe that.
No. Well, sorry, Minister. I understand that the department, not involved in the booking, and the department says they're not paying. I don't understand whether there is a budget line out of which the Prime Minister's office is able to fund or pay for venues themselves. Would there be any way that the taxpayer could be paying?
I might just see whether Ms Cooper can come to the table in terms of what lines of budget we have where we make contributions. So we certainly...
Senator, I will check this, but it was a Labor event, not a departmental event.
And
if organised, as far as I could see, in terms of who was organising it, by the ALP.
And that, in many ways, Minister, is why I'm checking. And if somebody in
we'll check
elsewhere can ping your phone or others to say with clarity the Labor Party picked up the tab, and it becomes a matter that will be explored, no doubt, elsewhere in terms of ensuring that normal commercial rates were paid to the South Australian government. But
as I said, Senator, we'll take that on notice. There's nothing that jumps to my mind in terms of what will be available, so we'll take it on notice.
Okay. Thank you. Sorry, you were just going to check there in terms of the broader question around what the PMO can pay for, or do in fact all such invoices if the Prime Minister's speaking at a non-Labor Party event that is legitimately a public event, and there are staging costs and teleprompter costs and those sorts of things. And do they all come through the department, and therefore you would know in all of those instances?
Excuse me. So the reason I was checking was I'm certainly aware that so IT costs we cover. So I was just I can't recall anything further beyond those sort of basic admin costs. But as I said, we'll take that on notice and check it.
So when you say IT costs, what do you?
Yeah, so the department provides IT support.
Oh, to the Prime Minister's staff and
Yes.
those sorts of things.
Yes.
Yes. But.
And it was those sort of ones there, but I can't recall anything specific in those that would enable that, so we'll check.
But in terms of a public event the Prime Minister does, if he wants to use a teleprompter at a public event,
I'd need to check that, Senator.
That would be paid for.
That's what I'd need to check.
You need to check that.
Yeah.
Nobody else is able to inform whether that sits. I'm really just seeking in this point to ascertain, is there a means where the Prime Minister's office signs off on their own accounts that somehow get paid, or does everything come back through PM&C?
Look, I think it would be, so I think Minister Wong's identified that she believes it was an ALP event. If it's an ALP event, we wouldn't expect that to come back to the department. If it was a government event, then yes, I'd expect some of the costs potentially to come to the department, but I'd just need to check that, Senator. So, for example, it may have been a Department of Education.
Yes, but sorry, Mr. Hebb, the distinction I'm making there is, to be clear, are there invoices ever paid directly by the PMO and not by PM&C?
Not to my knowledge, but I'll check.
No, okay. Thank you. That would be great. And Minister, I suppose anybody has pinged to confirm that your understanding it was an entirely Labor Party event paid for by the Labor Party is correct?
I am advised that the event was covered by the National Secretariat of the Labor Party.
Thank you. Excellent. Okay.
Chair, are you all right if I jump in for a moment?
Please do, Senator Hume.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Senator Birmingham. I've got some questions about the Secretary's working arrangements and how he manages his role remotely. I had some questions on notice 52 and 53 back in February. And the department stated that for the purposes of the Secretary's working arrangements, his official office is in Canberra. And when I asked if he'd ever claimed travel allowance while in Melbourne, Mr Hare, you stated in that question on notice 163 that all his claims are consistent with the Remuneration Tribunal determination. Now that's, I'm sure, true, but it doesn't answer the question. You did undertake to come back with an answer on this one, Mr Hare. So I'm wondering, has the Secretary claimed travel allowance in Melbourne, or is that something that you are aware of now?
Yes, and there is something that we're aware of now. I might ask Mr Walter to give you the detail, but there's been, in the early period of his time as Secretary, there were a small number of claims where partial travel allowance in accordance with his Rem Tribunal decision was paid. That was not a claim put in by the Secretary, but an automated process. We've changed processes subsequent to that. I might get Mr Walter to talk you through the detail.
Thank you. Not a huge amount more to add, apart from saying that those 5 occasions were between the 1st of July 2022 and June 2023. He was only paid a partial travel allowance, which is all that he was entitled to at the time. 4 of those 5 was for travel to Melbourne, and 1 was for travel to Sydney, because prior to taking up his role as Secretary, he resided in Sydney, and he still maintained a residence in Sydney at the time. All of these were prior to Mr Davis's wife, or Professor Davis's wife, taking up her role as Governor of Victoria. As Mr Hare said, while he's still entitled to that allowance, he gave a direction that he wasn't to be paid it once he became aware that he had on those occasions.
Right, so the Secretary has been paid a travel allowance to travel to Melbourne 4 times out of the 5 times that he has accepted a travel allowance. Is that right?
Not quite.
Sorry, for the 5 times that he accepted a travel allowance between the 1st of July 2022 and June 2023. Is that right? But it hasn't happened since.
Senator Hume, I think.
I'm just clarifying.
No, I think you are interrupting the clarification you're seeking, so please go ahead, Mr Hare.
Travel allowance under the entitlement can be paid when the Secretary travels. Partial travel allowance is paid when the person returns to a place where they have a residence. So it's not the full entitlement, it's a part entitlement. So of the 5 times the Secretary, on 5 occasions when the Secretary travelled to a place where he has a residence and was entitled to receive travel allowance, 4 to Melbourne, 1 to Sydney, that's what occurred, but it was done not at his request, but as part of a process.
It was an automated process. Right, okay. Can I ask about the process of coordinating appointments for the consideration of Cabinet and through the Prime Minister's office? Are the right people at the desk for that?
Depends on which question, Senator.
Well, am I correct that the department has a role in coordinating the consideration of appointments for Cabinet and for the Prime Minister if he's agreeing to appointments by correspondence?
Excuse me.
That's right, I didn't realise it was that complicated.
It depends. And the reason I'm struggling a little bit, Senator, so when you say coordination, appointment processes are a Cabinet process. Where they're a significant appointment, they can be a Cabinet process. And yes, when they're identified as a Cabinet process, we have a role in supporting the information into Cabinet.
Right. So exactly what is the department's role in the consideration of appointments for Cabinet, and what is the department's role for consideration of appointments for the Prime Minister if he's agreeing to appointments by correspondence?
So our role when they're being considered by Cabinet is to ensure that the relevant documents are completed and provided to the Cabinet, as it would be for any other appointment process. Where appropriate, if there's if the Prime Minister has decided that it doesn't need to go to Cabinet, then that's a process where the Minister or the Prime Minister would make a decision.
So is that, and just let me understand, there are only two ways that appointments get made. They get made through Cabinet or they are made through correspondence with the Prime Minister's office?
Significant appointments, I think, Senator, is the qualification there. So it needs to be a significant appointment. So this
and what's the definition of significant?
I'm not sure there is an addition.
Sorry, Paul Hupalo again, First Assistant Secretary, Cabinet Division. An appointment can be a significant appointment if, for example, it has been considered by Cabinet previously. Ultimately, it's a judgment call for the Minister, and the Minister raises the matter with the Prime Minister, and the Prime Minister will determine whether the matter is of sufficient weight as to require Cabinet consideration. There are all kinds of appointments across the Commonwealth that could be filled by ministers or departments in keeping with other delegations and responsibilities.
Right. So they are, for want of a better expression, insignificant appointments. Is that the way we think of it? I mean, there are significant appointments and they have to be done through Cabinet. There are significant appointments that are done through correspondence with the Prime Minister's office, and then there are not so significant appointments that are done directly by ministers.
I would rather use the language in the Cabinet Handbook, for example. So in the Handbook, paragraph 115, it talks about appointments to be brought forward to the Prime Minister's attention might include significant full-time or part-time appointments to boards, commissions or statutory offices, full-time CEO positions, appointments to significant non-statutory tribunals, appointments as heads of mission other than Austrade managed posts, and it goes on. So there's some broad definitions of significant. Ultimately, there is some consideration by the Prime Minister, and then there are matters that, consistent with the Cabinet Handbook, there is not an expectation that they would require being brought forward to government for possible consideration by Cabinet.
So other than those three methods of appointment, through Cabinet, through correspondence between a minister and the Prime Minister, or appointment by a minister, is there any other way that appointments are made or agreed to that I've missed?
I think we're getting well beyond the Cabinet lane, so my area of expertise would be the Cabinet, but I think in general...
It's not a trick question, I just want to make sure I haven't missed it.
There are officials or ministers who may have power under a range of items of legislation.
I was about to say that. There may be a statute might identify, there will be this board, there'll be 3 people from SA appointed by X, 3 people from Queensland appointed by Y. I'm thinking like things like water, etc. So, there may be appointments which have a statutory base, not just as a statutory officer, but actually where the method of appointment may be identified.
Right.
Well, not by method, but who picks them might be identified elsewhere.
But it will be identified elsewhere. Okay, that's fine.
Yeah.
So is it correct that the department will work to ensure that appointments are able to be considered in a timely fashion by the Prime Minister and by Cabinet? Is that timeliness appropriate?
The Cabinet Handbook Annex I talks about the appointments process and the role of PM&C, and it certainly encourages ministers to ensure proposals reach the Prime Minister's office at least 15 working days before the Cabinet meeting.
15 working days.
At which the appointment may be raised for consideration. So there is certainly an expectation of timeliness to that extent.
And how does the department become aware of upcoming appointments that need to be made?
There is a register of appointments maintained by the Department of Finance, and we periodically review that to make sure that shadow policy teams in PM&C have visibility of potential forthcoming appointments.
Right. How does the department then inform the Cabinet Secretary or the Prime Minister of upcoming appointments?
So I might just add, so while we certainly advise our shadow areas, the primary responsibility does sit with the relevant minister and their departments to make sure that they are aware of the appointments that are due and coming up,
Mhm.
and making sure they're met in a timely fashion.
Right, so you alert the ministers or the ministers' offices?
So we remind departments that there is a public register maintained by the Department of Finance.
Right, so you remind them that there's a register. You don't say, hey there, Department of Health, you've got these ones coming up. Or you don't say, hey there, Minister for Health, you've got these appointments coming up.
The shadow areas might remind them, but no, we believe the obligation is on the ministers and the departments.
To know which ones are coming up and which ones aren't. Okay.
Yes.
So when you're coordinating the consideration of appointments, putting those candidates up for approval, do you provide these to a minister's office before they're formally submitted to Cabinet?
So the process would normally be that the minister
other way
would
around.
write to the Prime Minister.
Okay. So the department would be aware then that on the 5th of February 2023, the government announced a review of public sector board appointment processes. You aware of that?
Yes. Are you referring to the Briggs
Yes.
review? Yes.
Yep. So it's reported that this review has been completed, and I'm wondering if you have a copy of that review that you can table for the committee.
So the department didn't undertake, the responsibility for that review is actually with the Australian Public Service Commission. Though Mr Walter might be able to help, but the responsibility does sit with the Australian Public Service Commission.
Not much to add. Obviously, the Public Service Commission is appearing later, and they report to the Minister with the Public Service in relation to board appointment matters.
When was that given to the Minister, do you know?
You'd have to ask the Public Service Commission that. Sorry.
Okay. Which
Sorry,
I
that was a
will.
bit rude. My apologies. That's a question for the Public Service Commission.
Were the officials that handle appointments, the appointment process at your end, were they consulted as part of the review?
I can say that there was a broad consultation process across government in relation to the review, and we were certainly, the department was certainly engaged as part of the review. I can't remember the specific details, but certainly we were consulted during its development.
Right. You haven't seen the final report yet. It's just gone straight to the Minister. Is that correct?
You'd have to, again, I think it's really better for the Public Service Commission as to what was provided to the Minister and when.
Right. When it was announced, it was stated that the completed review would be published on the APS Reform website. And in fact, that website still says that this will happen. So can you then perhaps tell me, has the section of the department seen a copy of that final review? Have you actually laid eyes on it?
So it gets a little bit complicated here. So in terms of the work of the APS Reform Office, so for a while the APS Reform Office was actually housed in the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. It then transferred as part of a machinery government change to the Public Service Commission.
Right.
And so what I'm puzzling over in my mind at this point is whether we would have seen one at that stage when the Reform Office was in the department or not. It's quite possible we did.
So it would have been incidental rather than intentional that you would have seen it.
Well, again, I think you're better off asking those questions
Yes.
to the Public Service Commission as to who it was distributed to, because the relevant officers are now in the Public Service Commission.
I just wonder if there has been any changes in your processes since that review was completed, considering the report hasn't been made public.
I honestly can't say. I think it would be. I think it's worth asking the Public Service Commission about its contents. I can't say whether any changes were made. I'm sorry, I just don't know.
Is the department aware that the government's recently appointed an acting commissioner for the Australian Electoral Commission?
Yes.
And is the department aware that as early as March 2023, the outgoing commissioner gave public statements back then that he wasn't going to seek a reappointment or accept an extension to his term?
So, Senator, we are aware of those, but these questions in relation to the Electoral Commissioner are more for the Department of Finance in their support for the Special Minister of State.
I just wondered if your department provided any advice at all on the upcoming vacancy of the Australian Electoral Commission.
So we performed our usual functions in relation to that appointment, and in the sense of briefing the Prime Minister as required and so on.
But an appointment hasn't been made.
Well, an acting appointment is in place for a period of 12 months to ensure it covers the coming election.
I'm just scratching my head, and this is not a reflection on the acting appointment because Mr Pope, I think, is an excellent man, but this is an appointment for which there was some notice of the upcoming vacancy. And considering the responsibility to make timely appointments and give timely advice to Cabinet on the decisions made here, it seems very unusual to appoint an individual to act in this role, given those circumstances, with that much runway that we would need to appoint someone in an acting role.
Senator, you're entitled to ask those questions. Can I suggest, though, that given the appointment is... this would be a matter that Minister Farrell would need to respond to.
Yeah, and I know. Minister Farrell is a little bit elusive at the moment, but yes, I will be asking Minister Farrell.
I think he's appearing before this committee tomorrow evening. I think that was agreed. So he will be available then.
So what would be the department's role in an appointment like that one?
So, as we outlined earlier, departments would presumably advise their ministers. Ministers would write to the Prime Minister advising there's an appointment due or coming, and then they would. Our role would be to support the documentation getting to Cabinet if there was a decision that it was a Cabinet appointment. Otherwise, it would be dealt with by correspondence, I presume.
And this one is a Cabinet appointment?
I think in practice we can't talk about the business and operations of Cabinet with apologies, Senator.
Mr Upala has given you the sort of outline of what's regarded as significant.
This would be pretty significant, I would imagine. Australian Electoral Commissioner. Can you remember a time when we had an acting Electoral Commissioner for an election?
Senator, I'm sorry, I've been tried to be courteous because I understand this, but I've said to you, the official has said twice, and now I am now saying for the second time, these are not the people to ask this question of. If you can, Senator Farrell will be here with the relevant officials tomorrow night.
Yes. These are the people, though, Minister, that would have provided information about the candidates that would have been considered for this position.
No, that's not how this works. Appointments, they don't vet.
There's a process that departments will normally follow in terms of identifying suitable candidates and the issues. Our job is to make sure the documentation supporting appointments get to the decision makers.
But at no point in time does your department say, hey, Department of Finance, better get a wriggle on this one.
So, as I said, Senator, we remind departments of the public register of appointments, and it's their responsibility to maintain that. It is possible that some of the shadow teams might be helpful and remind them as part of that process, but there's a reasonable number of appointments. It'd be quite difficult for us to chase all the departments across government for them. It is the responsibility of departments.
How often do you remind other departments of the register?
I think at the moment our practice is about every 3 months, Senator, but I'd need to check that. That's a relatively recent practice.
Right. Do you think you could please, just for thoroughness' sake, give us an indication of the number of times that you have reminded the Department of Finance about that register and the need to turn their minds to it, in the last 12 months?
Yes and no.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Does that conclude?
Senator Birmingham's got some more
Senator
questions.
Birmingham.
I've got questions.
I'll just remind senators that we will be moving to new portfolios at 5:30 and returning to this portfolio later. Who is seeking the call currently? Senator Birmingham.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues. In terms of decisions taken, is PMC in a position to advise whether a decision has been taken about Defence Joint Project 9102 Phase 1? This would be the project reported in media coverage today relating to satellite procurement.
Senator Kendra Maroney, First Assistant Secretary, National Security Division. I am aware of the media release that has come out today in relation to the project that you have mentioned. But of course, in terms of decisions taken by government that in relation to Cabinet, that would be Cabinet in confidence.
Okay, so sorry, I have been here the bulk of the day and may not have caught up on the Minister's media releases, but has the Defence Minister or the Defence Industry Minister issued a statement confirming the axing of Joint Project 9102 Phase 1?
My understanding is that a statement has been released that talks about the status of that project and some of the complexities in relation to evolving technology and also threats, and that in relation to the direction of that project with the geosynchronous orbit, that would no longer be aligned with the strategic circumstances. Obviously, any more detailed questions in relation to that would probably be great for Defence on Wednesday.
And I'm sure we will go into it with Defence, just for at least clarity in this room, what has been announced as the status of the project.
I don't have a copy of the press release in front of me, Senator. I'm just seeing if I can find it.
There just seemed to be a fair degree of knowledge about the broad content of what was discussed in the media release, but not actually about the status of the project. Does the media statement make clear what the status of the project is?
Senator, I don't have the media release with me, but we can try and locate it and confirm.
Right. Well, we might come back to that depending on whether it's clear or not, and I'm sure we will try to locate it as well as checking in that regard. But in the interest of time, don't go away, Mr. Fletcher. As we'll jump to some international. What work has PMC done in relation to the potential different outcomes of the US election this week?
Senator Graham Fletcher, Deputy Secretary, International and Security. PMC and a number of agencies have done extensive work in preparation for possible outcomes of the US election, as would be normal.
So there is, if you like to borrow a parlance, a red book and a blue book type plan in place?
Not with those colours, but certainly the import of what you say, yes. We have looked at implications of possible outcomes for Australia.
And has the PM been briefed on those plans and outcomes?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Are there plans for engagement with the potential incoming administration, whichever one that may be?
Yes, Senator. Of course, the inauguration will not occur until January the 20th.
That's right, but it would be not unusual and probably customary to seek and have some engagement in that period between election and inauguration.
Yes, with the President-elect, but there are strict conventions in the United States about contact with future members of Cabinet as they are announced in the period before the inauguration.
Okay, so so with the President-elect and presumably the Vice President-elect, the government would be in a position to seek to engage?
Yes, and we have been, or through the Embassy of course, in contact with a range of people who are likely to be part of an administration under either outcome.
Right. But from that period after a result is known, in terms of those who may serve in a future administration, there are at least constraints in terms of the way in which the government could engage with them.
Yes.
I might seek on notice in terms of perhaps the nature of some of those constraints. Thank you. Is the Prime Minister attending APEC and or the G20?
Pablo Kung, First Assistant Secretary, International Division. Senator, yes, the Prime Minister is planning to attend both the APEC Economic Leaders Week in Peru and immediately following the G20 Leaders Summit, as he has indicated publicly.
Thank you. And given both these events are in the Americas, are there contingencies or plans for the Prime Minister to possibly visit the US before or after or in between those events?
At this stage, Senator, the plan is for the Prime Minister to visit Peru and Brazil.
Thank you. It would be unlikely in terms of the opportunity for any meeting with an incoming president for the Prime Minister to have any other opportunity that took him to the Americas between now and inauguration. So will the government be seeking in terms of engagement to try to see if it can make that happen?
Senator, as Deputy Secretary Fletcher has indicated, our initial priorities around seeking engagement with the President-elect once the outcome of the election is known, and that would of course be through correspondence and phone call.
Thank you. Are any ministers travelling with the Prime Minister to either APEC and or the G20? Are any ministers travelling with the Prime Minister?
I'm not aware of any ministers that are travelling to either summit with the Prime Minister, Senator.
Okay, thank you. Are there any agenda items that Australia has specifically asked to be placed on the agenda for APEC and or the G20?
For that one, I might call on my colleague. There she is.
Hi, Senator. Dr. Angela Grant, First Assistant Secretary, Multilateral Economic Engagement Division and Australia's G20 Sherpa. The way that these summits work is that the presidencies, so in this case Peru for APEC and Brazil for G20, they set the agenda very much around the plenary sessions.
Has Australia sought to particularly influence that agenda with any priorities that we would seek to bring forward?
So in the lead up to these summits, so the year that we work on all of the details, Australia, of course, speaks a lot about Australia's priorities, the objectives that we are looking to get out of these meetings, and to the extent that they just get incorporated in the substance of the discussion, that's what we hope for.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Has the Prime Minister had contact with the new NATO Secretary-General?
I'm not aware of that, Senator, beyond I think the Prime Minister has sent a message of congratulations, but I'd need to double check.
Okay. Thank you. Has the Prime Minister spoken with President Prabowo since his inauguration?
I'm not aware of any conversation since the inauguration. Senator, you would be aware, of course, that the Prime Minister hosted then President-elect Prabowo in Canberra prior to the inauguration.
Thank you. When was the Prime Minister's changed intentions in relation to his attendance at the presidential inauguration communicated to Indonesian officials?
In relation to Indonesian officials, Senator, that was communicated last month, in September, on the 24th of September, through our embassy in Jakarta.
Thank you. The PM have any contact with President Prabowo subsequent their meeting, which I think was around the 20th of August, wasn't it?
Yes, Senator,
yes.
Around that time.
So subsequent the 20th of August, has the PM had any contact with then President-elect and now President Prabowo?
Yes, Senator. The Prime Minister spoke to President-elect Prabowo on the 10th of September.
So after the visit at the 20th of August?
That's right.
But before the advice was given to Indonesian officials via the embassy in Jakarta on the 24th of September.
Yes, I think the Prime Minister availed himself of the opportunity to, given his relationship with the now President, to inform him personally as to why, given the changes to the King's itinerary, he couldn't attend. Before it was officially...
Yes.
Well, I suppose that is official, but I mean, before it was communicated through officials, he...
It probably doesn't get much more official in some ways. But,
well, my point is...
yes, I understand there's a process to ensure that there isn't the wrong name tag on a seat somewhere by accident, but equally, so the Prime Minister did take the opportunity to personally convey his inability to attend and apologies to President Prabowo.
That's right, Senator. He did that on the 10th of September.
Okay. Thank you. Which government department is coordinating the government response to the Senate inquiry into support for Ukraine?
So, Senator, there are a range of government departments looking at that response, but the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet does play a coordinating role, as it does on all matters in relation to Ukraine.
The PM&C is coordinating that response. What's the status of the response?
So the report, we received the report in mid-September and we're preparing the response. I think we have indicative a 3-month time frame and preparations are underway for that response.
So you're attempting to work within 3-month time frame, so you're hopeful that that response will be tabled this year?
That's the intention at the moment, Senator.
Okay. Thank you. What briefings has PM&C sought in relation to the status of Australia's embassy in Kiev?
As part of the coordination of policy and activities in relation to Ukraine, PMC hosts a regular interdepartmental committee, which is attended by a range of agencies, including the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade, who, as you'd appreciate, Senator, would have the lead role on that particular issue. And so there have been exchanges in relation to that issue through that IDC process.
Has the PM himself been briefed in relation to that issue?
I'm not aware of any recent briefings to the Prime Minister on that, Senator.
Of any recent briefings?
Well, if your question is, has the Prime Minister ever been briefed in relation to that issue, I'd have to double check, but in terms of recent times, I'm not aware of any recent briefings.
Well, perhaps let's check, and because recent can take in many forms in terms of how people may assess it. Which counterparts across the Middle East partners and nations has the Prime Minister spoken with in the last 6 months? Egypt, Qatar, Israel, Saudi Arabia, UAE?
Senator, in relation to developments in the Middle East in recent times, I would note the Prime Minister's had a range of discussions with global leaders in terms of the region. Again, I'd have to double check. I certainly know that the Prime Minister met with the Prime Minister of Qatar in August in Canberra, and that was part of the discussion.
Okay. Are you aware of any other calls that have been scheduled or taken place?
With regional leaders, I'd have to double check, but not aware of the top of my head, Senator.
Right. Okay, thank you. Thank you. Move on again a little. Thanks, international officials. Also, just quickly, when did the Prime Minister last have a call or engagement with President Xi or Premier Li?
Sorry, the last time the Prime Minister engaged with Premier Li in person
ASEAN?
Was yes, in the margin of the East Asia Summit, that's right.
Okay. And President Xi?
Advise you that as per our earlier discussion, Senator Gallagher's on her way up so that we can commence finance, and we'll return to PM&C as required.
Is there any particular part of PM&C in particular that could be released, or would you like all PMC back?
Can we just, we'll come back informally and let you know, because
we'll do our best to advise based on dialogue with the committee.
Sorry, Premier Xi, President Xi, sorry.
Is it to Beijing last year, November the 7th, I think.
Okay, and there's been no calls or interactions since with the President?
No, I'm just thinking, did they intersect at some summit? And the answer is no.
We would expect, Senator, if President Xi is attending APEC and or the G20, that there would be some interaction there.
Australia seeking a meeting, requested one?
I think the Prime Minister would be expecting to meet up with President Xi in the margins of that summit in some way.
Thank you. Okay. That does international for me, Chair, so if I start something else, it's probably starting something else.
Thank you. Well, perhaps you could spend in the time before Senator Gallagher gets here, just think about who perhaps we can release from PM&C, if you are so inclined.
Yes. Thanks, Chair.
Thinking's a good thing.
And we will suspend, I'm sorry, just while that changeover happens. I welcome Senator the Honourable Katie Gallagher, Minister for Women, Minister for Finance and Minister for the Public Service, Ms Padma Raman, Executive Director, Office of Women and other officers of the Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet. I also welcome the Honourable Mary Wooldridge, Chief Executive Officer and other officers of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. Minister, do you wish to make an opening statement this evening?
No, thank you, Chair. Just thanks to the committee and others for facilitating this appearance this evening.
Thank you. Ms Rahman or Ms Wooldridge? Okay, let's get straight to questions. Senator Waters.
Thanks, Chair. Hello, everyone. Thanks for all your time and the work that you do. Appreciate the committee being on time. What a miracle. So anyway, I shall proceed. Can I start off, Ms Wooldridge, first with some questions for WGEA? We've covered previously the fact that WGEA was voluntarily gathering data on perimenopause and menopause leave and entitlements that various employers were either offering and the uptake of those, and you'd had some advice that actually that was beyond the scope of WGEA's jurisdiction, and so you desisted. We've since had a Senate inquiry into that very issue, and one of the recommendations of that report, recommendation 5, is that the Australian Government introduce reforms to allow WGEA to recommence data collection on the supports that employers are providing and their usage for employees experiencing menopause and perimenopause. So just wondered, perhaps that's also for the Minister, has that work begun? And has WGEA been able to recommence collecting that data?
Thank you. Senator Mary Wooldridge, CEO of the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. We have had some discussions with representatives from the sector post the recommendations, and certainly discussions with the Office for Women, who we are feeding our perspective and into as they develop their government, advice to government in terms of the response to the committee's report.
Okay, do you have any sense of when that process might conclude and when we might see WGEA able to start recollecting, if that's a decision government takes, to start recollecting that data?
So you'd need to ask the Office for Women in relation to that question.
Hello.
Hello, Senator. Megan
Hopefully
Lay.
at the table. Great. It's over to you.
Megan Lay, First Assistant Secretary, Office for Women. The Department of Health is coordinating the response to the menopause inquiry, and we're working with them, particularly around recommendation 5. I don't have any clear advice though in terms of timing of the response at this stage.
Okay. Minister, do you know whether or not legislative change would be needed? It's my view that it's not, but obviously I'm not the government. Are you aware whether the ledge needs to be changed to enable WGEA to recollect that data set?
I haven't been provided with any advice that tells me that one way or another. And I think it's certainly been worked upon, and I know WGEA is looking at it. Office for Women are, and I think it will be wrapped up in some of the work we're doing to finalise the response to the report.
Yes. Okay. So any idea on timeframes for when that might come to a conclusion?
Look, I know there's a lot of work underway. It's a really important inquiry. I mean, we've raised menopause, I think, in all of the women's budget statements since we've come to government, and so I think you understand the position the government has on it, being about proactive and making sure we're addressing, using data to address or to use to develop policy responses. So, it's an area that we have leaned in. We're very supportive of the work that was done on the inquiry, and we will respond in the time frame that's usual. I think it's about 3 months. It wasn't. It doesn't seem that long ago since the report was tabled.
No, I was, I don't know, at once 4 weeks and 4 years.
Yeah, I know. I was trying to just sit here and think when it was, but
I can't remember.
I know there is an enormous amount of work underway at the moment.
Okay, all right.
The report was tabled on the 18th of September, so 3 months. 3 months from there is certainly when I understand Health is aiming to respond within that time frame.
Thank you. Well, very keen to see that. And again, just reiterating, I don't think ledge change is needed, but if so, then stand ready to expedite that so WGEA can continue doing your good work. Can I ask now that back in March, the Minister announced that there would be a welcome change whereby in order to receive a government contract, the successful contractor would have to meet WGEA requirements. But there was some, I'm just after a bit of detail of exactly what that commitment was, because I couldn't follow some of the language as clearly as I'd like to. there was a reference to various targets being needed to be met to improve gender equality, which might include things like gender makeup of boards, equal pay, flexible work. There's a big long list, and then it's also noted that only 3 of those will need to be achieved. So can I just get some clarity, and that WGEA would be tasked with drawing up the targets. So can I have some clarity, Ms Wooldridge, on where that project is up to and what targets you're actually working on developing for the purposes of contractors being able to offer their services?
Certainly, and this is obviously a project that we're jointly working on very closely with the Office for Women as well. So from the WGEA perspective, there's been extensive work over an extended period of time in relation to responding to recommendation 3 of the review of the Workplace Gender Equality Act. We held, in conjunction with Global Institute for Women's Leadership, who helped us in thinking about the design, consultations in 2023 with over 40 employers and employer groups in relation to the design. There was further work done in terms of then refining the model based on those consultations, both for the target setting scheme and what we're calling a menu of targets. And what we've been consulting on is that employers would have a menu from which to choose the targets that could be set. And they would pick a small number of them to then work on, giving employers the capacity to focus on the things that were relevant and most important for them to address their gender pay gap and to improve gender equality. So work happened on that menu. Also, from a regulatory perspective, in order to be able to monitor the progress and achievement against the targets necessarily have to be against information that companies already report to WGEA. So one of the design elements of the scheme is the linkage to the reporting that employers are currently doing to a menu of targets against which they can be measured for their reporting. And so we've done further consultation in April this year, once again with business groups to refine that, and all the way talking with the Office for Women and providing advice in terms of both the design of the scheme and the menu of targets from which companies would choose.
Okay. Forgive me, but I think I understand. So at the moment they've got to report what their gender pay gap is across a variety of parameters. There's no obligation to take any action to close that gap. Are you saying that there'll now be some form of obligation, but you can pick and choose which gaps you will shrink as an employer?
So the recommendation of the review was that companies are required to set, report against and achieve targets in relation to gender equality. And so the design has been to reflect the recommendation that is the process that would happen, that there would be a menu from which employers could choose which targets they set that are based on evidence of good gender equality practice. So in designing what the menu looks like, it is based on the evidence of what progresses gender equality in an employer. Okay. And it also, the recommendation also was that three targets would be set from across the gender equality indicators. So we've had to have the menu cover the gender equality indicators that we collect data on, and that employers, importantly, and this was part of the advice we had from the Global Institute for Women's Leadership, is that it's important that every employer is different, every industry is different, they've got different challenges and they're at different points in terms of their maturity. So the ability for employers to choose the things that they work on to improve and to meet in terms of the targets is an important aspect of the target setting scheme having impact.
Okay, and is that the justification for not making them close all of the gaps? That everybody's different and they're all at different stages? I don't understand why you give them a menu. Why not just require them to close their gender pay gap?
Well, I think every every employer and every industry is at a very different place. So you look at public administration with a median gender pay gap of 2 or 3% versus construction with a gender pay gap, median employer gender pay gap of 26%. They're in very different places. So it's important from our perspective to reflect that employers need to work on a range of issues and are at different stages of maturity in terms of progressing gender equality. And some may need to put policies and practices into place as a first step. Others may be well advanced on that and can actually be reducing their gender pay gap or their composition. So it really, I suppose, is important to reflect from an employer perspective their journey, all of which is to improve gender equality. And ultimately, of course, we want to close the gender pay gap, but for some it's going to take a lot longer than others.
Yes. So you've made the decision to have, is it 3 enforceable targets?
So the recommendation of the review was that 3 gender equality indicators are selected from across the 6 gender equality indicators, and that's the basis that we've consulted on.
Okay, thank you. That's been really helpful background. Can I come back now to the question about the government contractors, which, Minister, you committed in, I think it was March this year, very welcome commitment, that in order to get a government contract...
About procurement.
That's right. Yeah, about procurement, thank you. And so it sounds like those processes, maybe there's an overlap there, but can you update me, please, on, I'm not sure who's that best goes to, where's that happening? Because I don't think I've seen any change to give effect to that commitment yet, but I'm happy to be wrong.
Yeah, certainly.
It requires
that's
requires
right.
legislation.
Okay.
So you will see it, but it has to come in the form of legislation.
Okay. Well, do you have a time frame on that, Minister?
I'll just see if Office for Women can
Yeah, it's dependent. So drafting is underway. We're well progressed, but it is dependent on the legislative agenda, which is very full at the moment.
Well,
but
I suggest women belong at the top of that list. That's just me.
I'd be inclined to agree.
Okay, so will the targets that you've referred to, Ms Waldridge, that you're working on to give effect to recommendation 3 of the review, will they be the same targets that apply for the procurement rules?
That's
okay,
correct.
so it's one and the same, two different applications. Okay, thank you very much. And can I ask now about the proposed Secure Australian Jobs Code, which consultation on that was meant to commence at the beginning of this year, and it covers how government funding arrangements support the rights of community sector workers.
That's more in the Department of Finance.
Yes,
I mean, it's with me,
it?
so it's not an Office for Women or WGEA matter.
Yes. Is there any relationship with WGEA? Will there be any implication for procurement or anything else? Yeah, I don't know why that belongs here, and I'm trying to work it out, and my staff members just been pulled away.
Look, obviously, we're in a general sense, we're in early stages of discussion around what the Secure Australian Jobs Code would look like. Obviously, as we finalise that, there will be an assessment, including, gender assessment of that policy. Okay. So in that sense, yes, there may be some crossovers, but it's a bit hard because we're still consulting basically, and we have a fair bit more work to do with employers and unions about how that works. We've done some early discussions. I've had certainly some representations from the ASU and others who obviously have a large female membership. I think a lot of the issues that you'd be interested in will come up through that.
Thank you. And just lastly, following the National Cabinet announcement to act on alcohol to reduce violence against women in September, and a press statement that the PM put out that day, that release stated, acknowledging the role that systems and industries can play in exacerbating violence, state and territory First Ministers agreed to review alcohol laws and its impact on family and domestic violence victims to identify and share best practice and reforms and report back to National Cabinet on progress. Can I ask, has there been any progress on that review of alcohol laws?
The states are doing From my recollection, I'll just see if Ms Rahman has something to add, but in the responsibility sort of distribution of those matters, I understood that to be more of a matter that was being led through the states and territories, as they have responsibility for alcohol regulation.
Sure, but I think they're committed to coming back to National Cabinet and giving an update, so hence my asking here.
Was you in a position to conclude your questioning?
Yeah, with an answer to that one and one follow-up, I'm done, Chair.
Yeah, so on that one, Senator, the states and territories are leading that work at the moment. So that's being driven out of the states and territories.
Okay, so nothing's come back to National Cabinet.
Nothing's come back to National Cabinet yet. The commitment was just made on the 6th of September.
And has there been any other progress on implementing any of those 21 recommendations of the rapid review?
There was also out of National Cabinet, Padma Raman, Executive Director, Office for Women, there was a recommendation around audit of Commonwealth systems, because there's a recognition that wherever you've got a system, there's potential for abuse, especially from perpetrators. Yeah. That audit is underway and started straight after National Cabinet. Yep. It's being overseen by a working group of secretaries. There's 10 secretaries working on that, overseeing that. And each department has gone away to look at their systems. As you'd appreciate, it's quite a complex piece of work, and systems often intersect and interact with each other in the ways that perpetrators can use systems to harm. So we're hoping that that will be a rolling piece of work with things that can be attended to immediately, done as soon as possible. But some of the bigger systems changes, we really need to think through the unintended consequences as well. But it's a big piece of work, and I think potentially a piece of work that has the ability to really change the lives of women and keep them safe.
And the other 20 recs?
Well, there are quite a few that have been given effect to. You're talking about the rapid review. Yeah. So, I mean, some of it is through the package that came through National Cabinet, the $4.7 billion package, but there's also a requirement for the Women's Ministers and Women's Safety Ministers Council to watch progress against the recommendations. So there's actually now a mechanism by which we can monitor progress against those recommendations. But a bit like the wheat, it was not meant to be something that the government responded to immediately, because some of them are things you can do quickly and some of them will take longer. But there's a mechanism now to make sure that progress is being made against those recommendations.
Okay, and when's the next meeting of that Women's Safety Council to check on that progress?
The 22nd of November.
Okay. Right, I fear the Chair will wind me up, but thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Senator Little.
My questions relate to the Office for Women and Family and Domestic Violence and the work that you're doing in that area. I'm wanting to ask about the $3.9 million that was allocated to the Office for Women for Domestic and Family Violence and the whole of government coordination, as well as the work that was being done to look at accountability across government. Can you tell me what's actually happening in that area?
Yeah, sure. Thank you very much, Senator. So yes, that was $3.9 million over 4 years and $1 million a year ongoing for an additional 5 staff members to support the Department of Social Services in the role that it plays in, I guess, sort of being the steward of the national plan to end violence against women and children. There is a very sort of considerable set of measures being implemented across government. A number of them are within the social services portfolio, but they're also across other portfolios. And so the Office for Women is sort of stepping in to support sort of a broader kind of connected whole of government approach that happened particularly most recently through the National Cabinet meeting, the work that happened leading into the National Cabinet meeting on the 6th of September, which had a number of Commonwealth agencies involved. And we're also going to be leading the work on the systems, or we are already also leading the work on the systems abuse audit that was agreed by National Cabinet on the 6th of September, which is another big kind of multi-department exercise.
Are you able to actually define exactly what that work is across those departments? Because I recall that there was pretty low compliance with the child safe framework that already exists within government.
Yeah.
Is that one of them?
So the child safe framework, I think, probably relates to another sort of closely related couple of pieces of work that are underway regarding child sex abuse, which is being led out of the Attorney General's Department, and also sort of the national kind of children's safety and wellbeing piece. I think it's called Safe and Protected, which is coming out of the Department of Social Services. I think there is, even clearly from your question, there are so many sort of policy frameworks and initiatives across the Commonwealth, not to mention the states and territories, that sort of give effect to reducing or ending violence against women, that there is an important, and the opportunities for prevention, as outlined in the rapid review report, are sort of spread so far across sort of social systems, in particular in Australia, that we're sort of stepping more into sort of pulling some of that work together in partnership with social services.
Okay, so are you able to provide me a list of exactly what is in scope as part of that work?
We can certainly do that. We can take it on notice to provide you a sort of a more specific list, if that's helpful.
Yep, thank you.
Great.
And can you tell me why it was that funding specifically went to PM&C rather than through DSS to look at a whole of government coordination?
I can kick this off. That's the whole point, that we have the Office for Women as the coordinating role across government. They sit in PM&C. They work. They're probably best placed to have a whole of government eyes on all of the different pieces of work that are being done. And we want, as government, we want to make sure all that work is coordinated. That's the whole point. I mean, this Department of Social Services has responsibility, for example, for many of the programs plus the national plan, but the Office for Women is our kind of expert advisor to government on all matters relating to women, whether it be economic security or safety, or even matters like health, employment. They look at all of the cabinet submissions, have a significant role in the budgets and things like that. So it makes sense to have them as essentially key coordinators of everything, all the work being done across government that social services might not have line of sight on.
I'm looking at the distinction between the work that the Office for Women is doing within government and the work that DSS does outside with frontline service providers and others, and trying to understand, is the work of the Office for Women only within government departments, or are we seeing a duplication of some of that effort?
So, Senator, you wouldn't be seeing a duplication of effort. We work very closely with the Department of Social Services. Our work isn't exclusively limited to within government. So, for example, on the systems abuse piece that Ms Rahman spoke about before, we will be consulting and have sort of commenced consultations with stakeholders outside of government, but we're doing that in close engagement with the Department of Social Services to ensure that there isn't duplication and that they're aware of what's going on. We also do have some of our own mechanisms, including the National Women's Alliances, and we engage through them as well.
So who has the most comprehensive information about the plan and progress against the plan then? Is it the Office for Women or is it the Department of Social Services? Yes.
The national plan would be DSS. They have responsibility for that, but they work closely with the Office for Women, but that's only one of many things that the Office for Women are involved in. I think that's the difference. So there's a lot of work happening in Attorney Generals, there's work happening in Department of Health, in education, right across the board, where we're trying to ensure that we're driving towards a more gender equal Australia, and the Office for Women are the coordinating body for that and advisor to me.
What I'm trying to get to here is the distinction between the work of the women's work and the work of domestic and family violence specific to women, children, departments. I mean, that money was available for domestic and family violence, so I'm trying to understand the very specific work in that area.
I guess there were also a range of, in developing the national plan, we saw that there were a range of plans, national plans, and even just making sure that those things are coordinated and that there isn't duplication across government is an important element. As the Minister said, DSS doesn't have sight or visibility of some of the measures that are coming through other departments, whereas we do. And we can play that role of making sure that we're connecting those bits, connecting the dots across the various efforts that we're putting into ending violence against women.
And 5 staff is what you said you'd employed under this funding. Are there plans for additional staff, or is that it?
Not at this stage. It's those 5 staff that we're resourced for.
Thank you. I'm happy to share the call.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. I have some questions about the rapid review and specifically the rapid review of prevention approaches to end gender-based violence and the expert panel. Was the Office for Women tasked with making recommendations for the membership of that panel?
The membership of that panel was advice from the Secretary of DSS, the Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence Commissioner and myself.
Right.
But it went through the Minister for Social Services.
Yes.
And myself.
And Minister for Women.
Minister, okay. And were there any recommendations that made by either the co-conveners or the ministers or their officers that weren't proceeded with?
No.
No? Were there any suggestions made by the same group of people that were approached but declined?
No, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. The composition of the expert panel, did you feel that that was sound, given that the nominated candidates for the panel potentially might not have been as representative as they could be of the Australian community?
It was never intended to be a representative group.
Right.
It was pulling together experts with various backgrounds to provide some very quick advice to government about, essentially prevention and do a rapid assessment of literature and things like that. It was not meant to cover small state, big state, men, women, Commonwealth-State. It wasn't ever envisaged.
How many were on there in the end?
6.
6.
Plus the 3
conveners.
Officials, yeah.
And we also, because it was so rapid, wanted to lean into existing mechanisms that were already set up. There were 2 First Nations committees set up, one to monitor the action plan under the national plan and one to establish a new national plan. Both those bodies are expert bodies and representative bodies, and we wanted to make sure that we lent into existing mechanisms.
Yeah, fair enough. How often did they meet?
We've got a list of that, but we met every week.
In person or online or?
A bit of both.
Yeah.
We tried to do a couple in person because we did find that we got quite a lot of value out of meeting in person. But they put a lot of work into over the 3-month period, and we also did quite a lot of consultation, even though that wasn't necessarily the what was required. Yeah.
So there were at least, Senator, 15 meetings.
Okay.
That doesn't include consultations, and it also doesn't include sort of separate informal discussions between panel members.
And are they minuted meetings?
We did write outcomes for those meetings, yes.
Can we ask for them on notice?
I think we can. I don't see any concerns with that. We will check, but I don't see any concerns with that.
Terrific, thank you. Was a report on progress provided to the Minister on the 3rd of July?
Yeah, I believe. Let me just check the date of that, Senator.
Yeah.
There was, on the 22nd of July, the panel met with Minister Gallagher and with Minister Rishworth, 22nd of July.
Right. And the draft report, was there a draft report that was provided to the Minister? Both ministers, one minister?
15th of August.
I remember seeing something just before maybe in the last, I will check the dates, the week before.
Yeah, that's correct.
A few days before it was released.
Before the final report was released.
Well, it was sort of given to me as this is the final report.
Right.
You
There
know,
were no changes
this
made
is
after
this
that.
is what it's going to look like.
Okay,
Yeah.
so that was actually my next question. So it wasn't a sort
There
of
were
iterative.
changes. There were changes that the panel made themselves.
The panel made some changes, but the ministers didn't
No.
make changes, or the ministers'
No.
offices didn't make
No.
changes to send them back to the panel. Okay. And the final report. What was the date of the final report?
That was the 23rd of August.
23rd of August. Okay. So the draft work plan circulated to panel members. Can you confirm for me which panel members attended each of the work plan meetings and the consultations? Is that part of the minutes?
Might have to take that on notice.
Yeah, I think we'll have to take that on notice, and I think probably the draft work plan that you've got was a very early document. So certainly the kind of the frequency and nature of meetings evolved from there. But I suspect the meeting outcomes that we'll endeavour to provide on notice should have attendance of members.
Okay. And was there a final work plan? That was the draft. Was there a final work plan that?
It was an iterative process.
Was it?
As we were meeting so often,
Yeah.
it tended to be an iterative process.
So if there were changes to the work plan, would that be in the minutes that you're providing?
I think so.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, certainly in terms of identifying kind of what the next couple of weeks would mean in terms of meetings and consultations. That would have been reflected in the outcomes.
That's good. And the panel members, were they able or allowed to attend all meetings, all consultations, all roundtables?
Yep.
All panellists?
Yep.
Yes.
Okay. There was a consultation conducted on the 20th of June with the National Plan for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Safety Steering Committee. Gosh, that's a hell of a acronym. So who attended that meeting?
So, Senator, I think that might be from the draft work plan. So
Right.
that meeting, a meeting did take place. It was on a different date. I believe it was on the 28th of June, which was the Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Advisory Council on Family, Domestic and Sexual Violence and the First Nations National Plan Steering Committee. I can't recall. There were a number of representatives from both of those bodies in attendance, and I would say I just don't know off the top of my head.
I think it was most of the panel members, but we can again do that. We can
check.
And so could you just let me know exactly which panel members attended that meeting? Where was it held, by the way? Was it in Canberra?
It was a virtual meeting.
It was a virtual
online.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So if you could let me know which panel members attended, that would be very helpful too. Which stakeholders were approached to represent or speak on behalf of disability and CALD and LGBTQIA+ regional remote cohorts? Were there, I mean, obviously feedback was sought, even though they weren't necessarily represented on the panel. Who was it that you saw?
So we used mechanisms like the alliances, so the women's alliances, and there are alliances on culturally and linguistically diverse women, women with disabilities, First Nations women. So we brought
rural and remote.
and rural and remote. We brought all those alliances together for one consultation. But we also did some additional consultations, for example, with children and young people and people working with those cohorts. So we tried to, in that limited time, try and pump in as much information and input as we could.
Right. And you mentioned before, perhaps the Minister mentioned, I can't remember, that there were unions involved, and it was unions that had specific large cohorts of female members.
No, that was in response to the Secure Jobs Code, another piece of work.
Okay, so were there unions involved in this expert panel?
I can't recall any union involvement.
There was no contribution?
I went to all of them, so...
No. Okay. Can I ask what work the Office for Women's undertaken following the report being handed down? What the status of the recommendations are?
Feels like we've done a lot of work since the recommendations came down, because the next step was the National Cabinet. So there was quite a lot of work trying to take that the recommendations from the rapid review into a package that would be looked at National Cabinet. And following that, there's been this sort of the work on the audit of Commonwealth systems. Anything else I should be...
No, I think also we have commenced an exercise following National Cabinet tasking women's safety ministers with sort of an overall sort of sort of tracking and reviewing the 21 recommendations. And
so there is a review tracker somewhere.
There will be.
And is there will be, or
yes.
And is that publicly available?
It's not. So, and I don't know if it's a review. We don't know. Kind of, we're sort of pulling together what a piece of work could look like for women's and women's safety ministers to review, and the way in which they can respond to to National Cabinet's tasking around their role in reviewing.
So have any of the recommendations already been implemented?
So through the $4.7 billion National Cabinet, there were a number of recommendations that were addressed through that, and the systems abuse piece as well.
So I mean, obviously the dollars have gone out the door, but have the recommendations been implemented?
So the recommendations, there were a number of that sort of a set of announcements from National Cabinet crossed over a number of the recommendations in the review, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but recommendations around increased funding to legal services, increased funding to frontline domestic, family and sexual violence services, more work around alcohol, more work around supporting children who've been exposed to.
So have those end recipients actually received the dollars, or have they?
Not as yet. No.
Right. Okay. Right. Did the Secretariat or the Office for Women receive any correspondence following the release of the report of the Rapid Review criticising the lack of involvement from specific interest groups?
Following the report?
Following the release of the report, I'll have to check any
criticism following
via correspondence following the release
we might
of the
have
report.
To take that on
we
notice.
Might have to take that on notice. Nothing that we can.
Nothing comes
that we
into
can
my
recall.
head.
I remember seeing reports of heated text exchanges between Ms Summers as a member of the Rapid Review panel and Ms Batty, who's obviously a lived experience advocate, and that was reported earlier this year. Is that something that the Office for Women have been monitoring?
We're certainly aware of it from the media reporting, but we haven't received any correspondence on it. Sorry, Senator, back to your question earlier in terms of the panel members who attended the 28th of June consultation. All 6 of the panel members, except for Dr. Zach Seidler, attended that consultation. So 5 of the 6 panel members.
That was the Torres Strait. That was the National Plan for Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Family Safety Steering Committee consultation. Right. Yes. Okay. That's right. Yeah. From a co-convener's perspective, how was this process? How did you find the process? Obviously, you said it was very rushed and it was, had to be put together at a sort of, in a very timely way.
I wouldn't say rushed as much as intense.
Yeah.
There was a lot of time put into it. I think we had really different disciplines in the mix, and I think having a different, just having that sort of multidisciplinary approach did bring, I think, new ways of looking at the problem, and especially because the focus was very much on preventing homicides. Personally, I found it a very useful process, and conveners being both from government and the Commission, while we didn't influence what the panel came up with, we could also give them the parameters around which, recommendations might or might not work, for example. We didn't obviously influence the recommendations, but if there were things that just would not have worked in practice, we could at least give them that advice.
Okay. Can I ask a follow-up question about the review? You mentioned about the intensity and the amount of activity around that, and we heard the big announcements following it about funding. The funding, though, isn't rolling out until the 1st of July next year, even though there was all this rapid response to that funding.
Well, there's been a lot of money. That's additionality.
I'm just talking about the additional funding in that announcement, please, Minister. This is in addition. There was a big deal made about this additional funding.
Because it's the end of
as a response to the rapid review, not the other stuff. There are other questions I have about the combination that make up the $4.3 billion. But for now, I just want to ask, none of that money, despite it being about homicides and women and being so urgent, has actually rolled out or will roll out until the 1st of July next year. Is that correct?
No.
I'm talking about from the rapid review. I'm not talking about
all the other
money.
effort that's going in to deal with exactly those things.
So does
the large additionality that came through National Cabinet is to provide ongoing and increased funding under the National Legal Assistance Partnership, which your government, when you were making the decisions, provided no provision for going forward, and indeed cut funding to all those services. So we have reversed both of those things and have provided funding in an ongoing way. So there's funding already until the 1st of July next year, and then when that new agreement is signed, it will be increased funding and ongoing funding so that they can actually recruit workers to work in these services where they were losing workers because they were paid 25% less than someone at legal aid. So they're the issues that we had to deal with.
So I'll be exploring those elsewhere. But I do want to go back to the rapid review had an announcement that followed that, which is different to the other funding. It's different to the legal funding that we're talking about. I'm asking about in response to the recommendations and the funding attached to the rapid review, which also included the hope of funding in addition from the state and territory ministers, how much funding at this point will roll out before the 1st of July 2025 related specifically to the recommendations that are contained in the rapid review?
We've probably provided plenty of questions on notice for this, but we have provided the $3.4 billion in women's safety that was announced in October 2022, the $4.7 billion, of which $4.4 billion is new Commonwealth investment from the rapid review, of which many of those issues were raised in the rapid review. I can go through in reasonable amount of detail about all the money that has gone in the 24-25 budget. So things like ensuring that we're making the Leaving Violence program
Minister, I'm asking
ongoing.
specifically about the rapid review recommendations, not all of the other funding.
Well, it's all interlinked.
No,
you can't just say there's nothing, that you put all this money in and then nothing, and we start from zero again.
Which is
I
not
don't
part of the
accept
rapid
that.
review. You are throwing in a whole heap of funding that
I'm
is
not
not
throwing
associated
in.
with the rapid review funding. I'm just trying to be very
It's
specific.
all interconnected.
I'm not asking for everything else to be thrown in on top of the rapid review recommendations.
Senator Little, the answer remains the answer. You're welcome to try. Please continue asking questions to seek clarity, just to provide to ensure that you're both on the same page in understanding the information.
Well, nothing I've received tells me that there has been any funding that has come out of the rapid review recommendations that is other funding, including the changing from the escaping family violence to the leaving family violence payment and temporary visas is not associated with the rapid review. That is a separate bunch of funding. I'm just trying to get clarity around the funding that came out of the rapid review, that it hasn't dropped and won't drop until the 1st of July.
Senator, the majority of the funding that was announced on the 6th of September, which is associated with the National Access to Justice Partnership and the National Partnership Agreement on Domestic, Family and Sexual Violence, that will start on the 1st of July 2025 for both of those national agreements. There was some other funding for children and for perpetrators. We can take on notice exact start dates around that funding. I don't think the details of those have been announced yet, but we will take on notice to see if we can provide information there.
Thank you. I would appreciate that.
Chair, I've got some more questions. Thank you. These are around women's e-safety specifically. So I just want to start with you, Minister. Are you familiar with the work of the Joint Select Committee on Social Media in Australian Society and how that might feed into your portfolio?
Yes, reasonably. Yeah.
There was some evidence provided to that committee by the National Women's Safety Alliance that highlighted the exposure of, and I'm quoting here, young women to eating disorder content, and that the algorithm will feed such content to young women because negative content is naturally going to drive their attention, even if, or perhaps especially because they're watching something they find disgusting, which is just so disturbing. And I note that the Alliance is funded by the Office for Women. So has that Office for Women engaged directly with the big tech and the social media companies to question the content that is directed towards young women in many cases? girls on this issue?
This will be Amanda and Michelle's work.
I do represent the Minister at the Ministerial Online Harms meeting, which does look at, so that's a ministerial meeting, but we do have engagement. We had engagement with some of those companies through dating apps as well, when we were doing some of that work on dating apps and how they can be a site of real concern. I mean, I speak very regularly to the e-safety commissioner.
I was going to ask you about that actually, but I'm just wanting to take you back. The ministerial meeting on online harms. What is that? How often does it meet? Who else is on it?
So that's Michelle and Amanda primarily. I wasn't able to go to the last meeting from memory. I can't remember why, some clash.
Right.
But it's led by Amanda Rishworth and Michelle Rowland.
And does it have direct engagement with the social media companies? It does.
Yes.
Right. And how often does it meet?
I don't have that detail, but
could you find out?
Yeah, there's been at least 2 meetings that I'm aware of. Yeah.
And could you just let me know which of the social media companies have attended and in what capacity? Maybe who from those social media companies have attended, and what? I mean, again, are those meetings, are they minuted?
Well, it's really, it's being run out of Department of Communications and Social Services.
Right.
So, I mean, we can try and be as helpful as we can, but it's probably best directed to them.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I mean, I think if it's, you know, a meeting.
But obviously the issue of online harms is something that all of us, I think, in the Parliament are looking pretty closely at, and the role that algorithms play and the sort of addictive nature of algorithm targeting. And obviously there's a women's safety element to that.
Yeah. The National Women's Safety Alliance also highlighted in that Joint Select Committee the expanded challenges for Australian women with respect to technology-facilitated abuse. And there's a quote from the Alliance in its submission that says, the same platforms that provided connection and communication are often misused to perpetrate harassment, stalking, image-based abuse, dissemination of child sexual abuse material and sexual violence. So, given the remit that the Office for Women has to work across government, has the Office for Women had with other departments and agencies engagements to address those specific concerns? And is it only through this ministerial meeting of online harms, or is there other forum?
Well, the role of technology in perpetrating harm against women has been a big focus of, and you know, the national plan is our overarching document, but obviously the increase in the use of technology to perpetrate violence against women is, it's front and centre. It's up there with more traditional forms of violence, and it's occupying women ministerial meeting as well.
Yeah.
Because this is something, and I know it's in the private sector. I mean, I've certainly seen the work the banks are doing to try and get across how, electronic, banking is basically now being used as a weapon.
Yes.
And the work that they're putting whole units basically in place to try and deal with that.
Yeah, look, I remember, I'm sorry, this is getting a little bit conversational, but I do remember in the last term of government, we had discussions with the bank about stopping those, like 1 cent, 2 cent transactions that came with messages. Has there been any sort of follow-up that you've done on how that has, is being pursued, or is it changing the way they operate, or what's happened with that?
So all the major banks have different systems to deal with abusive transactions. We have kept in touch with the progress there. What they've tried to do is apply safety by design principles. The safety by design principles were developed by the e-safety commissioner, and she modelled them on international best practice. But that's really thinking about safety in all of your systems. So the banks have been really early adopters in terms of the private sector, but there's also been work done on utilities and insurance now. Or, as I said before, any system that you have is potentially a system that a perpetrator can use to abuse their victims. I also wanted to mention that the government in early September, talking about AI and algorithms, released a proposals paper for introducing mandatory guardrails, and that's out for public consultation. So there's a lot happening in this space across both departments, agencies like the E-Safety Commissioner and us working closely with them.
Yes, certainly, Senator. We do work closely at a bureaucratic level with the Department of Communications, as the Minister mentioned before, with the E-Safety Commission, particularly at Parliament's level, and also with the Department of Industry, Science and Resources, which is the lead policy agency around artificial intelligence. We've been working very closely and collegiately with that department about the disproportionate impacts of AI on women.
And what about the AG's department? Do you have engagement with them as well?
We do, yes.
And is that a formal engagement or is that an informal engagement?
So there is specifically on the issue of women's safety, there is a women's safety interdepartmental committee that meets at an SES Band 2 level. Office for Women chaired that. I chaired that meeting leading into National Cabinet between the first National Cabinet on the 1st of May and the second National Cabinet on the 6th of September. I chaired that meeting because it was very focused on National Cabinet. However, now the Department of Social Services are leading work, are leading the sort of the chairing of that meeting, and certainly the Attorney General's department is involved in that. We also, in Office for Women, chair a very large IDC meeting, again at the sort of SES Band 2 level, around implementation of Working for Women, which again looks at issues of online safety, generative AI, all of that sort of thing. And then we also engage through sort of interdepartmental engagements led out of other agencies, including DISA, for example, in their work on artificial intelligence. So we are engaging frequently and sort of in depth with these agencies through mechanisms like interdepartmental committees.
And are those committees leaning towards a legislative response to these issues or a regulatory response? Is it an industry response?
There's the financial abuse inquiry also underway. I think it's, and I've done a number of kind of women's forums where this is financial abuse or use of technology is the main issue. So you wouldn't say, well, I don't know that legislative fixes are always easy in this area, but you wouldn't say that you would rule it out. I think, the whole sector is grappling with how you respond. And some of the work that Ms. Rahman spoke about before around system by design is some of the work that we're doing now in response to the rapid review about government systems. Some of the private sector have been a bit probably more ahead of, being across some of this, but some of our own systems that are used to abuse.
Yep. Okay. And just one more on this. Have you engaged with, or does the Office of Women engage with state police forces and state services as well, or is that done only through National Cabinet?
We engage with senior officials across the states and territories. So under the Women's Ministers and Women's Safety Ministers Council is a group of senior officials who support those ministers, and we have regular engagement with them. There is so much happening in the safety space, both online and offline, and given our national coordination role, it's really important for us to know what's happening at the state and territory level. So that's our main engagement with.
Yes, so the Attorney General's Department leads work on engaging with police ministers, so we sort of connect with them in that way, and we are also connected in, when necessary, through senior officials related to National Cabinet, so First Secretaries Group and First Deputies Group.
Yep, okay. Chair, I have many more questions, but I'm happy to share the call. Come back.
Senator Waters.
Roman, you mentioned the dating apps that you said you'd done some work on. Can you run me through the work that you've done and where that's at, please?
There was, I'd have to see whether there was more than one, but there were roundtables that Minister Rowland had with all of the dating app providers to look at because we know anecdotally that dating sites are, again, used to abuse or stalk women. So there was, it's probably better placed giving it to asking that department where progress is at, but we definitely talked about what would work in terms of codes of practice that dating apps might want to sign up to. There was a general interest in keeping, I mean, you know, they're commercial enterprises and there's a commercial need to keep them safe. So there was actually, pleasingly, a real desire to think about how best to keep those platforms safe. I know that Minister Rowland was developing a code with dating apps. Do you want to keep going?
It's going to be voluntary. They were going to have a year to comply. It was all very weak in my view. I was hoping there might be something more to it.
I think those questions would have to be put to the Department of Communications.
Okay. It's just Ms Rowland, Ms Rahman raised it in the context of Office for Women's work. So if you can tell me as much as you can about the work you have done on that in the very brief time we have, I'd be grateful.
Sure. Rochelle White, Assistant Secretary in the Office for Women. I mean, as Ms Rahman's already indicated, we've been supporting e-safety commissioners. They've been doing their consultation across government about the adoption of that voluntary code that you've referred to, which came into effect on the 5th of July this year.
Right. If you can give me any more detail in what manner you've supported them.
Oh, so we've attended a range of consultations, I guess, where they've brought government stakeholders together, where they've brought the industry together with government in discussion. So we've just contributed to that broader discussion.
Just bringing your knowledge of the area, or?
That's right.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Hume.
I've got some questions around some quants. So this is question on notice 98. But there was an agency, the agency conducted a survey of employers following the reporting period this year. I just want to know how many relevant, sorry, I should have said this is for Wajir. I'm switching about, sorry. Ms Woolridge. I just want to ask how many relevant employers returned to the survey, the Wajir survey.
Thank you, Senator. This was the first time we've done the survey, so it was a trial run. We invited 500 employers to respond. We had 88 responses to that, to a series of questions, and for a first go, we were relatively happy with that response. It's small, but we will build on it. And another element, of course, is as employers see us responding to the survey, they will have confidence that we're listening to what they're saying and the feedback and improving the reporting experience.
How did you choose the 500?
I will have to get you some advice on that.
Okay. Do the results of the survey indicate, well, was one of the questions that you asked, I suppose, the average time taken to fulfil the Wajir reporting obligations this year?
Sorry?
One of the questions you asked, I'm assuming, was how much time did it take you to fulfil your reporting obligations?
That's right.
Yeah. And people were happy to respond, and were you surprised by the response, or was it about what you expected?
We had a range of responses, from some taking less than a week to respond to some taking more than a month, and all in between as well. Our objective always is to reduce the reporting burden as much as possible. So we're always concerned when it's a significant time that's taken as a result of reporting to us. So I suppose it wasn't surprising, but it firmed up the range and the experience. And then, of course, it was more about the comments and the advice and the suggestions in terms of what we could do to enhance the reporting experience that we're then able to put in place to try and reduce that regulatory burden.
Were there correlations between the responses about the time it was taken to to fulfil their reporting obligations and the size of the organisation?
So it was an anonymous response, so we weren't able to correlate the responses to the size. We wanted to give employers absolute confidence of the anonymity of the process so that they could speak freely. So we have an overall response and we haven't been able to segment that.
Okay. Were there any additional statistics or qualitative insights that the agency can provide the committee with, specifically in relation to the fulfilment of the reporting requirements and obligations?
So there's a number of key things in terms of we were asking and getting advice on is their overall experience and what were some common themes in terms of their experience of reporting. For example, how they experienced the support that WGEA provided to help them through that journey and what would improve. We do often have technical challenges in relation to that and trying to identify and pinpoint those areas for targeted improvement from a technical perspective. And so that they're really the range of things, whether they were satisfied if they needed assistance, whether they were satisfied with the support that they were given, how they want to talk to us. We offer multi-channels to engage in terms of those who need support and getting some advice in relation to that. And of course data validation, which is sort of fundamental, and their experience. So we actually asked a number of questions and had good feedback on all of those.
Okay. Can I ask, was one of the questions that you asked about the average cost incurred by employers to fulfil their reporting obligations?
So the only thing we asked was about the time and their experience of time.
So you didn't ask questions about, say, how many headcount might be necessary to fulfil those obligations?
The questions in relation to time was really from the perspective for all employees. Mm-hmm. So that range of options that were provided does reflect the total sum of the staff time that was involved. What we haven't asked is what level were those staff or the cost associated. So we have a perspective on time across all staff, but not further than that.
So you said that there were going to be more surveys. Will you be changing the survey around or adjusting it to take in more information or get better insights into some of those things, like the correlation between the size of the organisation and the cost of the reporting obligations and how many people it takes to do that? Is that the sort of thing that you'll be looking to survey in the future, rather than just, do you like us on Facebook or Instagram or whatever it might be? There must be sort of more that you're looking for from your employers?
Well, I think we've got quite a lot of detail, and the channels was more about whether they engage with us on the phone, online, through email and those support, as opposed to sort of broader communication channels just on that front. We will be looking to continue to make sure that employers have confidence to report, and so the anonymity we think is valuable. Not that we would ever take any action or try and identify, but I think we do want to make sure we can have confidence, that employers can have confidence telling us the information. And the other thing is, of course, the ability to ask similar questions so that we can see progress, improvement and change over time as we refine our support, our technology and so on. So we'll always look at it each year, but we also don't want to make this a burden, and we did have some drop-off as the questions went on in terms of the numbers who were responding. So we want to make sure...
I was going to ask you about that. How long did it take to fill out the survey?
Not long. It really... And we did have, from people who give a yes-no answer versus those who wrote some detailed responses in terms of us seeking advice on how to improve. So it was mixed and people engaged, which was great. But as questions progressed, we did have some of the drop-off from the 88. So as with all reporting, it's just that balance of information that we can act on, confidence for employers to tell us, and making sure we have it as minimally burdensome as possible so that they engage with the process.
So is there, other than the survey, a way that you measure the time and the financial impost imposed on relevant employers at, headcounts below 100 versus above 100, or ASX listed versus non-listed organisations? Is there somewhere that you're looking to record that or understand that better other than the survey?
No, so the survey is the first time that we've actually been able to tangibly put some time on the reporting obligations.
Okay, all right. But you don't know what size the companies are that you're surveying?
No.
Right, okay. Question on notice 98 that I mentioned earlier. It also stated that the aim of the agency is to reduce the burden on relevant employers in meeting their reporting obligations. So is there a way that you will in the future attempt to better disaggregate that information by industry, not just by employer size? Do you have a sense of whether the obligations for WGEA obligations for something in the healthcare sector is more or less onerous than something that might be in engineering, for instance?
So we haven't sought to have that advice by industry. I think, as you were asking with your previous question, size is probably the biggest indicator in terms of the reporting experience, because we know if you have an HR department or diversity and inclusion area versus smaller companies don't have the same sort of HR and administrative support, payroll, and the others who are involved in the process. So, I think the point is the information is relevant to size, and something that's worth considering in terms of gathering further information. That would be, if we were to try and segment, that would probably be where it would make sense to start.
Right. Okay. So, is that a commitment that WGEA is making to then start segmenting on those bases in future surveys? I'm still not.
So we haven't at this stage made that commitment to go further. We do. We're going to continue to survey and get as much information. We'll continue to consider it each year in terms of refining it, and mostly we want to get on and focus on the recommendations and the advice that they've had, and ensuring that our support is in place, particularly for small employers, to help them to be able to do their reporting.
All right. Okay, thanks. I've got some more questions, Chair, but I think I'm happy to put them on notice.
Thank you. I think we're able to conclude now the Office for Women and the Workplace Gender Equality Agency. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Yeah, it was good.
Richard, I presume there's a few of you seeking the call.
Presume so. Thank you too. Is it?
thank you. I now welcome Dr Gordon de Brewer, Commissioner, and other officers of the Australian Public Service Commission. I also welcome Ms Liz Heffron-Webb, Deputy Secretary, Mr Andrew Knight, Chief Consulting Officer, and other officers from the Department of the Prime Minister and Cabinet and Australian Government Consulting. Dr de Brewer, do you wish to make an opening statement this evening?
Yes, Chair, I do, but I'll table it rather than read it out, Chair, if that's all right.
Thank you very much. We'll go then to questions. Senator Reynolds.
Thank you very much, Chair. And good evening, Dr de Brewer. Good to see you again, and Dr Bacon. I've got a short series of questions. They're follow-up from questions that I asked 2 years ago, almost to the day 2 years ago, starting off with your predecessor, Commissioner Walcott. Thank you. And these related to codes of conduct for ministerial and APS staff members. Do you recall the issue?
Yes, Senator.
Yep. So we started off 2 years ago. I talked to Commissioner Walcott. He initially said that staff couldn't be subject to ministerial and APS codes of conduct simultaneously, but then through questions with then Secretary Griggs and others, there was an acknowledgement that they're not mutually exclusive, that in fact there are some provisions of the APS code of conduct that staff are still subject to, but it wasn't codified anywhere. And I raised concern at the time that it's pretty unfair for APS staff to be thinking they're subject just to the ministerial code of conduct. The Minister, if you remember, I pointed out that this was also relevant for current ministerial staff who've been seconded. So I guess my first question is, 2 years later, has this issue been addressed, and is there some instruction now for ministerial staff? Particularly, we've got a federal election coming up. There may or may not be a change of government and staff going to and from ministerial offices. So I was wondering if you'd first of all be able to update us on that.
Yes, and I'll ask Dr Bacon and Ms Barber. But yes, Senator, it has been. I think there's a lot more clarity.
Thank you.
Thanks, Senator. Rachel Bacon, Deputy Commissioner, APSC. So, yes, Senator, thanks for the question, and I'm very conscious that you have asked us these questions over a period of time now, and we certainly have been looking at the issue, and your questions have been helpful in that regard as well, Senator. So we did initially engage with some work with Finance on some proposed guidance material to help clarify APS employees' obligations in the circumstances where, and I think last time, Senator, we talked about the parallel obligations, including the different elements of the Code of Conduct under the Public Service Act that would maintain when someone was engaged under the MOPS Act. So we agree that it's useful to clarify those obligations so that they're much more clear-cut, so that everyone knows where they stand. So we have been doing some work with Finance, looking at proposed guidance material. And we did have some feedback from Finance and PWSS, the new organisation, on some kind of early draft guidance in 2023. The issues are complex, and I think you've pointed this out, Senator, that they are complex. We were also conscious of the new arrangements that were being put in place, including with the IPSC, and so we paused some of that work to make sure that what we were doing was going to be consistent with the new arrangements, and Department of Prime Minister and Cabinet's now leading that work, and we're partnering with them and Finance and the IPSC.
So that will be ready...
Or the PWSS, sorry.
So
Senator.
that advice will be ready for the next election, because the issue that raised, in my mind, should have been something, if there was a problem, my Chief of Staff actually requested it under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, which meant that it was my responsibility. So if there had been any doubt in any staff's mind in any of these where there's a clash, I guess there's two things. One is, if staff think there's something that might be a clash, is there now somewhere where they can go to seek guidance, or at least have some form of awareness that if they're doing something under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, quite legitimately, that they at least have some idea they need to check so they don't fall foul of a Code of Conduct investigation at some later point.
Yeah, I understand, Senator. I might ask Ms Barber if she can give you some further detail.
Yeah, thanks, Senator Reynolds. Kylie Barber, Assistant Commissioner, Integrity, Performance and Employment Policy. So APS employees who might be in that situation that you're describing are able to call the Ethics Advisory Service. So that's a service that's available within my branch, within the Australian Public Service Commission, and is accessible to all Australian public servants. They can seek clarification on the application of the values and the code of conduct, and ask a range of issues or questions that they might have regarding ethical dilemmas.
So if someone got something that this minister or any other minister asked them to do quite legitimately under the Ministerial Code of Conduct, would they now have enough information at their hand to think, oh, well, maybe this is something I should raise with my Chief of Staff, or would they now know what sort of issues they might have cause to ring you?
So my understanding is that when APS employees are asked to work in Parliament, for Parliament House in whatever capacity, because it will depend on the nature of the employment relationship, whether they're
they're under, they've actually transferred over to a ministerial contract and signed the Ministerial Code of Conduct.
So if they're on leave without pay, then their obligations as an APS employee would reduce. So that they'd only be... the only relevant value would be the APS values, the only relevant part of the code would be the APS values because they apply at all times. But in that circumstance, yes, they could ring the Ethics Advisory Service and seek clarification.
Could I take that on notice? Can you just take that on notice for me? Because my understanding of the circumstance that led to me asking this series of questions wasn't about values. It was about a very specific clause, not values. Anyway, I don't want to prosecute it because I don't want to re-prosecute the issue here, but it's more about making sure that 2 years later, it is complex, but I would be aghast if any other staff member inadvertently found themselves in that situation again because they didn't have the information or the knowledge.
And Senator, if it reassures you at all, we are making a very concerted effort to communicate very clearly what the obligations are. So for public servants who are then transitioning under a MOPS Act arrangement, I'm hopeful that there will be a greater degree of awareness about the Code of Conduct, the obligations. We're engaged in communicating very widely about that as we speak. And so hopefully the awareness, including of the advisory service that Ms Barber has talked about, if there's a heightened level of awareness of those things by public servants before they transition to a role at Parliament House, then hopefully that will assist them to identify issues and know when to ask the question.
Thank you. And you said that you'd been liaising with PWSS as well on this and the IPSC now. Is that correct?
It's mostly working with PWSS, Finance and PM&C.
I've got a couple of questions on that too. So in relation to how this issue came to be in the public arena, I contacted... So it's on the 7th of December last year, there were questions in a Senate estimates. There had been a series over the course of 2023 which indicated that at least 2 Labor senators had the detail of the information of and I think I've raised this with you previously. So just to refresh your memory, on the 15th of February 2023, Senator Urquhart asked questions with clear knowledge that there had been an APS Code of Conduct underway and indicated, it's all on the Hansard, that she knew the specific details. And then she came back again on the 31st of May 2023, again with some very clear, details that I didn't have the specifics of, and appeared to be reading from the standard list of questions that senators get. And then on the 31st, Senator Urquhart clearly had been advised of the outcome for those 2 staff members of that confidential code of conduct inquiry. So in relation to that, on the 7th of November, you may not have seen this, but Senator Pratt, the chair here, also asked me, well, I'd left the room when she again asked questions about the circumstances and the outcomes of those code of conduct inquiries. And I then went back into the room very distressed for my staff members, both those two and the other staff members who had been severely impacted by this being public and all of the ramifications, because the two staff members were clearly identifiable by everybody who knew them in and out of the agency they worked for. So I did raise this with PWSS. So I did ask the chair, which is not this current chair, to refer this matter in relation to how could Labor senators possibly have known about it and used Senate estimates to ask the questions. So I did ask the chair to refer this to the clerk of the Senate for advice, but also to PWSS. Now, I don't know whether the chair or the committee ended up referring the use of this information in Senate estimates, but I did refer it to PWSS with all of the information that I had, because I perceived this as not setting the standard, to put it mildly. So PWSS, Ms Wandermaker came back, very helpful, and so she provided me with this pieces of advice on 3 issues. So the first issue I raised was the appropriateness of senators asking questions of this highly sensitive nature in relation to staff. And I guess the logical response came back is PWSS enabling legislation can't impact on parliamentary privilege. Secondly, I queried whether there was any way PWSS could look into how these senators came into this information. It could either only be from the agency or the minister who was actually briefed on these matters. I understand more than once. It doesn't seem to be a logical third option. But again, the response was it's a matter for the public service or for the agency involved to investigate this, which there's been no evidence, and perhaps you might be able to update me, Commissioner, on that. And again, that was sort of basically the third one, is to either ask you or the agency involved about how could this breach have occurred, and is it a serious breach and should it be investigated and actioned? So PWSS said, sorry, we can't deal with it. But they did also say, and this is sort of my second question in relation to what you know from PWSS, is she did say to me that PWSS would ensure parliamentarians are aware of the impact on third parties that can result from questions and conduct covered by parliamentary privilege. So my first question would be, what do you know about this follow-up and this issue from PWSS, and have they engaged with you on this?
Not to my knowledge, Senator. Okay. I don't think we're aware of those details that you've just outlined. We're not sure which agency might have been handling.
It was Services Australia.
Any matter, right? Okay.
It's in Hansard, but I didn't want to go any further because it again will re-identify the staff.
Yeah,
involved.
And I'm sorry, Senator, we haven't looked at that particular Hansard transcript.
Could you perhaps take that on notice then and have a talk to PWSS? And Commissioner, I'd ask, have you as Commissioner or the Commission itself had a look into these, what seem to be very serious breaches by the agency or by someone up here in this building of this confidential information?
Not me directly, Senator. Okay. So the difficulty is working out where the source is, and but we will follow up with that agency.
If you could, because it's been 2 years, and it just seems there's. So you agree this is not information that should it should have been remained within the agency in terms of, so I know you have quite tight confidentiality arrangements in terms of these code of conduct to protect, you know, everybody involved. Is that correct?
Yes, in general. It varies by where it happens, but the privacy of the individual is very important.
Yep.
In some cases, paramount.
So if you wouldn't mind coming back and having a look at this further and just seeing whether somebody else has investigated how this occurred, and if there clearly was a breach. I mean, for it to be aired in this place over the course of 12 months, there was a breach with so much specificity. But are there, if they do have an investigation, what the process would be under the code, you know, review of that, and then what sanctions could be imposed if somebody was found to have breached that, and if it was somebody up here in the building who was subject to the Ministerial Code of Conduct or the Minister's Code of Conduct, would there be any action, anything actionable against them as well?
I think that's outside our purview, but we can look at to see to the extent to which...
If the answer is no, that's fine. It just sort of gives me... I suspect I know the answer, but I thought it was worth asking. And finally, in relation to this, Minister, before the senators asked these questions, because they were clearly questions that both sides prepare in you know, for estimates, were you aware of this issue? So I presume you and or Senator Wong would have gone through estimate questions? No. Or does that go directly from the Minister to the Senator?
I've never gone through an estimates pack.
Okay.
And no, I have no knowledge of the issue that you raised.
So for the Community Affairs estimates pack, they go probably, well, would they go through normally from the Minister to the Senators? So they don't go through you? So you weren't aware of this before I raised it in estimates at all?
No.
Okay.
I don't even think I was here when questions were asked.
I did. You did actually. You were certainly there at one of them. Maybe not the first one, but you were at the. Anyway, it's in Hansard. So can I just ask then, Minister, on reflection of everything that, as Minister and as a government and opposition and as a parliament, we've done for setting the standard. Looking back, do you think it is appropriate for any senator to use confidential information like that, abusing, what I would argue is abusing parliamentary privilege, to actually, because it clearly wasn't aimed at those staff members, it was clearly aimed at me through some of the other comments, which, you know, is fair enough, but the use of staff in that way, on reflection, would you think that is something that shouldn't have occurred?
Well, without knowing the details, other than which I don't know all of the ins and outs of this, I think all of us in this term and all of us learn, you know, about, you know, how our conduct in this place affects others, and that we should always be conscious of it. But, you know, I sit in front of these estimates all the time, and I think it's very difficult to control questions that are asked. There's, you know, I think there has been a pretty consistent approach of not raising staff issues more generally in committees, but I have been aware of times where staff have been raised, and, you know, that can often relate to particular subjects that are being pursued. I mean, the Senate and senators choose the questions that they ask, but we've all got responsibilities to be mindful of its impact on others. I do believe that.
So you're saying it's the responsibility of the individual senator who's given the questions to exercise judgment about whether they ask the questions that clearly relate to the personal matters of APS or ministerial or parliamentary staff, just as a matter of general principle?
Well, I think every senator takes their responsibilities of how they conduct themselves in front of committees seriously, you know, and I've had time to reflect, I'm sure all of us at different times, about questions we've asked or haven't asked, you know, and so it's something that should remain with us always, about our role, how questions we ask, how things we don't say, and how that, or do say, how that impacts on others, as a general rule. I believe we should. I don't think that that is always followed in the Senate.
So if I could summarise, and if I've summarised this incorrectly, tell me. So you had no awareness of this code of conduct issue before it was raised in estimates. You hadn't seen any of the estimates questions that were asked by Labor senators, and you now think that it wouldn't meet the test of setting the standard of conduct by senators.
You're linking the two things. I'm speaking generally about senators' conduct in this place and the questions we ask or don't ask. I'm not drawing the two things together. I'm not fully aware of the issues that you're
Minister,
concerned
can I ask
about.
you to go back and have a look at the Hansard of this? I've given you the dates of when it did when the two senators.
I'm not going to sit here in
this.
judgment of other senators. I'm not. I can express a view about how I choose to conduct myself, how the Senate more generally conducts itself, but I sit here for a long time through estimates weeks and watch a range of conduct in this place. Senators make that decisions for decisions for themselves.
Senator Gallagher, I'm glad you now feel that way, because I think the record would reflect that you sat in judgment of me for many, many months. So you're saying that this conduct. So, my last question.
Yes.
So if a situation happened again, where senators from any party...
I'm not answering hypothetical questions.
I think
I've given you a view. You've asked me a question. I've answered it. I'm not going to sit here and sit in judgment of others.
I'm glad you now feel that way. Thank you.
She was allowed to ask the question. She was interrupted. And of course, the Minister can refuse to answer, but she should
Yes,
probably
I understand
hear out
that,
the
and so does Senator Gallagher.
But you should hear out
are we
the
ready?
question. Senator Reynolds wasn't allowed to finish her question.
I think by the way the Minister answered it, it was well and truly answered. So thank you.
Thank you. I do believe we may be ready to move on to other topics. Senator Hume.
Thank you, Chair. Commissioner, at the last Senate estimates hearings, we discussed the management of the Secretary of the Department of Parliamentary Services in a conflict of interest matter, and that has again been raised today, and I want to pursue that a little bit further. I want to turn to a question on notice, number 63, and you've provided some clarity, and for that I thank you, but for the benefit of doubt, you've said that the Secretary is bound by the Parliamentary Services Code of Conduct. That's correct? Yes. That's for the sake of Hansard, that's a nod?
Yes, Senator. So yes, Senator.
Thank you. You've also stated that your role is advisory on employment matters. That's correct?
Yes, Senator.
Yes. And that the presiding officers have stated that they consulted you when they found out about this conflict nearly a year after it was claimed that the Secretary declared it to your predecessor. That's also
yes,
right.
Senator.
Thank you. And you would have provided them advice consistent with your powers that you outline in Section 11B of the Act. That's correct?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. So I want to turn to the conflict of interest policy that applies to the Department of Parliamentary Services, which was attached to question on notice 211 and which was approved by the Secretary in question back in 2020. There was a copy of that question on notice that was floating about this morning that had a copy of the conflict of interest policy with it, but it is publicly available. When you might have provided any advice to the presiding officers, I was wondering if you consulted that policy when making the assessment.
I'm trying to recall the exact process in which that would have happened, Senator. I would have expected that I did, but and also consulted with staff to talk about what the obligations are under the Parliamentary Service, as Parliamentary Services Commission.
Right. Could it potentially...
But I'm just trying to... I can't recall sitting down exactly with the document. But that would be a normal part of that process, is to consult with the conflict of interest document.
It's more than likely that the two obligations would have aligned, is it not? I mean, it would be unusual to have a conflict of interest policy for one department that would differ greatly from the procedures and guidelines of your own or other departments?
Yeah, in general, but there can be differences. But in general, there's a lot of similarity, Senator.
Yeah. Okay. So on page 7 of the conflict of interest policy that applies to the Department of Parliamentary Services, paragraphs 29 to 33, and I did mention these this morning, outline the issue of personal relationships, and specifically that DPS employees should not allow themselves to be improperly influenced nor exert improper influence by or on family or other close personal relationships in carrying out their duties or exercising powers. That does not seem an unreasonable paragraph to me, but please let me know if you believe otherwise. The Secretary stated that he believed that he had a relationship that needed to be declared. We know that. That's apparent from the fact that he did so to your predecessor, the APS Commissioner, back in August 2022. Is that correct?
There's more nuance, and I think when we, in the evidence at the last estimates hearing, Senator, I went through some of that ambiguity of what was, and at the time, so the Secretary has said at one stage in very summary form that yes, there was a conflict, but my understanding from my conversations with the previous Parliamentary Service Commissioner and my own conversations with the Secretary were that there was an evolving view around what constitutes a direct personal interest, and the Secretary was trying to grapple with what that meant, and the conversation with the previous Parliamentary Services Commissioner was talking through that issue.
So, when you say evolving view, whose mind was it evolving? Because at this point in time it was only the Department Secretary and the APSC that knew of this. So that evolving view must have been in the Secretary himself. That was in his mind.
I think, as we talked about last time, Senator, it's when do people realise that they're in a close personal relationship, and often that's easier to realise well and truly in retrospect, harder to determine at the time where that is. It was also complicated in that around all the different conversations and the gossip that was happening, and a sense that that wasn't fair or proper, and that wasn't actually material to the nature of the relationship. They were the things that I saw being discussed between the Secretary and the previous Parliamentary Service Commissioner, and it was trying to determine actually what's the nature of this relationship. As we talked about, you know, in our jobs we know lots of people, we work closely with lots of people, and that's actually a normal part of doing our job. When does that constitute moving into something that's a close personal relationship, as opposed to I get on well with this person and I've got an affinity with this person? So it also comes down to what's the interaction and the nature of that, and the description and the conversation was it was a platonic exchange, a platonic relationship. And how does that constitute close personal? They were the sort of things.
So, can I just clarify? The phrase "platonic" was used.
Well, it was it wasn't a sexual relationship. Was what was said to me.
Okay. Paragraph 32 explicitly states that people in a close personal relationship, and it doesn't specify sexual or platonic or any of those things, just close personal relationship, should not take any part in any supervisory or administrative decision-making processes. I am at a loss as to how the Secretary doesn't have such an arrangement with the Deputy Secretary.
I think it's very normal that when you're in that if you have a relationship with someone, then you have all of that put in place. And from my conversations, when I became aware of this, the Secretary had put in place those arrangements and had declared the relationship with the presiding officers and had put those arrangements in place.
Right. So what you're saying is that paragraph 32 expressly applied to the Deputy Secretary at the time that he declared the relationship, or declared the conflict, I should say.
Well, I think if someone's declared that they're in a close personal relationship, then Section 32 by
Yeah.
automatically would apply.
Yeah.
It's hard to see how
Senator
it doesn't.
The Coalition's had the call for half an hour.
Yeah, and I've got about another half hour at least worth of questions.
All right, and we're due to go to dinner at 7:30. Senator Roberts has assured me he has only a short bracket of questions, and he's generally true to his word. I'm presuming they're even on this same topic, so I was going to give the call now to Senator Roberts.
Okay.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for appearing tonight. I've only got two short questions. There seems to still be an abundance of public servants, agencies and departments making submissions outlining explicit support for net zero policies. We visited this before, but I'm still unclear as to how that meets the public service standard of impartiality. Shouldn't those submissions not endorse government policy and only talk about the mechanics of implementing it?
I think it's also the obligation, Senator, of public servants to implement government policy. And I'd be reading from what you're saying around that characterisation that the public servants are implementing government policy, and they're talking about how to go about that implementation.
Well, that's my point there. There are two things. They're endorsing policies, and I can accept that they can discuss the mechanics of implementation, as I said, but not the endorsement of policy.
Well, I just don't have. I'd have to really see the material in front of me to make any comment on that. And essentially, Senator, it is their responsibility to explain that.
So I'll just go to the second question. I'm just interested in when a submission might specifically say, for example, quote, "This department supports the implementation of net zero." Net zero is a government policy. That's unquote. Net zero is a government policy, so I'm struggling still to understand how supporting or opposing a particular government policy meets the standards of impartiality.
I think you really need to ask that to them, Senator. Just from when the familiarity with sort of cabinet documents is that it may be that they're talking about a particular implementation path, and they can see that implementation path as being feasible and practical, and they're saying, yes, we can do that. And the term that officials may use in that is to say, I support that because we can do that.
Well,
rather than they necessarily agree.
I can see some merit in what you're saying, but as I said, I'm just interested in when a submission might specifically say, quote, "This department supports the implementation of net zero." Basically saying they support net zero, the whole department.
Senator, it's hard to tell in the abstract without seeing the context for what you're quoting from, but I do wonder if they meant support in the sense of deploying resources, expertise, personnel to implement the government of the day's policy. Because when we talk about implementation, as Dr. de Brouwer said, sometimes we in a public service setting, we use the word support to talk about the deployment of personnel, expertise and resources.
Okay, but you still agree that public servants should not express their opinion about a policy, just the implementation of it?
The job, Senator, of public servants is to both implement the policies of the government of the day, and also we have a role in explaining the policies of the government of the day as well.
Thank you for correcting.
We do have guidance that we issue at the Australian Public Service Commission, Senator, and we have guidance that steps out how those judgments ought to be made about when it is appropriate for public servants to comment, how public servants might comment, and how the code of conduct and the values that are set out in the Public Service Act apply in different circumstances. It is something that is difficult to comment on in the abstract because it's a judgment on a case-by-case basis is what our guidance says, taking into account a range of factors that we recommend people apply. That draws on High Court case law, for example.
I don't intend to take it to High Court.
Sure. These principles have been considered and we've incorporated that into our guidance.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Senator Hume, before we return to questioning, I just wanted to seek some clarification about the capacity in which you are answering these questions. Dr.
As Chair, as the Parliamentary Service Commissioner.
Well, the correct representative at the table as the Parliamentary Services Commissioner would have been appropriate to have the clerk and, Senator Lyons here as President of the Senate rather than Senator Gallagher, you're not in effect, as far as I understand, wearing both hats at this point of the evening. But
point does he then answer questions as the Public Sector Commissioner?
Well, I'm just seeking some clarification on this because it's my understanding he should have been called this morning for that capacity. However, I think the misunderstanding easily arises because we perhaps did traverse inappropriately both hats last time. And I must say, as chair, I found that thoroughly confusing because I did not distinguish the difference in your responsibilities when scrutinising these matters and the capacity in which you did that.
I'm
Chair,
sorry.
I think, sorry if I can just assist.
Yes, thank you.
My experience in sitting before this committee is the Public Service Commissioner has always appeared in both capacities. I don't know whether that's right or wrong. I can see the point you're making, that, you know, maybe the Commissioner should have appeared earlier in conjunction with that delegation, but I think we've always tried to navigate that in a way that's easiest for the committee. I mean, I'm not answering any questions.
No,
on this,
thank you for...
Yeah.
Look, and...
The opposition's fine with how it's been proceeding, so I don't think there's an issue here at the moment. This is how it's always proceeded.
Well, I had some confusion coming in via a message to me about that, but I can understand that we can proceed for the time being. But I'm grateful to having been alerted to that. So please continue, Senator Hume.
I have quite a significant block of questions. If you would like to go to Senator Pocock first, we can come back. Okay. All right, I'm happy to keep going.
Yeah, Senator Pocock, if you also, well, Senator Sharma, how long is your bracket?
5 or 6 minutes.
Okay.
I don't want to
take us.
I've also got questions too, by the way.
All right. Well,
I think we'll be here for a while.
Who would like? If Senator Pocock's got more than 10 minutes, perhaps Senator Sharma and McGrath might choose how they want to see us out.
You go. I'm here all night.
All right.
So will these guys.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for your indulgence. Thanks, colleagues. Dr de Brouwer, I wanted to ask about the open letter signed by federal public servants criticising the government's Israel-Gaza policy. When did you first become aware of it? When did the APSC first become aware of it?
Yes, Senator. I think almost as soon as it happened. But I'll just
Senator,
look that up.
I should be able to help you with your questions. And it was, I'm looking for the dates to see whether I have those in my brief. But essentially, it wasn't long after, I think you're referring to the petition, Senator?
Yeah, that's right, the open petition.
Yeah, it wasn't long after the petition was available online that we became aware of it. And so that would have been, I think, in early May or late April. And I would just check the precise date on notice. I'll keep looking for it, Senator.
Okay. And then I understand the APSC provided advice to departments in response to that petition. I think I got that on the 31st.
That's right. Yeah, we did.
Regarding social media usage for APS employees. Did you undertake any follow-up subsequent to that communication, or were you in touch with departments, or did departments approach the APSC?
Yes, we did. We did it through the COO, or the Chief Operating Officer Committee. So Dr. Bacon.
And I found the information here, Senator. So it was in May that we became aware. And as Dr. de Brouwer has said, we engaged with, I engaged with my Chief Operating Officer colleagues I'm the Deputy Chair of the Chief Operating Officers Committee. We engaged with the other Chief Operating Officers and we've had more than one conversation or engagement about particularly providing and sharing information about the Public Service Commission's social media guidance that is applicable in these types of situations.
Okay. Now, I understand that part of the advice you provided was the test of reflecting the APS code and values being the test of unacceptable behaviour is whether a reasonable member of the community would conclude on the basis of the conduct that the employee could be trusted to work impartially, respectfully or with integrity in the APS. I've just been struck because I asked a number of departments these questions on notice, and I got a very wide variety of responses from there's nothing to see here to yes, we consider it a violation of the Code of Conduct, from advice that various integrity branches internally within departments are investigating, to other advice saying that we've provided blanket guidance to our employees and we don't consider any further action is required. I mean, obviously you as the guardians of these code and values, have you been troubled by the quite sort of patchwork implementation of these?
Senator, perhaps rather than describing it as patchwork, I'd probably refer back to our guidance, which highlights that a case-by-case assessment does need to be taken in these matters, and part of the reason that they need to be assessed on a case-by-case basis is that the operating context of the particular department or agency and the staff member in that department or agency is actually a relevant consideration in exercising the judgment of whether a particular form of political expression has fallen on the wrong side of the line, if you like. So, for example, one of the factors that's relevant under our guidance is what is the connection to the work of the staff member. For example, if somebody worked directly on the matters that they were commenting on, then that would take on a different tone or meaning or perception to if a staff member was commenting on something that they had absolutely nothing to do with in the course of their work. So I can understand how there would be some variability in the answers of different departments and agencies who may work or be more closely connected in their functions to the subject matter of a petition like this.
Can I just add, it's also goes to the seniority of the person and the nature of their understanding of the issue. So, and that's what drives, perhaps, I mean, that's the proposition of whether that's what drives the difference. If you've got a very junior person who doesn't actually know that you shouldn't sign a petition talking about your job, your role as a public servant in the public domain, then that's usually covered within a performance management conversation or a conversation around what your duties and obligations are as a public servant. That's quite different from potentially an executive level or an SES officer making those sorts of comments because you're representing, you've got a different level of representation and presumably knowledge around what your obligations are as a public servant. So I think there's a lot of different situations that are driving differences in response. Some of those would be of primary concern, and some, they're always of concern, but some can be managed within the performance management of an individual.
I see. I mean, it strikes me that signing an open letter directly criticising and contradicting government policy and identifying yourself in the signature of that open letter as a federal public servant, I mean, prima facie that would throw into doubt your ability to work impartially in delivering the government's policy, prima facie. I mean, I accept that there might be contextual factors to consider here, but if this doesn't violate the APS values and code of conduct, I'm not sure what does.
Senator, my understanding is that, for example, there may be APS 3 or 4 level staff who may be processing, applications in quite a routine manner on programs that don't have anything to do with Australia's international obligations. So there are circumstances where if a manager explains to a junior staff member that actually what they did was wrong and that we need to reflect on what the guidance actually means. And I am actually aware that in some of these examples the junior staff members have actually been really horrified to understand that they've done the wrong thing and they've apologised and the understanding of their obligations has been strengthened by reflecting on the experience.
So, I mean, I guess where this is leading is, would you consider it acceptable if this happened again? Because I'm concerned that if you don't impose an effective sanction or deterrent, then you could have situations where federal public servants identifying themselves by name and by agency criticise any aspect of government policy. It doesn't need to be in relation to the Middle East. And they think, well, on balance, I'm just expressing my right, exercising my right to political communication. I mean, would you consider, if this happened again, would you respond in the same way? Would you think that, particularly if we found staff members are multiple offenders, or would you expect there to be higher sanctions?
I think that might change the assessment in the particular case, Senator. If a staff member had been, as you put it, a multiple offender, I think that would be a consideration in the case-by-case assessment that was made. My expectation, Senator, is that being counselled with management through management action actually can be quite impactful on a staff member and operate as a deterrent, given the impactful nature of that experience.
It's particularly signing the petition as a public servant is the really striking feature of that. And in some cases, there was a naivety on some of the people who did that, who thought that by asking them to sign as a public servant, they'd been authorised and invited as a public servant to provide their view. That's a very naive view. And so there's a lot of learning to have happened through this process, Senator.
I mean, look, my concern is, they wittingly or otherwise have attached the imprimatur of the Federal Public Service to this petition by identifying themselves as federal public servants. I mean, it would be a different scenario if they were just names on a petition. Perhaps not if they were readily identifiable names, but it's using the public service cloak to say, this is what public servants think of the government's policy.
And we've been very clear that that's unacceptable. How you deal with it is bespoke to the circumstances and the individuals.
Have you been tracking how each of these individual cases have been dealt with, or are you aware of what sanctions have been applied, if any?
I don't have those details, Senator. We have engaged on the matter on different occasions at the Chief Operating Officer's level. So we have discussed this matter, including at a meeting, quite a recent meeting of that committee. It is individual agencies and departments who are progressing appropriate action in the context of their department or agency, again, depending on the nature of the functions that they have and the nature of the work staff are engaged in. Individual departments and agencies are taking appropriate action. I don't have data taken, Senator, on, that would give you a summary across the board of that.
Okay. I had nothing further on that topic.
Thank you. We'll now break for dinner and resume in 1 hour, and we will come back still with the Australian Public Service Commission. Thank you. Commission, I'll note that I'm going to give Senator Barbara Pocock the call. I know after we've finished with the Public Service Commission, we will go back to PM&C, so I need a strong indication from senators about when we're at the point of you being able to move on, so that Senator Gallagher can leave and Senator Ayres can make his way up, and that we can change over officials before then, after continuing with PM&C, going on with ONI, ANAO, Australia Day Council and the Office of the Secretary to the Governor-General. So, Senator Pocock, you have the call.
Thanks for being here. I just disappointed Senator Ayres in the lift by saying I had a range of questions, so sorry about that. But yes, I want to go to the issue of robo-debt. I have a few lines of questioning on this and a couple of others as well on other topics. But my first question is for you, Dr de Brouwer, about your Code of Conduct investigation into breaches by public servants. That investigation, I understand, found that 12 current and former public servants and former agency heads breached the code on 97 occasions in relation to robo-debt. Have relevant agency heads finalised disciplinary decisions referred to them following the recommendations of the centralised Code of Conduct inquiry?
Thank you, Senator. I'll ask Ms Lowe to answer that on the very specifics as the head of the task force that led the inquiry, the Code of Conduct inquiry.
Thank you.
Jamie Lowe, Merit Protection Commissioner, but appearing today in my capacity as the former head of the task force that looked into the Code of Conduct inquiry. Senator, our understanding is that for those individuals for whom sanctions were recommended, the agency heads have now given effect to that recommendation, put in place and imposed sanctions.
So all sanctions have been imposed. Were the agency's heads' decisions in any way different from those envisaged by the inquiry?
Senator, so it always remained the responsibility of agency heads to make a decision about sanctions. We did make use of an independent sanctions, or two, in fact, independent sanctions advisors who could make recommendations to the agency heads. They did make those recommendations to the agency heads, but ultimately it was the agency head decision as to the sanctions that were to be imposed. Our understanding is that in most cases the sanctions as recommended were imposed, but it was ultimately up to the agency head to make that decision.
So could you answer my question? Which ones varied?
Senator, I can't really answer that question because I think to do so would disclose the name or the organisation.
Putting aside the cases of Ms Campbell and Ms Leon, is the final disciplinary action 2 reductions in classification, 1 reduction in salary, 3 fines and 5 reprimands?
Senator, I would have to take that on notice, what the final tally was.
Okay, could you take that on notice and let us know?
Will.
The report says that, quote, some individuals were found not to be in breach or their actions did not meet the necessary threshold at certain stages of the process. What is the threshold for breaching the Code of Conduct?
Yes, Senator. So in the interests of procedural fairness, at each stage in the process, and there's quite a few stages in a Code of Conduct inquiry, allegations or evidence are put to the individual and they have the opportunity to present their own evidence to counter whatever we've put to them. So at different stages in the processes, they could and did present evidence that meant that it did not proceed to the next stage in the process. So just as a bit of an illustration, the first, we often conducted a preliminary inquiry to establish first of all whether there was a basis upon which to proceed. We then issued a notice of suspected breach. At both of those stages, the individuals could either appear before us as to be interviewed or provide written evidence to respond to the allegations being put to them at that stage. We then prepared, if they proceeded, We then prepared a preliminary determination and a final determination. At each of those stages, they could present material that was relevant to a consideration about whether the matter should proceed. So the threshold is different at each level, but really it's whether the facts upon which we were relying were sufficient to proceed to the next stage, and if the individual had evidence to challenge those facts, it was open to them to present it and for us to consider it.
Can I just clarify two
Because that's
additional bits?
procedural, it's not content. I want to know what the threshold is.
Yeah, so it's a balance of probabilities.
Yes.
On what kind of...
It's a balance of probabilities is the threshold, but the Brigginshaw principle also applies, which is that the more serious the allegation and the more serious the consequence, then that threshold is a high threshold. So it's not just an arbitrary thing, it's actually material and serious.
So of the perhaps more serious charges that were sustained, can you give us an example in general terms about the nature of the breach?
I think in the... if I go to my statement...
That met the threshold.
The statement actually goes through some examples of what the nature of a breach is.
Okay, I'll look at that then. Please let's not waste people's time.
But anyway, it's in the statement.
Okay,
and you can
great.
see some very specific examples in there, Senator.
Thank you. The report also says that, quote, sanctions have been imposed against the 4 current APS employees found to have breached the code. So the rest of them are off without any consequence. Is that the case?
I wouldn't say no consequence. The law says that a sanction can only be applied to a current public servant. So if you're not a current public servant, the sanction can't be applied, but there is still a requirement that a person notify when they're applying for a job or some form of contract. And generally the requirement is that they have to declare that they've been through a code process and what the finding is.
And of the people involved who are no longer in the public service, how many had their contracts terminated and how many left of their own volition?
None of them had that I believe had their contracts terminated. They either retired or resigned.
So this is probably amongst the most catastrophic failures of public administration, certainly in my lifetime, with tens of thousands of people in misery and a number of people who lost their lives. How can the public be satisfied by a disciplinary process that's resulted in unspecified, although likely minor financial penalties for 6 staff and the reprimand of 5 others, none of whom are named, and in relation to whom no indication is provided of specific findings? I think it leaves the public, or certainly leaves me, feeling very unsatisfied about consequences and deterrence.
Senator Pocock, I agree with you. It's the single biggest failure of public administration that I've ever seen. Hundreds of thousands of people hunted down by their government and pursued for debts that they didn't owe. But I also have to say that, and I acknowledge that there's a decision currently before the NACC that's being reconsidered around issues to do with robo-debt, but the job that the Commission was able to do, justice was never going to be found for the people that were hurt by robo-debt through a code of conduct inquiry by the Public Service Commission. Normally code of conduct inquiries are private because it's an employment matter, as you would expect in other employment areas where you've had a complaint raised about your conduct. These matters tend to be private. The Commissioner took a decision about some former heads of department around identifying those names, but the code is pretty clear about how those investigations are conducted and some of the privacy that is upheld around that. I would also say, though, as someone who has watched this investigation, it has been very thorough. I think that it's not just about the sanction. I think people who have been through this have been through a Royal Commission. The individuals identified have been identified through that Commission process. It's been handed over. The Commission has taken its job seriously. It's pushed against at times. I think, some commentary about, how that code of conduct has been conducted, but I know it has been extremely thorough, and it has impacted not only those who have gone through it, but those who have conducted the investigations as well.
What do you think then, Minister, about the power and significance of deterrence? If you know you're never going to be named in the biggest failure in public administration in our lifetime, then you are losing the opportunity of real deterrence, are you not?
Well, I don't think deterrence comes down to just identifying names. I mean, I think it was incredibly important that the Public Service Commission, the Commissioner and the investigating team did a thorough but fair job, and that has had, the whole robo-debt scandal has had significant implications across the public service. I've been witnessing them from obviously the position I have, but I can certainly sit here and say to you the public service has changed. I think it is very unusual that, an investigation, I can't think of another type of this investigation being done by the Public Service Commission into a number of public servants, including secretaries that have left the public service. I mean, it has been taken incredibly seriously, and at some cost, I would say, probably, for those that have had to lean in on it. But that, I think for those individuals, they've been prepared to do so because they know what is at stake here, which is a public service that must stand up for its values and for its independence and for good public policy in this country. And I think a lot of those lessons have been learnt and have had a substantial impact on the way the public service operates now.
Thanks for that, but I do think that the elements of secrecy around the Code of Conduct investigation are a problem. The decision not to publish all the names, as well as the absence of details about the breaches. We hear the discretion in Section 72A of the Public Service Act for the Commissioner to disclose the identity of individuals involved in Code of Conduct investigations sets a high threshold, and that you refuse to make such disclosures except in the case of Ms Campbell and Leon. If public interest is in such a major failure as robo-debt that's caused untold suffering, as we agree, doesn't satisfy that threshold, is it possible to imagine anything that would?
Well, thank you, Senator. The two former secretaries of the Department of Human Services, they were both named in the very specific forms of the allegations that were found against them by the independent investigators. They were set out in detail in my statement. So there is a lot of detail about the nature of what happened. When it comes to the people who weren't named, there is in my statement a range of examples of the nature of the breach that occurred, and that's got some specificity for people, including about how they advise both on policy and implementation and legal advice to ministers and to senior public servants, to how do they conduct themselves in teams, how they conduct themselves with integrity agencies, and do they mislead or do they tell the truth to integrity agencies. All those things are listed around former public servants. I think when it comes to the deterrence, the fact, my judgment, and it's my judgment, Senator, was that there was sufficient deterrence by being able to say that the individuals had been found to have been in breach, and that's for a public servant, that's a serious matter, that the nature of the breaches was defined and described in the text, in the material, even if they didn't have to be named. I think the other bit of public interest is then that how do we have hundreds, maybe sort of 500-600 codes a year across the public service. If public servants think that when they're subject to a code process, that actually all their personal details and their name and everything about them is going to be public, then actually that changes all of the remedial and the interaction in a normal code process. So it was my call, Senator, that actually on what's fair and reasonable in all the circumstances, not to have named those individuals. I take very seriously what the public service did, and I led off in my statement with an acknowledgement of the responsibility of the public service and an apology to the people affected and to the Australian public about this. But there's got to be some balancing and bringing together of those elements. And I'm not walking away from the seriousness of the issues.
Yeah, thank you. Your statement referred to Privacy Act considerations in protecting disclosures. Could you identify what sections of the Privacy Act would be offended by the naming of staff who've been found to have breached the code and penalised, and why do they seem not to apply to Campbell and Leon?
I think maybe on the Privacy Act, can I ask
Sure.
the General Counsel, Melanie McIntyre?
Senator Melanie McIntyre, General Counsel for the Australian Public Service Commission. Section 72A of the Public Service Act, when the relevant discretionary tests are met by the discretion of the Commissioner, operates as an authorisation under Australian law for the purposes of the Privacy Act. So for the purposes of the Privacy Act, it's not appropriate to reveal someone's personal information or discuss it in a way that makes them reasonably identifiable. But Section 72A provides that there are discretionary circumstances where the Commissioner can be satisfied that he operates as an authorisation.
So the primary piece of legislation was really Section 72A of the Public Service Act, which is the overall prohibition on disclosure of names, except in very exceptional circumstances, Senator, which I think certainly in the case of the two former secretaries, that threshold was met. There was an element of difference there because partly multiple breaches of the code. They were the accountable authorities, and their role made a material difference in the impact on people. And I really I couldn't see how, really for the public trust in the public service, the people who are ultimately at the end of the day responsible for departments aren't publicly accountable for their actions.
So if I can move then to another report. In the report you made to the Prime Minister under Section 41A2 of the Public Service Act, is that a public document, that report? And if not, why not, given that the task force report on other staff has been published?
Those reports to the Prime Minister, I think that they're a statutory obligation on me to report to the Prime Minister for reports on particular individuals. They're not publicly available, and that was the same when I've had this previously in another instance where I provided a report to the Prime Minister on a secretary.
And so you don't have any intention to publish them?
No, Senator.
So will you publish the results of your investigation in full, including the names of individuals, and rather than just the form? You've got no intention of any publication of those names?
No, Senator.
There are reports the Attorney-General is intending to publish the sealed chapter of the Robo-Debt Royal Commission. If he can do that, why can't you publish your report in full?
Actually, I'm under a legal restriction under the Royal Commission Act to not publish anything that's in the confidential chapter. I'm not allowed to, Senator.
Okay.
Senator Pocock, I'll rotate the call unless you're due to wind. Senator Hume.
Thanks, Chair. I want to just pick up where we left off before talking about the conflict of interest policy that applies to the Department of Parliamentary Services. So, Commissioner, there was, I think we sort of did a recap of where we got to in the last Senate estimates, but I want to ask you specifically about paragraph 45 in that conflict of interest policy for DPS that says any declaration needs to be made in writing. So now I'm assuming that this is standard, as we were speaking about before, standard across public service. Conflicts need to be declared in writing. Is that right?
Yes, that's the standard. It's normally in writing.
Terrific. Senator. Do you know if any stage the Secretary made his declaration in writing, whether it be to your predecessor, to the presiding officers or to you?
Yes, he did make a declaration in writing, Senator, and he showed me that at our meeting. And can I just go back to my notes to find out and tell you the dates?
Absolutely.
And I'm going back to a little bit about my evidence previously, Senator. So in June 2023, the Secretary, I think it was in June 2023, the Secretary provided sorry.